Benny, there you are. How are you, Benny? Can you hear me? Yeah, good. Okay. I know you can hear me. We're bringing in the next victim. Benny, I think I did quite well against what's his name now? Golly gosh, must be getting old. Yeah, yeah, Luke will be fine. No, not a Luke. Luke was interesting, but he was high as a kite. But hopefully, a couple of seeds have been shown. Nate, yeah, Nate's been okay. It'd be interesting to talk to Nate again. Nate's being very positively responsive. You notice how when I respond to his behaviours, so he will use a behaviour, right, and you'll see it in his body. He'll start to agitate a bit and he'll get all excited and blah blah blah. When I jump on that, I can actually bring him back down and he's actually responding. So that's a very positive sign. But he's still very much into his Christian stuff. No, I was thinking of the guy from England. Now you'll know who it is. Yeah, Chaz, that's right. Chaz Wold. I think I handled him pretty well yesterday. And I know, yeah, he said, well, he left to go to work. No. But did you notice something, right? You got to look for the small signs. When I know I've got him in a bit of bother, he goes, couple of little coughs, and he tones it right down. Yeah, that's right, exactly. So, yeah, but you see, his ego, he joked. Yeah, but you see, his ego will never admit defeat. So but I tell you, I keep working on him. With Chaz, if I can pin him down on a topic long enough to force him to show his evidence, that's where you'll find he's wanting. He's a work in progress. Yes, indeed he is, mate. And also, Johnny May, he's a work in progress. He's coming along. Do you think? Yeah, Johnny May. Yeah, do you think are you noticing any changes in Johnny May? Yeah, me too. Yeah, exactly. He's playing less of the game. And Vladimir, I've noticed changes in him too. Troll. You know what'll happen? Their hangouts are going to become quite boring, and they'll blame me. So I'll just sit around scratching their backsides. Yeah, that's right. Vladimir's the one. He hasn't stopped actually. Sorry. 2 nights back, we got another delivery. Oh dear. Troll. Yeah, really. Got another pizza delivery. So he's still doing it. But I can tell, I promise you I can tell that, yeah, he'll eventually stop. I can tell you, I got him thinking, I promise you. He's second guessing a few things. I can tell. So Benny will soon have a pack of evangelists. So instead of trolling people, they'll go out and convert them to reality. Convert them away from religions, right? And have everybody following Jesus. Wouldn't that be funny? Oh dear. That'll be imagine Johnny May saying that Jesus is real and that he's a follower. Oh, geez, that'll make my day. No miracles, though, mate. They're funny people. So, are you? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. See, the thing is, the thing is, when you approach people, what do we need to do? Think of. Yeah. Okay. Well, I had one, which I might be able to launch off, right? And it's about this idea that people, I posted on the chat. Hang on. Put it over here. Right. Got it. So it's, you know, it's a potential for. Okay, Bulldog. It's a potential for.
Hey, Rob, were you talking behind my back again?
What's that? Sorry.
Were you talking behind my back?
What about you?
Yeah.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Why are you doing that for, Rob? Why are you talking behind my back all the time?
Because you know, I treat you like a pet bulldog. You know, you're my pet project.
Well, don't talk about me behind my back then.
No, I'll do as I please.
What's the subject?
Talk behind people's backs.
Well, it could be. No, I was going to make it this, right? I think I know what the problem. So I'm having a bit of a problem communicating with you average Joes, right?
Okay.
I think I know what the problem might. Eh?
Yeah,
What?
you know what the problem is. Dr. Rob talking now. Everyone pay attention.
Yeah. Now, hang on. I'll just introduce the topic.
Average in what fashion?
Hang on. Let me introduce the topic, all right?
How are we average?
Let me introduce the topic.
Okay, go for it.
I think I know.
Is that like penis length
Hang on,
or something?
Hang on, boys. Hang on. I think I know the problem. Many folks believe, keyword believe, many folks believe this, that we are all unique and complex individuals. And you don't like to face the reality that in certain ways, so I've got to define what those certain ways are, we are not so unique. I'm going to call it the fingerprint delusion.
Okay.
So what I mean by that is we have fingerprints, right, which are unique. So physically, there's no argument that we are unique individuals. But it's not so true when we talk about the anatomy. The anatomy is held in common, so the heart, the liver, you know, and the organs, they all function the same. Here we go, Chaz. And so there are things that we hold in common as humans. I want to argue that another thing we hold in common are these instincts. Right? These instincts. Chaz is here, so that might be the end of the discussion.
How so?
Oh, I don't know. Because you tend to dominate. Anyway, Chaz, so that's the proposition. I'm saying that we're not all unique individuals hang on, Chaz. We're not all unique individuals in certain ways. That's my claim.
Okay. Okay, go for it, man. Best shot.
Okay, I'm happy to. So, what are those ways? Well, I say things like heart, lung, liver, the organs in the body, we hold those things in common. Sure, I'll grant you there are anomalies, but the vast majority of people, heart functions in the same way. And so does their lungs, and so does their liver, and so does their kidneys, and their legs, and their arms, and their fingers, and all of these things are held and perform in common. I'll stretch it a bit further. I'll say this, that instincts are something that are held in common across all people. And yesterday what we concluded, and there was agreement, and I suppose now Chaz, you might jump in and disagree, but we agreed that instincts are based on survival.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So, does anyone disagree with that statement, or if so, why?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Buntu, I know you're an enlightened one, so I would expect
Yeah.
nothing less.
Well, yeah, you said like instincts are due to survival. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone else want to argue that top point?
I mean, it's just so vague.
I would say it's more the instinct is a
Chaz, you went quiet. Didn't hear. Chaz?
Do you mean like an environmentalist? Sure.
Buntu, are you responding to Chaz's comment?
No, I was talking to Benny.
Oh, okay. Benny is like a green. Buntu is like a green, yes. Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Actually, good one, Benny.
All
Benny's
right.
Benny's very smart.
Okay, you want to tell us that we should stop thinking that we're unique and that we're more in common with each other?
Well, no, what I'm trying to prove, this all goes back to something these guys get sick of, right? But it's the two wolf story, right, that I keep talking about, the two wolves inside us all.
Hmm.
What I'm trying to demonstrate is that they are instincts, survival instincts, that are held in all humans. So you know that story, don't you? The two wolf story?
Go ahead and recap it for our audience so they can catch up with us.
All right.
Oh man.
Now, hey, so you're a native Indian? Is that your...
That's true. Native American.
Okay. So
Wow.
is this a Native American saying?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't heard it yet.
Okay, hang on. I'll get it for you.
I think Bunto looks like the last of the Mohicans. He's the last survivor. We've got him live on the Benny Show.
Oh dear, where is it?
Okay, you thought up the fingerprint illusion today or yesterday? Is it pretty new?
You haven't heard the two wolf story yet?
Well, I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
Yeah, well, yes. Pay attention, Bunto. What have you got? Fucking ADS, fucking DS, whatever it fucking is. What have you got? That attention deficit disorder?
I fell asleep when Pac-Man was bothering Rob, so I missed it that way.
And when fucking hey, listen, and stop fidgeting when fucking people are talking. All right, I'm sick and tired of watching you fidget.
Get on the cam. Get on the webcam, John May.
I hear it
Those,
is. Buntu,
that
here it
Roomba.
is. Here it is, Buntu. An old Cherokee told his grandson there is a battle between two wolves inside us all. One is evil. It is anger, jealousy, greed, resentment, inferiority, lies and ego. And the other is good. It is joy, love, peace, hope, humility, kindness, empathy and truth. And the boy thought about what his grandfather had just told him. And he said, Grandfather, which wolf wins. And this is the wisdom part, and it's just 4 words: the one you feed. So the grandfather's saying to the young boy, you know, learn about yourself, learn about these 2 wolves. They're inside you and they're inside everybody, and, you know, take responsibility and feed the good wolf, basically.
It's a good one.
Yeah, well, it is. I mean, most people, yeah, well, of course, see, my read on you is correct. I don't know you that well, but I know that you're what I would call the enlightened spirit. So you recognise that straight up, right? You don't have any problems with it. It makes perfect sense. And that's right. Now, what I'm saying, though, just to take it back to the earlier discussion, I'm saying that those 2 elements map back to 2 survival instincts. One survival instinct that's based on surviving for the self, and the other survival instinct is about surviving for the herd. Right? So a herd of animals, you know, particularly prey animals, they have to stick together to survive, and they have to stay in close formation. How do they stay in close formation? They must keep a close eye on their neighbour. That then maps back to this idea of love thy neighbour, which is part of the spiritual teaching of, you know, quite a number of religions. They call it the golden rule. But my point for today is I'm just saying that those things, I think, map back to these primitive instincts that we all have. That's my premise.
Right.
Hey, Buntu.
Yes.
So do you have a community of Native American folks that you chat with?
No, actually, my story is that my grandmother ran off the reservation and just never taught my mother anything about the Indians. It's my cousins. They know everything about the Native Americans, so I'm just like pretty much in the dark. I moved away from Nebraska.
You know, if you ever get the chance, the opportunity when you're speaking with your cousins, just tell them that story and see if it does actually belong to the Native Americans.
Yeah, I sure will. I haven't seen those guys in a while.
Yeah, because I quite often get criticised. I hold it to be very true, but I quite often get criticised, and people say to me that that's not a real Native American saying.
Okay.
But I mean, you know, so it'd be nice to hear from the Native Americans on that point.
The other, I think Cerebus is Native American. You can ask him.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's a bit of he's a lovely guy. Don't get me wrong, but
he's also a Freemason.
Oh yeah, I mean, he and I had a bit of a falling out because I said to him, see, with the Freemasons, they've got this levels that they go through, right? And they, you know, advance up the knowledge tree, which I personally think is a lot of bullshit. And I told him that I felt that I was at level 40 and he was only at level 33 or whatever it was. Of course, that upset him. He didn't like to hear that.
Okay, so you're a Mason?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I was just messing with him. What I was doing was I was just saying that spiritually, so the premise in Masons is that you get to learn more as you progress, right? I think it's actually a con because I don't think it works, enlightenment or any of that works that way. I don't think it is that convoluted. So what I did with him is I just told him that I'm finished. You know, I've finished the degrees, I'm passed, and you're not. And when I did that, he took it to heart. He didn't like it. And you know, he's a lovely bloke, right? He can take a fair whack of criticism, but that particular point he didn't like. I just don't believe in this multiple level stuff. I think it's a bit of a scam. Well, geez, I'm not getting much of a fight out of you, Blake, so game over. I win.
Yep. You always do, Rob.
I know. Well, that's the nature of truth, right? You guys run out of steam eventually.
No, we're just having recess, you know, like at primary school when the kids go to...
That's the power of lithium for you.
Hey, Buntu, what Bulldog's referring to is I got diagnosed with bipolar and I'm
Right.
on lithium.
It wasn't true, was it? You don't have bipolar, do you, Rob?
No, I don't think I do.
But the doctors diagnosed you with bipolar, but you don't think you have it. So who's right and who's wrong?
Well, remember I did say to you, John, that I had the tribunal hearing at the hospital.
So
and,
you wanted in other words, what you disagreed with the doctors, so you needed a tribunal so you could win. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So
And guess
even
what?
though
Guess what?
of course.
Guess what?
Oh, you won, Rob. Of course you fucking won. They just wanted to get you out of the fucking system. They had enough of you. That's why they said, take your fucking lithium, get the fuck out of here. We've had enough of you.
Hey, Rob, can I tell you something, man? I went out with this chick. She had bipolar, right? And I'm going to tell you something. This is serious. This is I'm telling you something full on now. This girl, she was, you know how you think that this girl, because she had bipolar, was the most ultimate chronic liar that I have ever experienced in my life. More than any junkie, more than any...
Hang on. What did you just say? She's the ultimate
liar?
Chronic liar.
Chronic liar, man, that I've ever met. Bar none, man. Every little thing that she said was a lie. Even the littlest things, man, was complete lies, right? Like, you could just... Even when she knew that I knew, she still couldn't help herself. I'm not joking. I'm not joking, bro. It's not funny. She was serious. I like this girl, man. I thought I was going to go with her somewhere, but she was that bad, right, that I'll tell you the worst thing that she did, one of the worst things, not the worst, but one of the worst, right? She pretended that she tried to commit suicide and she was hospitalised, right? And I'd message her, and she pretended to be her ex-husband who grabbed the phone and messaged back, right? And all this shit. So she wanted me to run around, fucking try and find her, well, you know what I mean? And that's all because she's bipolar, man.
Yeah,
you know that?
that's a classic for people who
Wait
got
a
bipolar.
minute, John. Shush. Let me respond. I'm not familiar, certainly in my case, I don't tell fibbies at all.
Oh, well, of course
And
a
I
liar
challenge
would
it.
say that, Rob. Oh, come on. That's the old Rob.
John,
Of course a liar would say that I don't lie. Of course not. Hey, Rob.
John, stop broadcasting. Now, John, if I'm telling lies, you'll be able to prove that I'm telling a lie, won't you?
But she said the same thing.
But Rob, when we prove it to you, you still deny it.
That's what she does.
Well,
Yes,
go ahead.
it's all in the place now.
Let's make the topic. Let's make the topic. Troll, and that was bad of you.
No. Let's make the topic liar.
Hang on. Bulldog, settle down. Now, what I want you to do is show everyone where I've lied, and let's have a debate about it. Just pick one. Because it sounds like I'm a. It sounds like. Hang on. Wait a minute. It sounds like what you're saying is that I'm a chronic liar, right? So pick just one.
I know two that are like.
Hang on, no troll. Bulldog's talking. So where you go, Bulldog? Where you go?
Rob, there's tens of thousands. You're listening, Rob? There's tens of thousands of people. They're in jail, and they all say they didn't do it. There's my proof.
No, but you're generalising, Bulldog.
All the people are in jail. There's no generalising. They're there. You can actually go to the jail and count them one by one. They're actually in jail, right?
I understand that, Bulldog, but let's keep it very specific.
You know what? Hey, Rob, listen. The ones that aren't in jail they're the ones who haven't been caught. All right?
Yeah, Bulldog. Yeah, but Bulldog, you've been interacting with me for a while, and you made a statement just a little while back that I'm making lies, right? All I'm saying to you is, let's pick one of those lies and let's see if you're correct.
Well,
let's make it about me.
Oh, okay, so you want to reverse it. Instead of it being about me, you want me to make it about you.
Well, you're calling me the liar. I just want you to prove it.
Okay.
Hey,
well,
Green. Green's in the room. Hang on, Bulldog. Green's in the room. Green, Bulldog's about to prove that I have what they're trying to present, right? We're on a live broadcast. They're trying to present that I'm a liar, right? So all I've done, Green, is I've asked Bulldog, because, you know, they're trying to present this concept that I'm a chronic liar and that it's related to bipolar. All I've asked Bulldog to do is start to point out just a couple, one or two, just a couple of instances where I lied. But he's really struggling. He's really struggling. Go, Bulldog.
I'm ready to present my evidence. Rob, I'm ready to present my evidence.
It is true.
Go ahead.
Right. Now, a few days ago, you accused me of putting pictures of your wife on screen, and I said, no, Rob, they're not pictures of your wife, they're pictures of someone else, right? And you says, oh, no, that's definitely my wife, right? And I said to you, no, Rob, it's not your wife, right? And you said, no, it is, right? So you proved to me, Rob, right, that it's your wife, right? Because I don't have any of your wife's fucking wedding albums or fucking going out parties or any of that sort of shit, right? I don't have that. So where's your evidence to prove that I done that, Rob? Show me the evidence. Place your evidence on the table right now as we speak. Or forever be silent.
Right. Now, I've got eyes in my head. Hang on, let me answer. Because it's a challenging one, and you know it. And this is you being you're actually the liar here. But anyway, let's go through the motions. Right?
You before the trial fucking starts. He's already.
Yeah, all right. Hang on, Bulldog. I get to speak, and then you get to speak. That's the way it works. Now, what happened was this, right? I came into a room where Bulldog was in the room with three others, and damn it, my bad fortune, I can't remember who they were. Hang on, wait a minute. Hang on, Bulldog, let me finish, and then you can have your turn. So I came into this room, and I look up on the screen, right? Now, I trust my vision. And I also know the photo. Hang on, I know the photo, right? It was a shot of my wife when we were visiting in New York. So I'm very clear-minded about what I saw. And you did it. Now, I know that you know that's what happened.
Hang on. I know that you know. Are you using this mind-reading trick that you fucking possess and nobody else does? Because I heard in a hangout that you said no one can do mind-reading, and here you are doing mind-reading right now as we speak.
No, what I do, Bulldog, right, I look at the evidence that's presented, right? So when I came into that room, I saw the photo of my wife in New York, and you were in there, and you know what happened? You immediately exited that room, like a boy with his hand caught in the candy jar. And so, look, it doesn't matter what you say. I know what I saw.
Okay.
Now you in turn. Now, Bulldog. Hang on. I haven't finished. Bulldog, I haven't finished. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. But I know what your answer is going to be.
My turn.
No, hang on, I haven't finished, right? Did I just lie?
Yep.
Okay, that's another lie in your kit.
Oh now, my God! I kick a goal, and you say no, I won. I'm kicking goals, and you're saying no, fucking, I'm not letting you kick that goal. Oh, sorry, game over. I win.
Yeah.
How's yours
Hey,
style?
You can't be right, Bulldog. He knows that he knows.
I know.
Yeah, that's right.
Are you doing mind
No,
reading?
Bulldog, you keep trying that caper. It won't work, mate. I've said very
You
clearly.
think I know that you
Hang
know.
on. I said very
You
clearly.
can't prove he's not psychic.
I said very clearly that people cannot. What's that picture of you, Frank? I said very clearly that people can't read minds. I suggested that the reason you think that they may be able to is that you're a Kim Jong-il worshipper or something. But I promise you, Kim Jong-il can't read minds. No, wait a minute. What I said, that's what I said about reading minds, right? So, in my view, or my understanding of reality, humans can't read minds. But what humans can do is that they can observe behavior. They can read body posture. They can observe behaviours. And that can be very telling.
Because I'm not on camera, so you're going to have to throw that one down the shit house.
Well, hang on. Let's ask Frank. Frank, can you observe? Oh, is Frank gone? There you are, Frank.
Frank, Rob,
Frank,
you're off topic.
Frank, can you tell a lot about a person by observing their behaviours, which may not be in line with what they're saying?
He's gone off topic.
It depends.
Hang on, wait a minute. Frank's talking, Bulldog.
You gotta give me an example.
I'm talking, he's talking. Shut up.
You're talking a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Green, sorry, what did you say, mate?
You have to give me an example.
No, wait a minute. I want to be general here, Frank. I think you know as well as I do that you can't read body language, correct?
No, it depends on the situation.
Yeah, but Frank, you can read body language, and it may not. Words might be different to the body language. Sorry?
That's a definite statement, or yes or no. I can't answer.
Oh, okay. Now, Bulldog, let's get back on track. Can you pick one of the things I've spoken about and point out why that's a lie? Because in your world, what you're trying to project is you're trying to project that I'm a chronic liar. So,
all right. Now, you said that I was in a room and I was showing some pictures, right? And then I disappeared, and you obviously stayed in the room. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you stay in the room? Okay. Number one, you can't tell me who else was in the room because your memory's fucking at a loss, right? So your memory's fucked there straight off the bat, right? Because you said I can't remember who else was in the room, right? And when did this happen, Rob? How many, was it years ago or days ago or when did it happen?
I don't know, about a month, a couple of weeks back, perhaps.
So 2 weeks ago, you cannot remember, right? That's how bad your memory is. Number one, you can't remember who else was in the room.
Yeah, that's true.
I
promise you, I remember what I saw.
When you were in the room, right? Because I wasn't there, because you told me I left, right? So I can't vouch for this. When you were in the room, did you question any of these? I'll call them witnesses. Did you question any of them about the pictures? Did you say anything to these so-called witnesses that you can't remember?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Oh my God!
Anyway, Bulldog.
Game over. Game over.
Bulldog. Hey, Bulldog. Now, move on to another example, but try this time because you're suggesting that I'm a chronic liar. My information's wrong. Let's pick a topic and tell me why it's wrong.
How can I pick another topic? Your fucking memory's fucked. Your memory's fucked. You've already 2 weeks ago. You can't remember.
Does that mean you're admitting that you're wrong on the first one?
No, I'm not. I promise you I'm not.
A person who can't remember is not wrong. How's that?
I thought we were so close.
Fuck me.
Oh, I almost thought you had it, Bulldog.
Oh, fuck. I think there's a bit of cognitive dissonance going on here, Rob. You can't remember. You're making all these accusations. I've questioned you, Rob. You can't remember how long ago. You can't remember who was in the room. We're going nowhere. You can't remember anything. So how can I use you as a reliable witness when you can't remember? And you've actually admitted it that you can't remember.
Now, Bulldog, what you're trying to do is you're trying to prove a
But you can't remember.
Case
I've
for,
proved that.
Yeah, fine. You're trying to prove a case of consistent lying. I want you to go back. I want you to go back. I want you to go back now and pick another instance that relates to the topics presented.
I'm staying with that one. No. I'm staying with that one, and I'm using this one as my prime example. Number one, you've got a memory like a sieve, right? That's how bad you are. You've got a memory like a sieve, right? You can't remember things, right? 2 weeks ago, you can't remember. So going back 3 or 4 weeks is like, well, fuck. You know what? You know, there's no point going there. You're just going deeper and deeper down the fucking rabbit hole with that one. You can't remember who was in the room. You made all these allegations, right? And then you got no evidence to back it up. Now, I've asked you...
No, just one allegation. John May, you posted the photo of my wife, which I recognise, and now you habitually lie about it.
Okay,
I don't know whether it's correct, Green, whether it's correct to say habitually lying.
You're lying, right?
But he is locked into a lie.
Right.
And I still want to know, John May. Hang on, John May. When you decide to come clean one day in your life, hopefully before I die, what I want to know is how you got that photo.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so stop trying to say how I got something when I didn't get something, right? I didn't break into your house and raid your fucking photo album. I didn't break into your house and fucking pinch your mobile phone and download fucking pictures. I didn't break into your fucking house and download pictures off your fucking computer. So, I don't know where you're going with this, Rob, but I've questioned you on this, and you said, okay, you know this hangout what we're having right now, Rob? Right? Have a look at the people what are in the room. We've got Benny here, right? We've got Cognitive here. We've got Green in here. And we've got I Am in here. So if you want to recap on this hangout, Rob, just remember these people what are in the room for your evidence, okay? Just in case. I'm just saying, that's all.
I promise you couldn't remember a bloody hangout. You couldn't remember the people in a hangout yourself. So. Anyway, John May, a couple of things I want to point out to you, right? And pay attention. Now, Green.
Yes,
Green.
Yes, sir.
Green. Just listen to what. Listen to what I'm about to say. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't expect you to comment on it. Now, Bulldog, if you notice something about the discourse that we just had, right? At no point did I get into personal attacks. But if you look at you and the way that you related to me, you felt quite comfortable in making personal attacks to probably, you know, that would possibly wind someone else, not like me, wind them up and put them into a bit of a spin. What I want to say to you is this, and you do this all the time. I've seen you do it with Tom and, you know, other people. You're an expert at winding people up, and I label that.
You're an expert at remembering.
Well, no, yeah, but there's a truth behind it. It's a false expertise.
Thank Christ for fucking computer hard drives.
It's a false expertise, but you know, it's what I've labelled you as being narcissistic. Now, I look at it as just a hang on, let me finish. I particularly when you were dealing with Tom. Now, Tom, for everyone in the room. Tom is a guy that's had a criminal background, and well, that's not untrue. There'll be other people, I'm sure, that know Tom, and they could validate this.
Yeah,
Tom's got a criminal background. Hang on.
And the police.
All right, hang on.
Of course they know him.
Tom's got a criminal background, and he also has a problem with drug addiction that he's fighting. He's fighting, and he's fighting it. The reason he's fighting it is for his daughter. He wants to try and preserve the relationship with the daughter. Now, John May gets into the room, and for some reason he's got this problem with Tom, and he goes after him, and he says things like, "I bet you're hanging out for the next fix," you know, things which I find quite appalling. Well, it's true, John May. I mean, we can certainly find people that were in the room with Tom and have seen you and Tom together. If we brought Tom into the room now, you wouldn't be able to control yourself. But my point is this. What I'm trying to say to you, John May, is the observed behaviour was this, that you went to the personal attack level. And that's very telling about you and your story.
Right.
Well, it is, mate. It's just the way it is.
Right. So
the way the world works. The way the
people,
humans can be unkind. But you know,
Rob, do you reckon that Tom's waiting for his next hit? Do you reckon that's true or false?
What's that? Sorry.
Is Tom waiting for does he hang out for his next hit?
Yeah, but what's your position to bloody, you know, make him psychologically wound up about that dilemma that he has, and that's what you're doing. It's very cruel.
No, I was just stating a point. I was just stating a point. It's like for your next fucking hit.
That's very cruel, and it's a personal attack, and it's quite a cruel one too.
Yeah, I next minute you're going to say it's pretty cruel that the police throw him in jail as well, are you? You're going to say that one too?
Well, that's what happens in a guy's life. But the guy was being honest, right, about his predicament. He was honest about his addiction. He's honest about his past. Why does it give you the right to persecute him? Who are you to persecute?
He's the one who put himself in jail. I didn't put him there. I didn't tell him to go rob people's houses. He done it all off his own back. So I don't know where you're going with this, Rob.
You do own your own mouth, and you are responsible for what comes out of it.
Yeah, and I've got a right.
You can't blame everyone for that.
My own house against fucking robbers too.
Hmm?
I've got a right to defend. Hey, Rob, I bet you any money that if he came into your house and robbed pinched all your fucking equipment, you wouldn't be talking like this.
I'm not so sure. I mean, no, I don't think I'd change. I mean, if the guy's being frank and honest about his relationship with his daughter and his drug addiction, the last thing that I would do to that person, regardless of whether he robbed me or not, would be to wind him up or criticise him and make a personal attack on him. If he's being sincere, I'd probably say, well, you know, is there anything I can do to help?
Yeah, you know what you can do to help? Buy him his next hit. There you go. That's what you can do. Buy him his next fucking hit.
Well, we disagree on that.
Help so much. Hey, you know what? You'd be doing him a favour, right? Because if you bought him his next hit, he won't have to rob the next person's house. Therefore, you're doing two people a favour. You're doing the person he was going to rob a favour because he didn't end up robbing that person's house, right? And you're doing him a favour because that way he doesn't go out and have to do it. So, and you're keeping him out of jail. So, you know what I reckon, Rob? Go and give him a couple of $1,000 so he doesn't have to rob people, right? And therefore, the people he was going to rob are going to thank you, saying, you know what? I don't need to take out insurance policies anymore against robbers because of the fact that Rob Beasley is being so generous. He's buying everybody fucking heroin, so they don't have to rob people no more. Thank you, Rob Beasley. You are a hero.
Yeah, and you'll probably help the guy end up doing less heroin actually, because when you go, like, the stress of being arrested and going to jail and all that usually makes addicts worse, and they end up using more, especially because it's so easy to get in jail too.
Yeah, but hang on, don't reflect John May's thinking onto me. If I were to help the guy, if I were to help the guy in any way, you know, I'd just be supportive of, you know, his efforts to come clean, and I'd let him ask me to help him in some sort of way. You know, that's just as simple as it gets.
He needs his drugs, Rob. Help him out. You want to be the hero? Help him
but
out.
I wouldn't help him out with drugs. I just couldn't.
I bet he's a dickhead when he's clean.
Hmm?
I bet he's a dickhead when he's clean.
Now I am. You strike me as a reasonable young man. I want you to reflect on what you say today, and see if they whether they really reflect, you know, the true you. Because I think you.
Maybe it's the me on heroin.
Yeah. Well,
hey Rob. Rob, if I'm an alcoholic, right, because you've made that claim.
I don't know that, John. I just suspect it.
Or if you're only suspecting, why do you keep saying that I'm an alcoholic just over suspicions? You know.
What if I have a doctor's prescription?
Remember, John, I just said, "Are you an alcoholic?"
And what's my answer that I keep telling you, Rob? What is it? Is it a yes or a no? Come on, here. No. It's a no. That's right. But you keep asking over and over and over. You know what I'm thinking about doing, Rob? You know what I'm thinking about doing? I'm thinking about becoming an alcoholic just to make you fucking right. for once. For once. I want to give you a fucking score on the board, Rob.
Yeah.
For getting something right.
Hey, Bulldog. What? Yeah, what? What I'm thinking of there.
Don't think, Rob.
Oh yeah, hang on. No, I remember. Well,
oh my God! What? You got a flashback? You remembered what? What? Yesterday or the day before?
Yeah. So.
You can't remember 2 weeks ago.
Here's why it is a continuing point of discussion. Well, no, sorry, because it's a continuing point of discussion, I can only conclude that it may be an issue. I'm trying to work you out. Why you're such a prick at times, you know? That's what I'm trying to work out.
That's a personal attack.
Because he doesn't have his heroin.
No, it's a true statement.
That's a personal attack.
It would have to be Buntu. You'd have to be in a room with him when he's really on song and he's ripping into someone. Yeah, he can be a right prick. It's a behavioural thing, right?
Hang on a second, Rob. I'm just going to the fridge to grab another beer. Hang on a second.
All right, mate. Thank you.
I have to prove you right. I have to prove you right. It's the only way I can do it, Rob. I have to prove you right at least once in your life.
No, I'd prefer that you just didn't drink. Maybe if you drink a lot, maybe you need to rethink it.
You know what I reckon you should do? Tell that to Nate Schlemm.
Who, Nate?
Yeah, you know him.
I think you should just get wasted. I like your idea, Bulldog. Just start getting wasted all the time.
I know. I'm thinking about like cracking open a tinny first thing in the morning around about 7, right?
So I am. Do you think that that's a good idea, really?
Fucking no. Just to prove you right, Rob. I'm up for it.
Yeah, I know. But I am. Do you think that that's a good idea, sincerely?
Fucking no.
I mean, it's probably not the best decision for his health, but it'd be a fun experiment, you know.
Yeah,
bit of fun, bit of frivolity.
And you know what, Rob? You know the beauty of that is, right? We can come on Hangouts, and I can be blind drunk, and you can sing that song. You're drunk, you silly old cunt.
When have you heard me use the C word?
Well, you will. Hey, I'll get you to use it when I'm drunk, Rob. I'll wind you up like that bad. You'll go, you're drunk, you silly old cunt.
We'll give you a free pass. We'll give you a free pass. Anytime Bulldog's drunk, you get to call him a cunt.
Exactly. And you know what? And you know,
I am.
and
That's not.
I want to become belligerent. I want to become belligerent, right? And I want to be slurring and dribbling and fucking swearing and all sorts of shit. And then you can put up a video, Rob, and say, "See, there's Johnny. He's drunk. I'm right. I'm right. I'm going to write a book about this one if I can remember it after 2 weeks." That's as long as I can remember.
Hey, John May. I'm going to buy some RAM. John May. If you know, if you drink a lot, and if you drink a lot and regularly,
yes,
it could be a problem, but it's up to you to do something about it.
You know what I'm thinking? It also might make me live longer. So I'm thinking if I'm going to die, at least I want to die with a smile on my face.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, hey, John May. Can you now move back to something I've discussed that you think's a lie?
That's going to be a little bit difficult. That's going to be a little bit difficult, Rob, because I know that I can't go any back further than 2 weeks. So you've cornered me into a fucking 2-week fucking realm of the Rob Beasley fucking life because you're going to use that I can't remember fucking card. So I'm a little bit stumped here, Rob. I'm a little bit stumped. You got me on that one. Yeah.
Well, no, I give you free rein to talk. Go back as far as you like.
Nah, no free rein. No.
Hey, hang on, shush, Bulldog. Hey, Luke, how are you?
No problem, Rob. I'll shut up because you told me to. No problem. Okay, yes, master. No, master. Free bag.
Bulldog, I do not like your voice.
I understand that, Luke. Lukey.
Luke, I'm your father.
Luke's got a lot of fathers then.
Now, Luke, are you drunk? Hey, Luke, are you drunk today or not?
This is, believe it or not, my first beer of the night, but I got plenty of pot in me. Oh, yeah.
The Luke Dog's in the house. He's going to tell you how.
I just watched TNA Impact Wrestling live on Destination America tonight.
Rob, he's drinking. Fucking get him, Rob.
Another So, in your main event tonight with Tyrus, if you all lose, Matt Hardy is going to be added to the main event at Bound for Glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do not forget to like, share, subscribe, comment below. I am Luke Dog, that's Bulldog, and that dog can sit and shut his mouth. Get it? Sit. Dog, sit. But I'm
listening to that Rob Beasley, haven't you, boy?
I get to have the mic now. Bulldog, you bored the crowd long enough, haven't you?
Robbie's drinking. Look at him. I've got the evidence. I've got him on camera. Robbie's fucking drinking. He's a fucking alcoholic.
I'm on live camera every single night drinking. You didn't need to record it. All you had to do was watch any of Luke Dog's 4 channels.
Report him to the fucking association.
Luke Dog.
Who let the dogs out?
Come here.
Luke Dog, is Angel Gabriel real?
Come closer.
Real?
Angel Gabriel.
Come closer to the screen. Come closer.
Did I say Gabriel, the Archangel, the Guardian one, if you will?
Yes. Is it real?
Well, obviously, Gabriel is real. It's historical in the historical book of knowledge, the Holy Word of God, B-I-B-L-E. Now, Rob, I know a lot of people are going to say, Luke Dog, what if it's not real? In this room, we ask questions and have theories. But you got no solutions, and that's why people get sick of it.
Hey, Luke Dog, did you know that it's not real? And there's a reason why it's not real?
Because you said it. Is that why?
No, Luke Dog. The Yale University have said that the book of Daniel was written after the fact. So, in other words, It's a forgery of prophecy.
So you're saying God wouldn't know already what was going to happen? He couldn't write it down before it happened, thus proving it even more?
No, no, listen. What it means is that human beings, right?
World heavyweight champion.
Right?
Can I show you guys? Come here. Come here. Come here. I just want to show you. While you're talking, I want to excite the crowd with Destination America, Bobby Roode, the King of the Mountain. Yeah. I just want to promote him real quick, all right? Because he's one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, Rob, and I have to do it, all right? I made a vow to him that I'd promote him and he'd promote me.
Oh, okay, good, good. Hey, Luke Dog. No, what the scholars found, they found, right, that the prophecies finished at 160 BC. Hang on, the book was written after 160. So humans wrote the book.
We said this last night. God used humans like pens to write His word. We know this.
No, that's bullshit. No, that's not true.
First Timothy, that all Scripture was inspired by God, through holy men of God. That's why you can't believe the Romans discredited the truth. So you'll never come to a conclusion like Luke Dog did.
Luke, the Romans wrote that book, the Book of Timothy. It wasn't written by any...
How do you know that?
Because I just do.
Because someone told you that. You read it somewhere else. In another book that's actually real, but this book's fake, right? Because you want everyone to believe this nonsense.
No, I want people to stop believing nonsense and fairy tales of things that don't exist.
Then you can't do it in a nonsense way. You can't say you don't believe in the Bible and then quote Scripture from the Bible.
And hey, Luke, I've got to take issue with you. I'm a bit disappointed.
You said you don't believe in the Bible, and you keep reading it. I know, you keep my shirt on, I heard you.
Yeah, but hang on, Luke. I've got to take issue. You made a claim that you were miraculously cured of
Rob, I barely hear you, man. You're going to liven that voice up a bit.
Yeah, okay. You made a claim that you were miraculously cured of asthma.
What did he say? Tell me, someone.
I said...
I'm mute myself while you talk, because
I said, hang on, Luke. I said, you made a claim that you were miraculously cured of asthma.
I didn't say cured, I said healed.
Well, that's bullshit. And you shouldn't lie to people on religious matters.
You know, Jesus hated religious people. That's why he made a whip and got rid of the religious Pharisees of the time. Pretty much a modern day Luke Dog ass kicking.
No.
Oh yeah.
No. That's bullshit.
He made a whip out of the whip and he whipped the fuck out of them, overturned their tables, got rid of all their shit out of his dad's house, and he got pissed. Let's be real.
Look, that's the Romans again. That's not Jesus.
You err because you lack knowledge.
You do.
You know, Bobby, that we got some incredible...
I got irrefutable proof in my life. You don't. You never had asthma. Had a man of God put his right hand on your forehead, felt a warm feeling, and something leave your throat at 7 years old.
Bullshit. Don't lie.
Say all you want. I got medical fucking proof, stupid.
No, I'm telling
all the
you.
doctors are dumb now if it doesn't fit with your theories.
Look. Go get your medical proof, but I'm telling you what you won't because it's bullshit. Stop bullshitting, Luke.
I'm telling you, why the hell do I gotta prove it to you? I already know. I don't have to take it anymore. That's the proof. I'm the only one who needs the proof. You don't need it because you're the carnal mind. You can't understand things of the spirit. You never will.
Luke, you said you had evidence, medical evidence. I'm calling you out. I'm saying that you're a bullshit artist.
Well, I'm saying you don't really have a mustache and you never show it, so I'm calling you out. Why don't you ever show yourself on camera?
Luke,
that's the argument. Apples to oranges. Look, I'm inches away from you.
Luke, go get your evidence and then I'll apologise. But until then, I'm going to...
I got the evidence. The evidence is there's no inhaler in my pocket. Boom.
What did you say? Hey?
You heard me.
Well, what you said before is that you got medical evidence. You got doctor's proof.
Yeah, the doctors file and document everything.
Well, let's see it.
Go ask the motherfucking doctor. Dummy, I'm not a doctor. I don't have a doctor's office. I don't have the medical file papers on hand right now.
You're a liar. Luke, you're a liar.
Yeah, okay. And you're a liar for calling me a liar.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Well,
and I can prove you're a liar.
Go ahead.
No, all you got to do is talk. Boom, you're lying. There's the proof. There's the proof. Why can't we keep it simple? Let's just keep it simple for everyone. Luke Dog doesn't have an inhaler, and he doesn't make motherfucking sense.
Is there no integrity with you, Christian?
Is there no intelligence with you?
Backsliders. Is there no integrity? Do you understand the word integrity?
Why are you using our words if you don't believe them? Why are you saying backslider from the Bible if you don't believe in the Bible? Why can't we ever point that out?
I think
you use the Bible, yet you don't believe in the Bible. It makes you sound ridiculous.
Luke, I think you used the backslider term to give you an easy out to go and drink.
And where did the backslider term come from? Why don't you ever answer my questions, you two-faced heel coat?
It's bullshit, mate.
You're bullshit.
No, you're bullshit.
Okay, I'm full of shit. I eat food. Big deal.
Yeah. Hey,
reptilian humanoid.
Hey, look, do you know the term integrity?
Yeah, integrity is from the Bible.
Yeah. Wow.
So now you're going to tell me about integrity from the Bible that you don't believe in. That sounds like someone who is two-faced. You say one thing, but you do another. A double-minded man. Unstable in all your ways.
What integrity means?
I know what integrity means. We all know what integrity means. We're not here for an integrity debate. We're here to debate whether God is real or God isn't real. Now, the proof is in the pudding, and I'm going to show it to you. The fact that we're talking about it still today proves that he's real. Because he ain't talking about Caesar and fucking all the other motherfuckers that were in the same freaking book. You're not talking about Mary. You're talking about Martha. We're talking about Jesus.
It's all about, hey, I'm Luke. Look at me. You're me. You fucking washed up fucking deadbeat with fucking dreads. Go put some motherfucking shampoo in your hair, you fucking smelly fuck.
You hate dreads.
Dan. Luke.
Shut up, Rob. I don't need you to defend me. Let the bitch talk.
Hey, Luke. No, I'm not defending you. I wanted to talk to the
point. Good. Let me rebuttal what he just said. These ain't dreads, stupid. You don't even know the difference between dreads and just long hair. That's how moronic your crew is, Rob. That tells me everything I need to know about you.
Yeah.
That's how nasty your fucking hair is, dude. Your hair is so fucking
Show me who your friends are, and I'll show you who you are. You got dumb friends, so you're going to be dumb.
Luke, I wanted to prove to you that your God thing
is... dummies. No dreads.
Yeah.
He just said it. You guys are devil-minded. That's why you keep unstably walking around. I'm drinking and I'm walking straighter than you guys.
Luke, are you familiar with the Book of Revelations?
The Book of the Revelation of John, the Apostle?
Yes.
You know what it is. You've read it.
No, I'm asking you. I know that I know.
Well, I can tell you this. Start with this. The Book of the Revelation of John was, is, and is going to be. That's the first lesson I'm going to teach you, Robbie.
That's cleared or minimal at 12 weeks.
Come here, car guy. I see you over there hiding in the car.
Hey, Luke, did you realize that in the Jewish Talmud, so this is coming from the Jewish people, not the Christians. They wrote a little paragraph, and it relates to the third.
Views are dropping.
Hang on. It relates to the third war between the Jews and the Romans, or so-called war. It was more like massacres, really, because the Romans really trounced them. But the Jews record an event, and it says the Talmud relates that many were killed and that the Romans went on killing until their horses were submerged in blood to their nostrils.
Okay, thanks for the boring history lesson, by the way. Can you get to the point?
No, it's a point. It's an important point, mate. It's so important you're not going to believe it. Did you know in the book of Revelations that it says the blood flowed out of the press, rising as high as the horses' bridles for a distance of 1,600 stadia, and that related to the third woe? So you've got a historical record.
Oh my God, you're still going?
Yeah. You switched off, have you? So you've got a historical record, right, that mentions blood up to horses' nostrils. And then in the Bible, you've got, in the same third war, you've got a historical reference that talks again of blood.
Keep trolling. What? Trolling. What?
So, Luke, here's your problem, right? What happened was the book of Revelations was written after 136 AD.
Revelation.
It was written by humans after 136 AD, just like the book of Daniel, just like the book of Isaiah. They were all written after the fact. So they're bullshit. They're not God's divine words at all. They're just made up stories. Yeah, so
you said all that just to say what you've already said. We already heard this last night. We're not here to debate that. We're here to debate whether you are lying or Luke Dog's lying. How about that, Jack?
Yeah, but we solved that. How
about the views go up when I talk, they go down when you talk, so you should talk less. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
Yeah.
My 1 mouth is to be entertaining. Yours is to have your 2 ears fucking learn how.
Luke, we solved the lie.
I'm sick of you two people being so boring. Damn.
Now, Luke, we proved the lying debate by you getting the medical evidence that supports that you got this miraculous cure. Not hard.
Crock and Balls Kramer. What a fucking cool name.
So I leave it get silent. Wow.
Hello. Hey, yeah, Luke, you're the life of the party.
I'm the whole fucking party, and you know that. You people worldwide, you watch Luke Dog each and every night. You watch Bob when Luke Dog comes on. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, hey, Luke.
Why can't you say just me instead of Luke Dog?
What?
Speaking of traveling around the world, you can see your favorite TNA wrestling stars because we're on tour.
Bob, you hate repeating yourself, don't you?
No, perhaps you should turn down the wrestling video.
Oh, what? No, what? Turn down wrestling? This is the most exciting thing that happens all motherfucking week on Destination America. Because other than that, they're playing their lame-ass monster shows and demonic shit. But this is TNA Impact Wrestling live on Destination America, baby.
It's just that we can't hear you properly. Like, it's kind of like...
Is this better?
Yeah, that's...
That's good, because I didn't turn it down. So I caught you.
That's awesome.
Dear. Hello, Cock and Balls.
That's one.
Huh? What's the matter, Lukey?
What the heck, Robbie? You want to come up to me? I'll pin you for the 1, 2, 3. You're gonna
Luke
look up.
Dog don't like it.
See who it is, aren't you? You are. I know you're gonna.
The Luke Dog has 4 channels, more than you.
Yeah, because they keep flagging me, fucking cocksuckers. I keep getting flagged by this YWC group, the wrestling people. That's why I keep making them, because they want me gone so fucking bad. I know they're watching each and every night. So you know what? Fuck the YWC. Fuck the IWC. For those of you that don't know, that's the YouTube wrestling community, which Luke Dog is not a part of. But they all watch and wish they were like me, so they do my ideas, my shows, my stories.
You are kind of funny, though.
Drivers, you fucking assholes.
You are kind of funny because me and Rose...
These motherfuckers, you don't know. They've hacked us. They've come in. They do all sorts of shit to me and King of the Mountain. They fuck with us, and they try and get rid of us, and we ain't gonna stop because we're worldwide. I know it's okay.
I know,
I got
man.
4 channels for a reason. Now YouTube's fucking with that one. That's why I can't make my own live shows on there anymore. So now I got to make a 5th one. But guess what? They keep asking for my phone number. They say I've used that phone number too many times. Therefore, I can't make a 5th one until I get a new fucking phone number. This is how fucking twisted this system is.
And that's Luke Dog.
No, you are...
Luke Dog, the entertaining dog, unlike that lame dog over there.
Religious person. Hey, Luke. You don't...
I don't like religion. I'm in a relation.
You're into what?
Look, you say religion, we say relation. Jesus didn't want 2 hours on Sunday and a couple hours on Wednesday, and you not talk to him for the rest of the week. He said every day. If you actually watch, pay attention, and see, he did not like the preachers of his era, the preachers of his day, these false wolves in sheep clothing.
Luke.
You know Joel Osteen?
Luke,
Joel Osteen, you
Luke,
fucking
Luke,
punk.
Luke.
You don't want to tell him there's a heaven and hell? You're a fucking punk. For real, you are.
You are
You're
I
telling
think it's
anyone the truth, man.
Luke, there is no heaven and hell, I promise you.
Alright.
There is no such thing.
There is a heaven, there is a hell, there is a God. We've already established this. We learned this
No, you
a
haven't.
long time ago, Robbie.
Luke, you've established nothing. Zip, zap, no.
I've established everything.
All you've done is read from the book.
All I've done is change the world.
You're just reading from the book.
Okay, brother. Next time you body slam a giant, then you can talk. But Luke Dog, he's already body slammed every motherfucking YWC giant there is. So you, being the jobber of this group, these smart people with their big fucking words and talking a real boring voice, so therefore we sound smarter when you just sound boring. Luke Dog's done it all already, and I ain't
You're
doing
funny, man.
Man,
Me and Rose were watching one of your
Go
videos,
ahead,
Luke.
Robbie.
And we were
Yeah,
having-
look. There is no heaven and hell. Doesn't exist. It's just not real. And there's no sky gods. Even Jesus said that.
No, he didn't. And you don't believe in Jesus, so why are you using him?
Hey, Rob, you love talking over people, eh?
No. He never answers that question. I love how you avoid it, because you know I just hit you right there. I ruined everything you got. Everything you preach is from the Bible, from Jesus, from God.
No.
Everything you say. Yes, it is. And then you just add in the Romans and shit, which is also Bible, Jesus, God stuff.
No. Pay attention.
No, you pay attention now.
Pay attention.
You are saying
Luke,
Luke, this is what you're doing. You start here. I don't believe in the Bible. You go here. You say the Bible's wrong because of this. You go here and you quote from the Bible now, which ruins the first 2 things you did. To anyone with a little bit of knowledge, they can figure that out. Luke Dog's going to help those out that haven't figured it out yet. This guy is two-faced. He's looping.
Look. Now,
Rob.
hang on, mate. Hang on, Troll. Let me finish and then over to you.
Why can't Troll say something? You don't get his First Amendment right?
Look, well, you made an accusation which was false. I don't believe...
Yeah, you dodged in the question. That was the accusation. You dodged in the question. So answer the question. Why do you use the Bible if you don't believe in it?
I don't believe Jesus... I don't believe Jesus. I know Jesus was real. But I don't use the Bible at all.
Oh, you didn't say in the book of Isaiah, it's written last night when I started saying, whoa, you can't use the Bible. You just said you don't believe it. You didn't do that last night on that live show. Okay, that's right. I forgot. I forgot about that, Rob. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Luke, if you listened, right, which you don't listen very well, you would have.
You said you don't use the Bible. I'm rebuttaling that you used it last night, and you've used it in this room multiple times.
But I use it to show that it's a lie, that it's a fabrication.
You can't do that. That's like saying, here, look at the White House. They say it's white, but it's black, and I can prove it. It's bullshit that they say this is white. But you're using the White House that is white, showing them that it's white. You're showing me that you believe in the word. You just don't get it.
Luke, have you heard of the Quran? Luke, have you heard of the Quran? Luke, have you heard of the Quran? It's the Quran.
I've heard all your New Age Illuminati bullshit speeches, alright? I've watched your videos and I've seen you discredited, and I can ask any of them, even you, how did it all start in the beginning? The very beginning. Where did the first thing come from that came from?
Is the Quran real? The Word of God? Yes or no?
Just gonna dodge every one of my questions. Just gonna dodge every one of my questions. Well, you're dodging my questions. Well, you're dodging my questions. Shut up. You're a loop. I just explained this. You're a loop.
Luke,
you're going in a loop. No, not a loop. Loop. You're going in a loop.
Loop. Hey, is the Quran... Hang on, this is not a hard question for someone that's so intelligent.
Okay, thanks for not answering my last 3 questions, by the way. I wanted to point that out.
Is the Quran real? Is it the Word of God?
The Unholy Quran is a real book that someone really wrote. Yes, it is real. But you don't know the story of the Unholy Quran. That's why you call it the Holy Quran.
So is it the Word of God, yes or no?
It's the word of a demon, I can tell you that right away. And you can join Joseph Smith right along in that loophole too. See, my loops, they connect. Your loops.
If you had surgery to implant a blood clot filter, you may be entitled to a cash reward, even if you haven't suffered side effects yet. Call the Gold Children now.
I'm saying the devil's a duplicator, not a creator. So he's got the holy word over here, so he made the unholy Quran. It's not that hard to figure out if you just keep it simple, stupid.
Well, Luke, that's not correct, because if you actually examine the Quran...
You say that about everything, except for your stupid stuff that you believe in.
Luke, it's because you live a lie. I'm trying to get you to realize you actually do live a lie.
See, that's the problem, because your lie, or wait, you say it's the truth, right? We got different truths?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
There's only one.
That's the dumbest shit I've heard, Robbie, and you better not go there either. I'm glad you didn't go there. I'm going to give you credit on that, because most people say that's your truth. No, there's only one truth, Robbie. Now tell the people worldwide, what is the one truth?
Well, it's not the Bible, and it's not the Quran. It's what's
No, I'm asking you, because you're so smart and intelligent, and you got your big words and your goofy mustache that's crooked. Go ahead and tell the motherfucking fans the truth right here, right now, live. The ultimate truth is what?
It's called the Injil. The Gospel of Jesus.
I'm sure it's going to take a long time to explain it. Let me keep it simple, stupid. Hey, I can give an answer. You can give a bunch of fucking words. That's what you got. Give me the answer. Just one word.
Luke, I've answered. It's the Injil.
Yeah, no, I'm going to pick something that I got to explain so I get to keep boring the people. Come on, Robbie. Hey, Luke. Shut up. Luke. You know the truth. You just don't want to admit it.
Hey, Luke. Me and Red.
I know the truth. And I know that your Bible's bullshit.
Then quit reading it. Quit reading it then.
Hey, Luke. Me and Rose were watching one of your videos.
Yeah, we got some great bits. 1,800 plus views. How about that, bitch?
Luke.
How about someone gets entertaining so that when I'm not here, you guys got your guy that can be entertaining. It ain't going to be you, Rob. I can tell you that right away. Benji's over there being silent, but he's more entertaining.
You're funny, Luke. Me and Rose were watching.
Not funny, I'm fun. There's a difference.
Luke.
I'm just joking, I'm funny.
What am I liking?
Robbie, come here, man. You want to hug it out? Are you upset?
No, I'm fine, mate. I'm fine.
Are you sad?
No,
Are you upset?
I'm not. No,
Did I hurt your feelings? Did I make you mad? Did I get to you? Did I tear your beliefs?
No.
Did I bring up your beliefs?
No.
What? What?
You did nothing. You did nothing. You did nothing.
His favorite wrestler lost. Why? Are you watching Impact Wrestling right now? Because he didn't lose. The match didn't even happen yet. What? What? That was a shout out to Stone Cold, the blasphemous heathen that wants to use 316. You fucking cocksucker, Stone Cold.
Look, did we?
He is a cocksucker. He sucks, Vince. They all do.
Yeah, look, did we
Patterson, Jay Briscoe? Fuck him.
Look, did we cover resurrection?
Did we have a resurrection? Is that what you just said to me?
Did I explain to you how resurrections?
You don't explain nothing to me because it's so boring. I zone out, and you know that. That's what you hope people do. I know it. Like, wow, he sounds really smart. I'm just going to listen and nod my head and act like I know. No, I'm calling you out on truth, and you know it, and that's why you don't want to answer none of my questions. So if you ain't going to answer my questions, I'm just going to entertain the people because they're sick of hearing your dumb ass.
Luke,
comment below and let me know.
Hey, look, what's your question? Sorry.
My question is, give me the ultimate motherfucking proof that you can say your history book that you believe in is true, and no, man, you know they wrote it, so you believe them more than this supposedly holy word of God you call it. Yet you keep reading it. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? I believe you believe the Bible. You just don't want to believe the Bible.
No, I don't. No, it's a load of rubbish. Now,
I believe you do.
You've heard of a guy called Moses?
Yeah, I've heard of a guy called Moses.
Did you know that?
check that out.
Did I know what?
Yeah. Good. Thanks, mate. Now, did you know that archaeologists and Egyptologists for 100 years?
Who's this knackaballs? That's a clever picture.
Wait a minute.
You know what? I can multitask. I'm not boring.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, I'm looking at girl booty. Oh, girl.
Yeah, right. Now.
TNA Impact Wrestling live right now at the Dollhouse.
Yeah. Egyptologists and archaeologists have been looking.
Hey, former Dallas Cowboy cheerleader Rebel. I bet they'd rather hear about that than your boring words.
Well, I'm answering your question, right?
I don't even care about my question anymore. I regret asking it.
No, that's not the way it works. Just listen. Right, anyway, these guys have been looking for 100 years of evidence of the Exodus.
He's talking to want to show you guys and keep you entertained.
Hey, Luke.
No, go ahead.
Luke. They can't find any. Luke, they can't find any.
Beautiful people. And they've been going after the Dollhouse ever since.
Now you're looking at sexy girls at Destination America right now, and you're telling me that's as far lame.
Sorry, man. I just can't hear you over the wrestling, man. It's like you're speaking in an audience. Like, you may be able to hear yourself, but we can't. Luke.
All right, enough.
Well, that's a little better.
Yeah. All right, Lukey.
He's funny at first, but it gets old fast.
If that's you, Luke, speaking, that's because you don't like your beliefs confronted. Luke, you're muted. Oh, well, I don't know how's that working. His sound's actually still coming through, Benny.
Ladies and gentlemen, TNA Impact Wrestling.
Yeah, so Lukey, there's no evidence of the.
Robbie!
There's no Lukey. Good on you, mate. There's no evidence of the Exodus.
Robbie.
There's no evidence of the Exodus. None. Zip. Nada.
There's no evidence that wrestling's fake. None. Zip. Nada. Now you see how stupid that sounds?
Sorry. What did you say?
Smart guy, you don't hear very well. Come here. I wanna lay my hands on you and open up those ears. Come here.
Don't talk shit.
Well, see, what did Jesus say in the Bible about the doubters? He could do no miracles for them because they didn't believe. That's why I'm healed of asthma. And you,
No,
you're on your way to it.
no, Luke, you're lying. Now, Luke.
I'm not lying. I'm lying about lying, though.
No, Luke, you're lying. Now,
No, I'm not.
Luke, what I said to you was simple.
Was I lying about 3 sexy women in a fucking wrestling ring wrestling right now? And you're all wondering where the fuck is TNA Impact Wrestling and why haven't I been watching it?
Yeah.
I didn't know it's took for tits and acid. No, it's total non-action.
Look, what I said to you is experts.
I just told you 6 hot girls and all you want to do is talk boring talk. That's why you don't get a girlfriend.
Experts cannot find any evidence of the Exodus.
Who makes an expert an expert? You? I got experts saying the Bible's true. How about that? Chat, go to that.
How good you go?
But they're believers.
I believe it because you're still talking about it 2,000 plus years later. You ain't talking about any of those other books that I don't even know any of them, but I do know one. It is the 66 books. The Bible. 66 motherfucking books. From 2,000 plus years ago. From tax collectors to fishermen to kings to priests. You're going to tell me all of them lined up. Yet they were all thousands of years apart, not to mention from the poor to the rich, and they all said the same thing. There is a God! No matter what you say, no matter what I say, it doesn't matter what we say, it matters what he says. It's not about the he said, she said bullshit, so come and get it.
He doesn't exist.
Hang on a sec, sorry, I've got a call from Rose. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. He doesn't exist. Right? It's, it's all made up stories, the whole lot. Now, you know that the Greeks and the Romans had their own gods, right? Why aren't they real? Why is your God all of a sudden real?
The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, is that the God you're talking about?
Yeah, it's not real.
So why are you talking about him? I don't talk about Santa Claus every day.
But they're the same. Santa Claus and the God of Abraham.
I don't talk about Santa Claus even during his, unholy days.
Because I know it's a fake. And you've been conned.
Yes, so is Santa Claus, but nobody is making a room on him talking about him every single day. No one says Santa damn it. They say God.
Yeah, but
they say Jesus. It's just a coin of phrase, and the Romans made it up just to make us think they was real. Shut the fuck up.
We could end this quite sensibly, but you won't talk to the facts.
Okay, so you're saying I'm acting like Jesus Christ when he whipped out the Pharisees out of his father's house because they were talking bullshit like you, doing bullshit in his house, and he got mad like a man does?
No,
he spew lies to a bunch of people
never did that.
Gonna believe it. And if you fucking fuckers believe him, you're nuts. As a matter of fact, you're all probably dumber just for listening to him.
Well, you're the guy that believes in bloody fairy tales, not me. You know, people that you've never seen.
Oh, that blood moon last night. The other night, that blood moon, that was a fairy tale, even though 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, everyone was saying how there will be signs in the end times, and one of them was a blood moon in the Bible, and you know this, you cocksucking liar.
No, you're the liar. Now, there's no Exodus.
Did the blood moon not happen? Shut the fuck up. It was on the news. It's been there all year, you idiot. Do not listen to your own fucking lie because there's nonsense. Listen to yourself. Watch this live video and listen.
Look, there is no Exodus. It didn't happen. You only need one lie.
Okay, why do we got pictures of the blood moon then?
That's nature. That's what happens in nature. That blood
and why
moon,
1,000 years ago did the Bible say before he comes back it was going to turn blood red, which has never happened before. which means back then they said that's crazy, that's never happened. Just like before the flood, it's never happened. Guess what? It happened, and only the ones prepared were the ones saved.
Hang on, phone call. Fuck.
It's all bullshit.
You hear what I'm saying? You're bullshit.
No, you're bullshit. You live in the dream world.
I'm full of shit, but I eat food daily. Food you don't even know of.
Okay.
I'm sick and tired of Eric Young on TNA acting like Luke Dog. It's kind of annoying.
Well, all right, mate. But you'll never defeat me ever because I know the true story.
You know what? Come here, Robbie. I know I've been harsh on you tonight, and I know it's okay. I'm gonna do something I've never done before worldwide. I'm gonna admit that you are right about one thing and one thing only.
And help us become carry-out experts. Put your store to the test and carry out large three-topping pizzas for only $7.99 each every Monday through Thursday.
Nothing.
Hey, America.
Oh dear. Now, Luke, if you actually go and do your homework, you'll find that I'm right about the Exodus. It's a fake.
If you actually look at your mustache, you see it's crooked.
Now. The other thing, if you go and look at Resurrection...
No, it's not now. It's when.
If you look at Resurrections, right, you'll find that they're not Jewish, that they came from the Zoroastrian. If you look further, you'll find that...
I really feel like you're pissed because Benny Hill was called as a fake, and I'm telling you, there are real-life people that can lay hands on you and heal you.
That's bullshit. That's a lie.
That's not bullshit. You watched the documentary and you believed it. I saw the same documentaries. Guess what? Many will come in my name, claiming I am the Christ, but I am not he. Do not believe them. Do not receive them. They are false prophets, false preachers, false apostles. Jesus warned us of this.
Yes, but no, he didn't. That was the Romans.
Yes, he did. That was Jesus.
That was the Romans, not Jesus.
Oh, it was the Romans. That was the Romans. Yeah, the Romans from the Bible.
Yeah, the Romans wrote the Bible. The thing that you believe in was cooked up by Romans.
That's where you err. You lack knowledge.
Luke,
You're Hosea 4:6. You're Hosea chapter 4, verse 6 right now.
Luke, do you think people can walk on water?
I think one man can walk on water who used to be here on earth and is still here now, resurrected, waiting to come back. Check.
That's the Romans bullshit. He can't walk on water.
There's no Roman wise enough to predict the future, though, and you know that for a fact, and that's where your loopholes come into play.
No,
because everything scientifically from the Bible has been proven. It's even in history. It is.
No.
Okay, Google this about lying or not. You already know I don't learn to make shit up. This motherfucker won't tell you it's a history motherfucking book. It was brought to America, and one of the requirements was Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy in school before shootings all the time. Why does God allow bad things to happen? Because you kicked him out, America, and that's why Luke Dog's here to say we need God in America again. Otherwise, we're going to have these idiots, because the philosophy of the classroom is going to be the philosophy of the government in the next generation. That's what our people said. That's why Patrick Henry said, give me liberty or give me death, because he would rather live on his feet.
Luke, there's another explanation of why those things happen, and it's simple. There is no God. And people kill each other.
I don't think you even know what God means, the actual word.
I do. I know precisely what it means.
What does it mean?
Now, this is Jesus' definition.
No. I want to know your fact that you just said you have on the dictionary definition. If I were to look up God, what does it say?
Oh, okay. Well, that was probably written by a Christian, and that's not accurate. God does not exist.
Okay, you know
the idea of an eternal being that's everywhere in space and time just isn't true. That's not real.
Says who?
Well, when you look at the book of Isaiah again,
Says who?
in the book of Isaiah it says there's a bloke.
The Bible. So in the Bible it says this.
It says this.
But you don't believe in the Bible.
What I'm saying to you is I'm saying to you I'll show you where the Bible's bullshit.
Prediction earlier as it relates to this Knockouts Championship match between Kato Kim and Awesome Kong.
Keep going. Keep going. I got worldwide fans.
Is one of my toughest opponents to date.
Robbie, I said go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Keep going. Keep the views up, man. They ain't gonna watch if you don't talk, man. They need talking. Otherwise, they're just watching us sit here doing nothing, and that is boring.
Okay, in the book of Isaiah.
Let some other people talk too. Why can't we ever hear from anyone else? This is not the Rob Green
because
show.
Because you talk
right?
over everyone, Luke. That's why. Otherwise I would.
No, because what? We're the two most. I'd rather talk to someone else. I'm sick of Rob. He's boring me.
Hey, listen, mate. Good having a chat with you. I might call it quits for now. Let you boys talk for yourselves.
No, go ahead, man. I was just going ahead. I got people worldwide saying, Luke Dog, you tell them. Luke Dog, you crazy, man. Luke Dog, Luke Dog, Luke Dog, Luke Dog, Luke Dog with 4 motherfucking channels. DAWG. Like, share, subscribe, comment below. Let me know how you feel. Just no PG, no BS, be real, and I am not going to take your First Amendment right, even if I disagree with it.
Yeah, Luke, I want to leave you with a thought.
You're going to leave me with a thought? I'm going to leave you with a million thoughts, so thanks.
Now, Luke.
Do it.
Right. Stop being an arsehole, and if you're going to be a religious person, at least live the life like a religious person.
I'm not religious. I've told you that a million times. I think a smart guy like you with a memory like you would remember that I've said over and over, I'm not religious. I hate religion just like Jesus did.
No. Jesus.
And Dennis Leary, Asshole, is one of my favorite songs.
Right. Now.
Hey.
Be a good person, Lukey. You're an interesting character.
That would definitely contradict Romans 1 when it says there is no one that is good, no, not one. It also contradicts Jesus when a guy said, hey, good master, and he said, why do you call me good? There's only one good, and that's the Father in heaven. I ain't good. I'm bad to the bone. Bad. That's why I need the blood of the lamb.
Luke, it doesn't work that way. You can't go through life.
Oh, I didn't know you made the rules now. Oh, Rob's God all of a sudden. He gets to make all the rules.
No. Luke, these are Jesus laying down the law. He's talking about you being a decent human being. And you're not at the minute. You're a good bloke, I can tell.
I'm a backslider. Did I not say that a million times? Backslider, sinner, does wrong, evil, lives like the world, not a good guy.
That's a cop-out. That's a cop-out.
It's not a cop-out. That's the truth. You can't say cop-out for everything. Not everything is a cop-out. There is truth in the world. Stop denying everything, and maybe you would learn something.
I know plenty already, Luke. Thank you very much.
Come here. I kept saying his name right here. This is perfect. This guy is Robbie. Not that guy. That's crazy guy copying. That's Robbie. You're Robbie from now on.
Okay, mate.
Oh my God, Robbie, I'm going to beat up Luke Dog because he's mad and he's crazy. Oh my God. Oh, he's going. You know what? If you end up beating me up, then I ain't watching this.
Hey, Benny, I'm going to take off for a bit.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're going to stay
right
here.
I am.
All right, get out of here.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, thanks for nothing.
No, you got plenty, mate. You got plenty to think about.
I made you leave twice.
All right. You won.
2 nights in a row. I win. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Luke Dog Experience, where Luke Dog is going to inform you fun, exciting ways to bring to you truth. Truth that here they don't know. But we're going to switch that all around worldwide for each and every one of you. I want you to comment your questions, comment your answers, and a comment coming very soon. Yeah.
Now, Luke Dog, you don't know the truth, so I encourage you not to.
That's what I thought you. I could have sworn you said you were leaving.
Okay, I'm going.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, you're welcome. Alright, so I'm guessing you guys are just like a live audience. You're just there just to kind of watch. So I'm just going to go ahead and hope that God Bulldog ain't the one who starts talking, because I am annoyed by his voice. Comment below. Do you guys like Bulldog's voice? Luke Dog does not like it at all. It's very boring. This guy over here, you're cool. You're cool. You're cool. You're an asshole. But hey, bottom line is, we are here. We all get our First Amendment right. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Like this guy who's in the middle all the time. He just sits there. Scat. Scat, you ever got anything you want to say? Mr. Anderson! This is one of the best wrestlers right now in TNA, guys. Maybe the best. Oh my gosh, I gotta use him now because the Hardys are gone. Oh my gosh, guys, we gotta get ready. I'm about to do a TNA live show. I gotta hear this. Oh, Eric Young just said he was God and he's going off on him for it. How fitting. Mr. Anderson!
That's cool, man.
I love it. He's the guy who came out and goes, I'm an asshole. Yeah, I love this guy. He's an asshole. He literally was called the asshole at one point.
Those guys in the ring want to whoop your ass. There's like 25 to 30 men, women, and children in the back that want to whoop your ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, you guys want to see this too, don't you? Get your TVs on Destination America if you want to see this.
But,
come here. Come here.
I don't like to share.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Destination America right now. TNA Impact Wrestling. That's Eric Young. That's the.
Fucking hell.
Uh-oh, mic check. Boom. Guys, one of those guys only has one leg. He's a former military army guy, whatever. Lost his leg in the war for us, and now he's in TNA wrestling with a prosthetic leg. Does that not captivate you in the storyline? Because if it does, yeah, wrestling is fixed, wrestling is fake. We know that, Nago Bago. The problem is, we are still fucking entertained by it worldwide. By the way, at this time, I'd like to remind you all, like, share, subscribe, comment below. I am Luke Dog. I have 4 channels. The rest of the crowd here in the audience, hey, would you guys like to say anything? Scaff, would you like to talk?
Drew Galloway, Eddie Edwards, Danny Richards, Graham, Lashley,
Yeah, see, Luke Dog has become the show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in just a little bit, me, the Prodigal Champ, if you haven't heard of him, and TNA King of the Mountain, we're going to be doing a motherfucking show live worldwide here pretty soon, within an hour, we'll say, and it's going to involve a lot of controversy. So you go ahead, you watch for that. The Prodigal Champ, go look for him. It's going to be at his show. Or the Prodigal Backup, it could be on there even. Bottom line is, go check him out. Go subscribe to him, and you're going to love what you're going to see, folks, worldwide.
With Drew Galloway, Matt Hardy, and EC3. Now, you know that for months I've been chasing EC3, and I want to be the TNA World Heavyweight Champion. I need to be the TNA World Champion.
TNA World Champion.
I'm glad you're my partner tonight. I respect you. I like you. Couldn't have a better partner. I'll be honest. But Mount Lord, man, I got to do my thing. You know, my motto is Matt Hardy will not die, and neither will my quest for the TNA World Heavyweight title. I'm going to make it a reality.
Wow. What if Matt Hardy does do it?
I love it. I love everything about it, man. I love the fact that EC3 is rattled. I've seen him pacing the hallways.
Hey guys, I gotta go ahead, take the shot.
Fuck it.
You guys remember Matt Hardy, the Hardy Boys?
Yeah, man. We've heard of that.
Matt Hardy going for the TNA World title here, but so is Drew Galloway. Who's gonna win?
This is my dream. My life's work. The dream of everyone.
What else do you like besides wrestling and Jesus?
Sunday night.
The Luke Dog Show.
The world title on the line.
Besides that, what else do you
The biggest match.
Also on Practical Jokers.
Sorry?
You ever seen Practical Jokers?
I wouldn't expect you to feel any differently.
You guys are missing out.
Say again, man. I can't hear you, dude. Over the shit.
Practical Jokers!
Practical Jokers, what? Can I get a translator?
Oh shit, it's gonna be a three-way, I already know. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are on commercial break right now at TNA Impact Wrestling. If you haven't gone and checked out Destination America yet, go right now. Find out. Check it out. It's live right now. You're going to love it. You're going to watch it. You're going to be a new fan. And I promise you, folks, Luke Dog's always going to bring the excitement worldwide, bitches.
Hey, why'd you leave Brittany for, Luke?
What?
Why did you leave Brittany?
What?
Double the savings with 2-for-1 bundle deals at Rent-A-Center. Bundle on a man, a washer, and dryer pair, both for just $17.99 a week. Or bundle an LG 55-inch flat screen with an LG 32-inch, both for only $20.
If I want a car to talk to me, I'll watch that fucking movie with Herbert, the fucking talking car. Right?
I just wanted to ask, why did you leave?
Still just filtering with Britta.
What?
Why? Britta only removes about half the design.
Cars don't talk. Dogs don't talk. Even that hot dog looking thing, Penis Boy. He don't even talk. Scaff, you don't talk. That guy right there, he keeps looking at me. He doesn't talk. Benji, you talk, but only in type form.
What? What? What?
What?
What?
Welcome to the portion of the show where we say what? What?
Why'd you leave Brittany, man?
Legendary John Deere quality,
What?
unexpected low price. See your local John Deere dealer for great savings on the E-Series family tractors.
Whoa! Smells like spaghetti with Johnsonville type.
What?
It's my favorite.
Oh, I was just saying that.
Finally, some music in here.
What?
Oh my god, you're really gonna cut your hair live?
What?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the portion of the show where we watch a guy cut his own hair.
So why'd you leave Brittany, man? If you don't want me asking. Rose says what a lot. My little rose garden. Do, do, do.
Welcome to the portion of the show where someone finally says something. Because there are wait, are there any viewers anyway? Is that why we're not talking? Nobody's viewing us? Is that what you're trying to tell me? We're just going to be silent and hope that viewers join? That makes no motherfucking sense. Why would they want to watch silence? You know what, Bulldog? You want to keep talking. You want to keep blogging your blogs and talking about your fruitcake experiences. Well, you know what, dog? You ain't Dog the Bounty Hunter. Therefore, why the fuck should we be scared of you, you piece of shit?
You tell him, Luke.
I just did.
Ah, crack the music, get on board.
That's it. Tell us more, Luke. Talk to us. You can talk to me. I'll talk to you, dude, if you want.
What?
I was saying I'll talk to you if you want.
Are the half naked men on yet?
There you go. This is a guy we've been waiting to talk. I am. Now that I see your name, I am. At least you didn't go full blasphemous.
It's I am outbound.
I shouldn't have to face
Well, maybe you should plug yourself more often.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is I Am Outbound. If you like this guy being here, sitting silent, go ahead and let him know. But if you want to hear something out of him, comment below.
I don't get it. I'm talking to you, but you don't talk.
No. You are a car. Cars don't talk.
Yeah, I'll take the car off.
I'll be honest with you. You are my version here of Angry Beaver. That's who you are. You're Angry Beaver. You're the guy I banter with, argue with, but I kind of treat like shit sometimes.
There's no car, man. I'm taking it off.
No, but now you're the Angry Beaver of this show, the Angry Bird, if you will, and, you know, I can say whatever I want to him, so.
Yes, you can, but I just want to
call I Am, you're going to be the Sky White version. Bulldog, you're the wannabe Luke Dog here, even though you suck, so you're not even on the show. I'm just acting like even here. Benji, whatever you want to be called, you're obviously going to be the, let's see, Damon, Scott Gale. We've had a few silent ones. They don't say a word, but they type. Anyway, Scaff, I don't know much about you, but you look a little portly, so I'm going to call you the version of Skywhite. You get to be Skywhite. And me, I am Luke Dog. Roof.
You are the alpha.
Let's give it up for her. Come on, where are I? Let's give it up for Luke Dog.
Yeah.
Come on. It's for Luke Dog. Come on, this is for motherfucking Luke Dog. Everybody, get your motherfucking mute off there and get your hands together. We're talking about the one, the only, the man with the plan, the beer in his hand. Hey, each and every single night, worldwide. Tried, tested, and true. True, tested, and tried. Every single time with 4 motherfucking Luke Dog VAWG channels, bitches. DJ Z, though.
I love you, Luke. I just don't know why you won't talk to me, though. That's all.
Oh shit, Kurt Angle's fighting at Bound for Glory? What? What? Kurt Angle! He's back!
How many beers you had tonight?
Alright, the mostly naked guy's back.
Kurt Angle, the greatest wrestler in the fucking world. Olympic gold medal. Winner for America, baby.
Yeah, America. How many
Yeah, go mostly naked guys.
Yeah, America.
That's a gay thing to say, but you know what? Even though I don't agree with it, I'm going to let your First Amendment ride.
But it's America. But anyway, how many beers have you had tonight, Luke? Today, whatever. Tonight. 3, 4, 2, 1.
EC3. Trouble, 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 trouble.
I don't know why you ignore me, man. Rose doesn't ignore me like this.
Not ignoring you. I told you, you're Angry Bird here. You're my new version of Angry Bird when I'm here. And Angry Bird, I ask you questions. You don't ask me questions.
Jeez. Fuck, she said you were like that, but fuck, I had no idea.
Hey, Bulldog, you ever heard of Chris Crocker?
Is he a wrestler?
No. Is that his name, Chris Crocker?
Yeah, Chris Cracker, very clever, very original. Benny, Benji, are the only one worldwide that I'm going to say this to. You're coming to the TNA motherfucking review. Whether you like it or you hate it, watched or not, you're coming in just because we see that? That's what I like right there. We'll have this live thing going. I like this Benny guy. He's silent but violent. Silent but violent.
Can I come, Luke? Am I invited?
Who?
Me.
Bulldog?
No, me.
Angry Bird? We already got an Angry Bird.
No, oh.
I mean, you know what? You can come if you want. I don't give a fuck.
Cool.
You know what? I forgot to grab a beer. Go ahead and take over the show. Ladies and gentlemen, like, share, subscribe, comment below, blah, 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 blah.
Do you mind if I bring a friend with me?
Benny, I don't like he's not. I don't think he's blonde. He used to wear a blonde wig often, but he I think
I've never had a blonde wig.
Not you.
Oh, so the world doesn't revolve around me? What the fuck?
Oh, I know. It's crazy. No, but like he
Oh, cool,
I don't
yeah.
like. Do you really think he's gay, Benny?
Who? Hulk Hogan? Yes, he's gay. Him, Ric Flair, all these characters. This is why I exposed the WWE. You guys never want to listen to me, though.
We're not talking
I'm out
about
there trying
wrestling.
to change the motherfucking world.
We're not talking about wrestling.
I know, but I am, because they're all motherfucking queers in the WE. That's why we have the TNA Brigade.
Well, that's not a surprise.
At Home Advisor, you'll find millions of reviews of pre-screened local home pros.
Home Advisor took care of all of it, and they're there when I need them.
Oh wow, these are great commercials.
Hey, motherfuckers. DJ Z, though. Brr, 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 brr. See Maya. Oh, look at that. He made a motherfucker. He's good at this drawing thing. He made an arm.
Your commercials are way too loud, man.
Yeah, commercials are way louder than the show. I do agree.
Farm fresh ingredients. Step by
Oh, you were subliminally hinting at me to not, you know, like, it took me a minute. I'm just joking. I'm fucking around with everybody worldwide. Because that's what I do.
Luke, you got to turn down the background noise, man. It's drowning you out.
That's what we do, Bulldog. We sit around and we watch.
Trust me, I only got a little bit of limit time, and then I gotta go do some shit before I can come back. So I'm getting it all out of my system now.
Well, I'm just saying, man. If you just drown out the background noise, you should be okay.
prescription.
Then I'm not gonna hear TNA Impact Wrestling. Duh.
You can, man, but you just have to kind of like, you know, maybe turn it down a bit.
Really? You're telling me you guys who sit here and don't say a word for minutes at a time?
Yeah, but you don't talk. I've been talking to you, but you've been ignoring.
I'm just saying, you sit for minutes at a time not saying a motherfucking word. What do you think the people worldwide think of that bullshit?
What else can I do, man? I'm talking to you. You don't.
If you get on here, you can talk more often. You can tell Rob to shut the fuck up.
I did, man.
Oh, well, good job.
Yeah, I did. I was going, Rob.
I'm talking to Angry Beer. I thought I was talking to I Am Bobby Orton.
Oh, okay. Well, you're talking to me. It's all right. There's no difference. I'm just someone else. There's no reason to be like, you know, all uppity and upset and things. You know what I mean?
So is that what I'm known as uppity? Because you guys must be the downities when I watch this show without Luke Dog. Because uppity sounds really good right now. If you guys would get a little more uppity, you guys might get some views in this motherfucker for Benji over there is making cool-ass pictures.
Or maybe if we have a bunch of mostly naked men on here, maybe then we get a bunch of views.
Dude,
like,
why do you gotta talk gay talk? This is gay, man. We do not like gay people, okay?
I thought we were into wrestling.
I know, you're just like Angry Bird. We're into wrestling, TNA wrestling, not WWE. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, Angry Bird. You gotta watch both. See, you are the fucking real Angry Bird. You like WWE over TNA.
So you don't watch the parts with the angry or with the mostly.
You are Angry Bird.
You don't watch the parts with the mostly naked men.
I don't watch WWE. This is man. I gotta explain everything to Angry Bird. So why do I expect anything different? All right, explain it like this. You are used to gay ass WWE that you grew up on. That's how you know about it. I am over here in TNA Impact Wrestling with hot girls and guys that actually got clothes on, yet they got great motherfucking skills in the motherfucking ring. You are used to queers, bunny rabbits, clowns, imposters of wrestling, if you will. That's you. Now over here, Angry Bird, we got sexy bitches. Quite a few of them. And they know how to motherfucking wrestle, and they're like, you're doing it. And if you and your cocksucking hypocrite ways gonna talk about you don't like naked oily men, you're the only one who keeps bringing that up. Why the fuck do you keep bringing that up if you don't like that?
I'm not bringing it up. You got it constantly blasting in the background. Are you saying that you don't watch
I got the announcers talking that have never once said naked oily men, as you have said 3 times now.
And?
So Angry Bird, I'm saying you're gay.
Okay, right, we're gay. Like, now you're repeating yourself again and again.
Oh, you're not happy?
Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm always happy.
Well, then why are you bitching that I'm repeating the mostly naked men thing?
Because I'm not gay. That means 2 things, though.
So you don't. So you don't watch the part with the mostly naked men.
4 days away, anytime you're in a matchup like this, right now, like a beat.
There's no naked men in wrestling.
I said mostly naked.
Yeah, I am talking to him.
Where do you see naked men in red? What are you? You must be thinking of your portals.
I said mostly naked. Like almost not clothed.
So you're saying you don't like men, but you talk about them all the time. Got you.
I didn't say I don't like men. I said, are you saying that you don't watch the part with the almost not clothed men?
Angry Bird, you're the WWE fans. So shut up.
Yeah, Benny, I am.
They don't have. What's that?
No, shut up, Robbie. Just because you come here doesn't mean you get to talk.
That wasn't Rob.
Hey, Luke, I'm getting to you. We'll have you out of that believing bullshit in a matter of days.
You should focus on getting him to turn off the wrestling instead.
Oh, Luke, turn off the wrestling, will you?
What?
Lukey, turn it off.
What?
Luke, turn it off.
What?
Turn it off.
What?
Turn it off.
What?
Turn it off.
What?
Well, the numerous opportunities Matt Hardy has
Turn
had
your
here.
wrestling off.
What?
Turn your wrestling off.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna grab my beer. I'm gonna grab my whiskey. I'm gonna grab my moonshine. I'm gonna grab my cigarettes. I'm gonna grab my bong. I'm gonna grab all of it. I'm gonna take all of it, compile it up in one. And when I'm done drinking down every one of those cans, when I'm done smoking down that bong, when I'm done finishing those cigarettes, I'm gonna take the motherfucking cardboard from the cigarettes. I'm gonna take that bong that I'm not using no more, and I'm gonna take those empty cans of beer, moonshine, and whiskey. I'm gonna put those son of bitches all together, crush them up in a bag. I'm gonna turn that son of bitch sideways and stick it straight up your candy ass.
Turn it down, Luke. Luke, turn it down.
Maybe you need to turn it up.
No, you turn it down.
You turn it up.
You turn it down.
You turn it up.
You turn it down.
You turn it up.
You turn it down.
You turn it up. You turn it down. You turn it up. You turn it down. You turn it up. 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 Everybody in the club getting tipsy.
All right, Luke. Yeah.
Welcome to, shocking as hell is it to me, the most entertaining part of the show is when Rob's here. What the fuck?
No God, mate. No God. Over back to you, mate. I am. Oh dear.
I was wondering what Trollololan had to say.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy.
No, I'm not talking to you, Luke.
You weren't allowed to.
Every rose has its thorn.
He just wants to drown me out for some reason. He just.
Every cowboy has a sad, sad song. Every rose has its thorn. I know, you guys miss her. I still got the honor to talk to her.
Not really.
What do you got to say?
Oh, no.
You just brought something to my memory. At work I was talking about this, and I remember it on the radio all the time. Do you guys remember the song? Da da da. Do 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 do. Da da da. That's all it was.
He won't even say why or anything. He just won't.
Did you ever hear the song or not?
Well, I just got to ask the question. Can I answer the question?
No, I just asked a question.
Okay, yeah, I'll answer. Yes, Benny, I invited her in.
Oh, trolling. Were you on? It's about phone wrong. With.
Hey, Benny, if she comes in, you're going to have to boot
Rose won't come in, guys. She just told me she's going for 30 minutes to go get some beer, some whiskey, some moonshine. Oh, yeah! We're partying tonight. Guys, come on. Face it. Girls want, you know the song. Why do good girls what? Like bad boys. What? But sometimes you want more than just a honey with ass.
Luke's out of his tree.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to remind you to like, share, subscribe, comment below to Luke Dog, Benji. You I like, you're cool, fuck you, but you're alright. And you know what? Each and every person in here, I don't care, it's their First Amendment right to have their First Amendment right for a little bit longer until America's now fucking dumber than it's ever been, which it is, and it's going to be erased. The fall of Babylon coming soon, bitches. Get ready, because this shit's about to get heavy. I just settled on my lawsuits. Fuck you, Debbie.
Yeah, she said she didn't like that about him as well, Benny.
Whoa! I heard what you said, and I know what you're doing, and I ain't even gonna ask.
Thank you. Benny.
Seriously though, what did you say? I didn't hear. Wait, seriously, I missed it. Say it.
No, that was me.
No. I heard hearsay, and that won't even hold up in the court of law, so I ain't even worried.
Hey, Benny, kick Luke out.
No, he's alright.
No, he's not.
The cocksucker that just said that.
Me, Rob.
Fuck you, Robbie. Benny and me, we're fucking tight. He's coming on my show after this lame-ass show. So fuck you, and you're the one laming it up. While you were gone, I had the views up. Ask him.
Hey, bring me onto your show.
No, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. He has his fucking freedom of fucking choice. You ain't taking that away from him, especially on Luke Dog's watch.
You may qualify for significant compensation.
You ain't Hitler. You don't get to tell soldiers what to do. But I'm king of kings. Kings get to tell people what to do.
Yeah, Bulldog, yep. I know.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, D-Generation X proudly brings to you the WWE Tag Team Champions of the World.
Hey, Luke, can we have a chat one day when you're sober?
We can have it right now.
No, when you're sober.
No, you don't want to know. Whatever.
No, when you're sober.
I don't think he's going to be like.
You're only saying that because you know I'm always drunk.
I don't think he's going to be like magically more perceptive when he's sober. I mean, think about the mindset of a man like this.
No, he's all right. I've sensed some sort of. Yeah. Well, all right.
You don't sense nothing. You're a carnal man. You can't sense spiritual things. So don't say you sense anything. You ain't Luke Skywalker, and you don't have the Force.
Yes, I do.
I'm Luke Skywalker, literally and figuratively, and I have the Force.
No. Lukey, you're a bloke that tells fibbies. Now, Luke.
That's Luke Skywalker to you.
Yeah, right. Luke, I sense the goodness in you. I can tell it's there.
Yeah, cool. Because I ain't got no good in me, so that shows you ain't got the ability to sense.
No. No. When I say it, mate, it's actually true.
Yeah, that's in your own motherfucking deceived mind.
Hey, now, Luke, someday when you're sober, let's have a chat, a session with Benny.
I got a better idea. Someday when we're drunk, let's have a chat.
No.
Why don't you have a beer with me?
No.
You want to drink a beer with Luke Dog?
No, Luke
what?
Dog.
You want to drink
Luke
with Luke Dog? What? You want to drink some whiskey with Luke Dog? What?
Luke
what?
Luke Dog.
What?
Luke Dog. What I was saying was, when you're sober, let's have a chat.
Preschool, they didn't talk about skywalking, you fucking idiot.
Hey, Luke, I know you're
Come here, Robbie. Come here, Robbie. Robbie, come here.
Yeah, mate.
Come here. Come here.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate.
Come here.
I'm here.
Come here.
I'm here for you.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
I want to say something. I'm going to say this to you one time and one time only.
As long as you don't bullshit, mate. No lies, no.
I get my First Amendment right, so I get to say whatever I want.
No, you don't.
I get my First Amendment right. You got your First Amendment right, the freedom of choice, with your mustache to be crooked.
No, Luke, you're not allowed to lie.
See, I can't believe you guys didn't call me on that. They ain't the freedom of choice, it's the freedom of speech.
Luke, first rule, no lying. Jesus said so.
No lying? Well, the Lion of Judah's coming soon, and Detroit Lions are sucking. Robbie, I want you to know one thing. I'm always going to tell these motherfucking fans the truth. The reason why you dissed me first and I answered you, you said I passed you in the lobby and I glanced at you like I didn't notice you. Bitch, I had a show to do. Like I'm supposed to be starstruck, come over to you. You better shut your fucking mouth while you're 0 for 2.
All right, hey, I want to read some Jesus talk to you.
You can't. You don't believe it.
I can.
You're not allowed to talk about it. Don't believe it.
I can because.
Oh, so you can talk about fake people. That sounds like a lot of truth. You talk about people you don't believe in.
This is the real.
Let's talk about Santa Claus next. Why don't you ever talk about Santa Claus? Because you actually believe he I think he's real.
Luke, listen. His disciples asked him.
His disciples were written by the Romans, you said, so that means that might not be true.
Luke, don't interrupt.
Yeah, I won't interrupt your lies.
This is the real Jesus, right? His disciples.
You don't believe in Jesus.
His disciples asked him and said to him, "Do you want us to fast? How should we pray? Should we give to charity? What diet?"
Oh my God! Oh my God! Jeff Hardy's a special guest referee! What?
All right, Luke.
I'm sorry, but he quit last week, and Nixie just made him the special guest motherfucking referee.
Let you celebrate. When you're done celebrating. No, it's not Jesus Christ. Wrong dude. Righto, Luke. Jesus said, this is the important part, Luke. This is the part you got to pay attention to. Don't lie. So this is what he's saying. Don't lie. And don't do what you hate, because all things are disclosed before heaven. After all, there is nothing hidden that will not be revealed, and there is nothing covered up that will remain undisclosed.
He needs to grow up still. You know what I mean?
Who's that?
Luke. He's still a bit young.
No, mate, no. He's as sharp attack as anybody.
Well,
no, he's too caught up in.
See, Rob cannot tell a lie when it comes to Luke, Doug, but he can when it comes to the Bible. That is bad.
No, I don't lie. I follow that.
You call Luke Dog a good person. That's a lie.
Hey? No, you are. No, I said I sense the goodness in you, and I'm not.
There's no one good, not one on earth, ever, except for no. Even Jesus said he wasn't. So.
Well, no, he was. Now, Luke, and there are.
Well, you're saying he was so humble he wouldn't admit it. I got you.
Hey, Luke, you got a mother?
Uh-oh.
I got a motherfucker. Oh!
No, do you have a mum that's still with us? A mum, your mother.
You know
I got a mother, hey? What'd you say? Luke?
I said obviously, you know I do.
Yeah. Now, is she a good person, a good mum?
No, she's not a good person.
Okay, apologies. Sorry to hear that. Do you have
in your standards she is, but you have low standards.
No.
Well, God has the greatest standards, does he not?
Well, there's no God. Not the way you think of, anyway.
Why do you keep talking about it?
Hey, Luke.
I wonder if he's up there talking about you right now.
Luke.
Man, this Rob guy, he doesn't believe him. He keeps bringing me up.
Luke, have you got someone good in your life? Hey, Luke, have you got someone good in your life that you call almost saintly?
Hey, Rose.
I do got someone good in my life.
Now don't give me the God bloody thing. I'm talking about.
That's what I was going to say.
I just guess. Hey, no. What I want you to tell me.
What you want me to tell you? Did you hear what you just said? What I want you to tell me is something that fits your own story and beliefs.
No, I don't.
No, you're being opposite of what I believe, Luke. That's not supposed to happen on the Rob Show.
Luke. Hey, Luke. Now, have you got a good person, a human, in your life?
There is no one good on this earth, so how could I have a good person in my life? Think about it. I told you that already.
Well, I have my wife, and she's what I regard as like a perfect person, human.
Of course you do, because you have to say that because you're stuck with her for life.
Oh dear.
That was funny, Luke.
Yeah. he's a card.
Yeah, that was
that's the old ego mind at work. You know, it's very creative.
That doesn't make her good. Does she ever do evil? You tell me you two never got kinky in life?
But that's not it.
Oh, come on, be honest. I know you're doing some dirty deeds down there.
Well, that's right. We've got children, so you have to.
So let me ask you this: you guys ever get real kinky? Like, you ever dominate her, or does she dominate you?
No.
No, you guys have never gotten that. Well, that's probably why she's cheating on you.
Oh dear. Righto.
And last I checked, cheating wasn't a good person.
Yeah. Hey, Luke.
There you go. There you go.
I know that you think or you believe you've got the answers.
No, I believe that I believe truth, and the truth gives me the answers. As I'm literally talking, the truth in me brings it to my memory, just like the Bible said. Because I believe in something, you believe in nothing. So you can go ahead and you can pray to nobody and get no answers. I can pray to someone and get an answer. That's why I don't have asthma.
Luke, I told you, stop lying.
Okay, you can say whatever you want. I don't have asthma.
No, that's bullshit. You're making it up. You made a connection.
Bullshit. Am I taking in the nail right now? My lungs are actually better than they were before they got healed.
Well, if you keep smoking, they'll get worse.
Yeah, I know that they are getting worse. That's why I said earlier I feel like I'm disrespecting God every puff I take, because I know he healed me at a young age, and now here I am doing this shit like an idiot, a backslider, the motherfucker that's talked about in the Bible. There was a thief on each one of those crosses. One of them looked at him and recognized, hey, I'm a foul man, I need you, remember me when you go. And the other one laughed at him.
Yeah, but all you're doing there, mate, and I'll be frank with you, you're just using the Bible as an excuse.
You can't be frank, you're right.
I'm not joking. You're using that bullshit Bible as an excuse for bad behavior.
Yeah, and you're using bullshit books from evolutionists for your you call it good behavior, but it ain't good behavior because your wife's cheating on you because she wants a kinky, dirty guy. So you fucked up.
Yeah, but hang
Dog
on.
says you fucked up.
Hey.
You could have had that bitch with a whip and leather tights.
Luke, what you did, and this is what's wrong with your religion, right? You thought up those ideas in your head without
for money.
without knowing for sure that they're real, but you allowed to think them, and because they're in your head, God must have probably put them there, so they are real.
Let me ask you this: who made weed?
Okay.
Who made weed?
It's
Because man said it was illegal, but God's the one who made it with every herb of the grass, every plant of the field, and he looked upon it and said, it is good.
No, doesn't work that way.
Yes, and then your lame ass came along and said, it is bad. We can't have people with weed in their system. It's going to hurt them. We need to govern them. Fuck you. You don't need to govern me. I don't need you. I don't need Obama. I don't need the Pope. I don't need your guys' lame asses telling me what's right and wrong. I'll find out what's right and wrong when I find the final light. How about that, Jack?
No, you won't. No, you won't. Hey, you heard of a thing called carbon dating?
I heard of a thing called horrible faking.
No, carbon dating.
Horrible faking.
No, carbon dating. You see?
Laugh.
Yeah, no, it's a real laugh. You see?
So you literally LOL'd. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Hey, Luke, we'll have to have a sober chat.
No. No.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. You are not Daniel Bryan. You do not get to say yes, 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 yes.
What are you afraid to?
Over your head. No, listen. Come here, Rob. I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell everyone here worldwide right now.
Yeah. There's no God. Did you hear it? Came straight from Luke. That was the truth.
There is no God for Rob.
No.
That's the truth.
For any human.
No, there's no God for you because you already denied him. You broke the second commandment and you made a God in your own image.
But you
Same
can't...
as a thief, a criminal, and a crook, and he has to hold you punishable by law.
Yeah, but you can't have a God if Moses wasn't real.
Moses was real.
No, but it's not. No.
He was.
No.
That's stupid because yes, you can have a God even if Moses wasn't real. You have a God. It's called your own self. You broke the second commandment, and you know it. That's why you need others to believe you, because just like gay people, they need others to accept them because they know in their own conscience they're wrong. They know it. Just like you know it in your own way. It says many will be deceived because they themselves are deceived. And they will deceive others who will follow them. I'm here to undeceive. You can call me the undeceiver receiver. I am here to undeceive every one of you motherfuckers that are stuck in a fucking web from this fucking fake spider. Get the fuck out of there. What the fuck are you doing? And hey, don't go back again. Get the eye of the tiger.
The spider's pretty cool, man.
Rising up to the challenge of our rivals. Hey, I'm the last known survivor. I stalk my in the night, and these words you will know is the eye.
The spider's pretty damn cool, man. You should meet her and have some beers and smoke her weed. It's fucking bad. It's good shit. She grows
what the
herself.
fuck you're talking about?
I'm talking about what the fuck. You're the one that brought it up. You don't know what you're talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
Sorry, man. Sorry, I fucking accidentally muted.
So I know what you're talking about, but you don't.
You know what I'm talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, anyway, Luke, let's catch up sometime when you're sober.
Hey, speaking of ketchup, great on hamburgers.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was an accident, man.
Benny?
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, like, share, subscribe, comment below if you're enjoying the show. Let us know. We don't give a fuck anyway. No PG, no BS.
Just remember,
Luke,
just remember, there's no...
Do you remember when we saw that day? You said, I love you, so I'll never let you go. Do you remember?
Do you remember? By the way, Michael Jackson was murdered. You know what? I wish Rob would leave. He's annoying.
How you feeling, Luke? All right? How many beers you had, man? 5.
No. I've
Fan
had 2
doesn't-
blue
He
moons.
can't count that high.
He can't count that high. He can only get high. Ho, 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 ho. You're so funny. That was the best joke ever. Ah, you got your presentation ended. That's so funny. You got your presentation ended and you don't even talk. That's how boring you are, trolling. Thank you, Benji.
I talked to you, but you didn't answer.
Hey, you leave Benji alone.
Like that.
Why you gotta fuck with Benji all the time? Why do you guys act like you're gonna take over his shit? You're not. You're not taking over shit. You're looking at the takeovers right here. Yeah, leave him alone, man. Quit being a fucking cyber bully, you ass clown. Nobody likes you anyway. You're just a stupid car. I wanna be Benji. I wanna be Benji. You heard me. You're not Angry Bird. You ain't no Angry Bird, that's for sure. I can't believe I even tried to dub you that. You are not Angry Bird. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get the real Angry Bird in this room just to show you I ain't an Angry Bird. Well, I'm not even joking. You think I'm joking?
No,
I don't joke. I'm getting Angry Bird. No, I'm getting him, and I'm gonna show you who I compare you to and who I now no longer compare you to. You know why? Because you are no Angry Bird. You're not. Angry Bird, you couldn't lace his motherfucking boots. You couldn't even fucking carry his jock strap.
I don't even know how to tie up shoelaces, man.
No, you don't know how to.
No, I don't. I get my carrot.
It's okay. You don't need to. Because you can't. You don't.
Are you going to make fun of my carer that I have to get my shoelaces tied?
I'm not going to make fun of you. I'm going to make fun of the fact that you're weird.
Okay.
You just said you weren't going to make fun of me. Well, I lied. Okay, that's nice to know you're a liar. Yeah, I told you I'm a bad guy. Well, quit finishing my thoughts. I know how to talk. Fuck you. We don't want to hear from you. You're boring.
Okay.
I'm bringing in the real Angry Bird, and then real Angry Bird is going to make you look like an idiot.
That's fine. I'm friends.
No, I know it's fine. I know it's fine. You don't need to tell me what's fine, Chico. I tell you what's fine. You got it?
Yep.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, first ever motherfucking guy to admit that to Luke Dog. He's probably gay. Gay means happy, and I do not sense happiness in you, car guy.
I'm happy now. I met someone.
You're happy to talk to Luke Dog, let's just be honest.
No, I'm happy now. I've met someone, dude. I'm happy now.
Well,
anyway,
it says I can't join. Someone has me blocked. You guys are fucking cack. I'm leaving. You don't want to let Angry Bird in here? Fuck you. You don't want to let Angry Bird in here? I'm out. You guys can fuck off. You guys ain't. No. Why did you block him, you piece of shit? Before I leave, you're all motherfucking ass faces. You want to block my crew? I let you in my crew. I brought the two crews together. We got 1,800 plus views with those either there.
Let's find out who blocked him then. Who blocked him?
No, you guys fucking blocked him. You know you blocked him. I know you blocked him. He knows you blocked him. We all know you blocked him. You motherfuckers are motherfucking blockers.
No, I don't have anyone blocked. I have not blocked anyone.
Who has Angry Bird, Angry Mark fucking blocked?
Who's got Angry Mark blocked, man? Seriously, just unblock him, man. Let him in.
Unblock him!
Yeah, unblock him.
I'm blocking him. See, it wasn't me, bro.
Unblock him, Bulldog. It was Bulldog.
No, it wasn't. Was it?
No,
No
it's
way.
Bulldog. I know for a fact it's this motherfucking Bulldog, or it's, okay, or it could be this guy, but I don't think he even met him. Bulldog met him that one night, and I think it's Bulldog. Bulldog, I swear, we will kick you out, and we will find out if it was you or not. We will exit you out, and then invite him again, and if you don't unblock him, that's what we're gonna do. This is your motherfucking last warning, cocksucking bitch.
I can guarantee you I have no people blocked. I don't block, man. I fucking hate it. I hate blocking.
I don't care if I gotta kick all of you out and bring Angry Bird in here.
I hate kicking, muting, blocking.
No, fuck you. I'll bring in my old crew and we'll actually get ratings and reviews.
We don't care about it.
How do we?
Neither do we, but we'll get it.
I just want to talk to you.
How do we see who we blocked? How do you look at that?
See, you're the one who did it. Anyone who says that is the one who did it.
I don't think I did it. I don't think I did it, but I'd like to see my
I can
list.
say that. Now, how many of you motherfuckers are blocking people? Quit it. You're taking away the First Amendment right because you don't like it. You're fucking sick.
I've only blocked like one person, I think, and I don't know who the fuck Angry
Last
Bird
morning,
is.
oh yeah, Luke blocked him. Shut the fuck up, Bulldog, you cocksucker. I will kick your fucking lame ass out. I wouldn't say bring him in if I blocked him, you moron.
Luke, ask Angry which profile picture is the one that he can't see because that's the person who's blocked him.
Oh, I already know it's Bulldog because that's why he's getting nervous, but I am going to ask him that right now.
I don't know if Bulldog's even here. He ain't said nothing.
He says, hey, Luke. And okay, it says I can't join someone, has me blocked. Whose channel are you on? Benji.
I just want to, like, I'm always
Benny, I say?
talk to you because I think it's important to know the answer. I mean, just to talk to people, like, you know what I mean? And get to know people.
No, we're going to find out right now, guys. Finding out right now, worldwide. Bulldog, you better unblock him real quick.
You tell him, man. You fucking tell him, Luke.
Tell him to. I did. You know what? I'm going to reinvite him. Let's see. I'm going to say try now. And if he comes in, I know it's you, Bulldog, because you already got guilty. If he comes in here, I know you just unblocked him all of a sudden, and you know what? Boom. You're out. You ain't saving your skin. You ain't saving your motherfucking self. We ain't gonna accept it. You want to be Mr. Motherfucking Blocker. The only block we accept is cot block.
Yeah. I hate cop blockers, man.
Wait. Post Angry's profile here. I don't know how to do all this shit, man.
Oh,
why don't you just unblock him? How about that? Somebody fucking unblock him. Whoever has him blocked, that or I'm kicking people out real quick. I know who it is. It's motherfucking Bulldog. Fuck you, Bulldog.
The Angry Mark, alright.
Do we gotta eliminate everyone in this motherfucking room, Benny, just to get him in, and then whoever comes in here will be the one that can't come in because they got him blocked? Because that's how far I'm going with it.
Wait, maybe he blocked someone. Maybe Mark blocked someone.
No, he didn't. Shut up. You know what you did. Alright, hold on. He just responded. It says I can't join. Okay, so Benji. Boom. Let's do it, man. Clean house. Just like Jesus kicked the Pharisees out. Kick these pieces of shit out of here. I'm bringing my crew. You guys are done. You're boring. You're lame anyway. We don't like you. We know your name is trolling anyway, so why do we need you here?
What do you mean? What did I do?
You know what you did. 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 Don't act stupid now.
Why does you know what I did?
Don't act stupid now! Alright?
What have I done?
You're supposed to be Mr. Smart Guy. Act like a smart guy.
Yeah, but you gotta explain to me what I've done, man. If I've done something.
Oh, I gotta explain it to you now. Why don't you just invite the Angry Mark in here? The Angry Mark. That's all you gotta do is invite the Angry Mark here. And I'll block him so he can actually come in and we'll be fine.
No, I haven't got him blocked, man. I've just added him. It says the angry mark. Adding. Yeah. It says adding the angry mark now.
Do it. Do it.
Do you want me to take the screen
up and name. Do it. Quit talking and just do it.
Go look in the chat. The outside.
Man, cocksucking motherfuckers.
But what have I done? Okay, I know what I've done.
You know what you've done. You know what you've done.
What have I done though? You go, I know what I've done. What have I done? What's the charge? I mean, what am I being charged with here?
You had a car for your avatar.
Is that why you don't like me? Because I got a car for an avatar?
Yeah, we hate you because of that. We've all kept it a secret, but we all hate you because of your car avatar.
Fucking finally it comes out. I don't know why he hated me, man. He say that he fucking cars don't talk. Maybe fucking just brings back a bad memory or whatever, man. I don't know. Fuck. Well, I didn't mean to put the car pick as my avatar. I've always had it, Luke.
A bad memory? Is that what happened? Did you get like raped in a car?
Luke, he can hear me. He's just pretending that he can't.
Got raped in a blue car.
Maybe it was off Ollie's. Fuck knows, man. I know what I've done. Okay, I know what I did. Guilty. I haven't done anything, but I don't even fucking talk. Every time I talk to him, you see how he treats me, man. Fucking what the fuck? And he goes, well, what have I done?
He doesn't really give anybody else much of a chance to like. You get like 3 words. That's your limit.
Mm-hmm.
So you better make it count. And like if you say more than that, nobody's gonna hear it because he's just so loud. And then there's the sound.
Why are you talking so much right now?
Because this is the only time anyone would be able to hear me. Otherwise, it would just be overlapping audio.
Sit there
that would
silent the whole time. Talk. Here, the floor is yours for the next 30 minutes. Let's see how good you did.
He knows what he's done.
Like we were just in the middle of talking, and you like fucked it up, and now we're off that topic already. So
you know what you did.
Like, you come in and you fuck up the argument, and then you tell us, or the conversation, and then you tell us to keep having the conversation. It makes no goddamn sense.
Because your bitch ass won't let Angry Mark in because you're a fucking racist.
I don't even know who the fuck that is.
You know what you've done. You know, don't act dumb. You know what you did.
Yeah, he does know what he did.
He did. What did he do?
Oh, come on. You just said don't act dumb. We know what he did, and now you don't know what he did. Man, you're dumb.
Did you fucking block Angry Mark, Luke?
Like Benny, this is what Benny usually does in this situation. He just make a new room, and then like he could pull the audio in from there.
Luke, what did I do that you
and
think
link us to it?
I just want to know. I just think that if you're an adult enough or man enough, you should be able to say it. I'm sure you don't have like little girls' feelings and shit. Like, you know what I mean? I just don't get it. I've done something and I don't know what I did. Last time he said someone's name, man, in a chat. And then
I mean, the only thing I really heard him bring up that was specific was the car and the name Trollolin.
Yeah, that's pretty specific, man. He knows you guys are liars. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he knows you guys are liars. Dummy.
Well, which profile pic, man, is the one that you can't see?
No, he knows you guys are liars. I already know. You got him blocked. You don't want him on the show. So you want to say to him that Luke Dog's the one who blocked you, even though he comes on my show every night. This is how dumb you guys really are.
I don't know why you're calling me dumb. I didn't block him, man.
I'm not the one who did it. He did it. Yeah, I didn't do it. He did it. No, he's the one who did it. I don't give a fuck which one of you did it. You're all fucking losers, and we're better than you, and we always will be. And you hate it because we're getting bigger than you.
Just make a new room, invite him first, and then invite us and whoever.
No, I already know what you're doing. Benji. Come here. No, I'm talking to Benji. I ain't talking to you guys anymore. You're done. You're dumb, and you're done. I'm talking to Benji. Benji, kick every one of these cocksuckers out and watch him be able to join. And let's put the proof in the pudding whether I have him blocked or not. Deal or no deal. Otherwise, I'm wasting my motherfucking time. You guys can have fun. Me and the prodigal champ, king of the mountain, we're doing our show live, worldwide. We're going to get way more motherfucking fan fests than you guys ever did, you infected little fucking infested disease.
We don't care about that. How many views or views there are. It's irrelevant.
No, kick him all out now, and he'll be here in 10 seconds. That's what Luke Dog's saying. Let's see if Luke Dog's lying or not. Let's put the proof in the pudding. Yeah, they can rejoin later if they ain't got him blocked. If they ain't got him blocked, they can't rejoin. So let's put the proof in the pudding. Kick out Bulldog. Kick out I Am. Kick out that stupid Clark. And bring in motherfucking Angry Bird.
Okay, you want to kick out a whole room, do you, Luke?
It's friggin' the fucking Bulldog!
I'll bring 10 other motherfucking people, you dumbass, and they'll be a lot better, a lot more entertaining, and get a lot more views than you.
Yeah,
the triple H!
Let me tell lame ass show. Gotta go.
Let me talk, Bulldog, for a second.
I haven't got him blocked. I got no gun. Don't worry about it. Actually, you know what? Let's see if he can join now. Hang on.
Oh, that would be rich.
I know what's going on. I'm just not saying nothing. Oh, he's got his little...
I have such a hard time grasping that somebody would enjoy being labeled.
He's watching the chat.
What's that?
Well, he's not gonna be happy.
I'm talking to Mark now. He's just doing something apparently. He says I'm fixing to try or some bullshit. I don't know what that means.
I can't wrap my head around being like proud to label yourself Luke Dog.
Oh fuck! Here, hang on.
And we got Bulldog in here too. Like I think I'd support that one proudly, but and it's even worse because it's the AWG version. I wonder if they're aware of that. Like, there's no way he can even be aware of the negative connotation that I'm referencing.
No, he doesn't. It goes straight over the top of his head.
Hey, Luke. Hey, man.
Well, now we can't test it because he came back in.
Yeah. It's all fucked up.
Unblock Luke, whoever it is, unblock angry if someone's got him, while Luke's gone. Then invite Mark in, because Luke blocked him.
Yeah, that's it.
Right? They fucking love this block, mute, fucking kick shit. It's fucking funny, man. I just can't get over it.
It is amusing.
Yeah, it is, man. The only time you mute is when two thickheads are fucking moronically arguing about shit.
I want what he's having.
I've only blocked one person. It was just because they kept repeatedly inviting me to hangouts that I was not going to attend, and I didn't know how else to stop it. It's the only person I can think of I ever blocked. Like, if two people are fucking arguing, I'll just leave. I mean, and it doesn't matter what it is. If you don't want to hear it, you just leave.
Benny, you know what to do when you get the new hangout.
You get angry in there and block fucking Luke. Reverse roleplay.
Yeah, that'll drive them against each other. It'll be like
and drive a wedge between them.
That motherfucker blocked me and he didn't even tell me what. And then the other one's saying the same. Oh, he blocked me and he's blaming me and he did it. It's like Beasley and him. No, I'm Luke Skywalker. No, I'm Luke Skywalker. Did you hear that?
Man,
I was rolling when they were saying that.
That's why Rose left him for me. But anyway, that's another story.
What do you mean by that?
No, nothing, man. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Sometimes I just say shit out loud, man.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I'm not meant to really talk about this yet until someone's happy and gives me permission to talk about it.
How hard is it to fucking join? I'm trying. Oh, click.
Well, if you got like a lag issue, I mean, or like a bug in your device, there's so many things that can go wrong, man. Or it might be he's just got his hands full with something.
Yeah, fuck.
Got to finish.
Oh. Yeah, he's got to finish off before he fucking comes in, otherwise it's all going to go bad.
Got to finish that release.
Yeah, he's got to release that pressure. Yeah. Because he's angry, right?
And you know how it goes. You know how it goes. Sometimes you're like, oh, I'm almost there. And then you're messaging him and fucking him up. He's like, I'm trying, man. Hold on, I'm almost there. You think it's gonna happen a little bit.
Back.
Have you ever had that happen where it takes a few minutes longer than you think it's going to? You feel like it's close, but it's really a few minutes more than you think it is.
What is this? All right, guys, I'm fixing to join. Just give me a moment. What do you mean you're fixing to join? How do you fix a join? What's he doing? Fixing a join. He said that fucking 5 minutes ago. I'm fixing to try. I'm fixing to join.
That's what I told you, man. It's sometimes you think you're like sometimes it just takes a few minutes more. And you underestimate it. You think okay, I got to be like 5 strokes away, but it's really more like 40 or 50. At the very end when you're like going real fast, you know what I mean? Come on. Oh, come on.
Yeah, but here's the deal. He's still typing in the fucking chat. What's he got? One hand on the keyboard, one hand on his cock.
It's that voice.
Luke, just stay for a moment. Just until I release.
He is the trolling.
Is this him?
Yeah, I
Ocean
think
Fire?
so.
Are you Angry Bird?
No,
Oh.
I'm
No,
actually.
no.
Mark.
You listen.
He's got a.
I'm actually Persian.
Yeah, well, he's got like a almost bird-like, some kind of, I don't know what that avatar is, but it seems to be similar to a bird shape.
No, I'm Persian. So
But you're there. There was a conversation before you got here about somebody named Angry Bird, and then you popped in, and I see this possibly bird-shaped symbol, and I was like, "Is that him?"
No.
Come on, Persian. Let's hear you talk. Come on, Persian. Just talk a little bit more. Don't need much. Hey, Benny. That symbol there that it's using is the Zoroaster, famous religious identity in the Persian culture. And it's actually really interesting phenomena. Like that version doesn't seem actually accurate. But that symbol, you see it all through history in one shape or another with splayed legs or an eagle and the wings. And it's the model that they built the angel Gabriel on because they called it a six-winged. So in the original model, it's a six-winged angel. Or six winged.
It does have 6 wings.
Yeah, exactly. So if you read the thing called the Book of Enoch, where Angel Gabriel is first given birth in, and incidentally it was marked as apocrypha, so that means that the religious people of the day said it's not divinely inspired. It talks about a six-winged angel. So it was based on this Zoroastrian, this Persian model. Because the reality is, whether you believe it or not, the Persians owned Judaism. They've owned it for centuries.
The 6-wing thing was more interesting.
It is interesting. Well, actually, I'll see if I can find it. I don't know whether I still got it, but I got a picture of a number of these images that are very similar, and they appear all through history.
Yeah, I'm bored with it already.
Oh, okay, all right. I won't bother you. Oh dear, you folks. You're such hard work.
Yeah, we prize hard work.
Beg your pardon, sir?
We prize hard work.
Yes, yes, indeed you do.
Yeah. Hey Benny, I was trying to ask you before. So do you really believe Chris Crocker is actually gay? I always wondered because it's like he kind of he seems to be playing this role. Like if you were to try to be the most believable, but like the worst, most flamboyant gay man you could think of, like the most horrible stereotypical gay man. Like it seems to me like you would act exactly the way he acts, and it makes me wonder if like he does it so on point that it makes me wonder if he's not just a troll purposefully trying to either just profit off of that personality type or just make gay people look bad because yes, he's a troll. I mean part of me wants to think he is too, but There is a, I mean, it's hard. It's hard not to at least consider it as a possibility. When you watch him, he's also gay. I mean, how can you tell though? Maybe he fakes that part of it too. And actually, he doesn't pretend to be gay. He pretends to be bi. I think he's into girls too, isn't he? Because you watched his first videos. Yeah, but how do you know those were honest? Yeah, but if you're just starting out, like that's the greatest controversial thing to start out with, so that you could like straight male actors will play roles kissing other men. That doesn't prove anything. I mean, obviously his performance was believable. Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Like, yeah, he obviously made it believable, but that doesn't prove anything either. He could have been good at that. I'm not saying he's not gay, but still. Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if he like maybe down the years down the road if he came out and was like, okay, actually I'm really straight. I'm a construction worker in Texas and I have a wife and 4 kids, and he starts talking all deep and like wouldn't it be funny if he came out and was like, I'm really like I was really trying to make gay people look bad. Can you imagine what's that?
Oh, I was just saying a Christian person trying to grew up gays. You know, they'd be motivated.
Imagine all the fans of his that are like flamboyant gay, like he pretends to be or appears to be. I should say. Imagine their feeling when he comes out and says, "Oh, I just faked it all to make you look bad." I think he's definitely amusing. He's like it, like the men that I've met that are really kind of similar to him, though, are definitely not pleasant to be around in person. But like seeing the over dramatic stuff on film is actually very amusing. I prefer the gay guys that are less like, let's put my gay in your face all the time. Like I don't mind if they're gay, but like that doesn't have to be the center of attention everywhere we go.
Hey Benny,
my girlfriend's a fan of him, and he doesn't wear the wig anymore. She's always sticking his videos in my face, but he doesn't wear the wig anymore. He looks more male now.
Benny, can you tell cognitive? Stop that. Can you tell cognitive to? Well, actually, it's Vladimir Putin. Can you tell him to drop my image? Yeah, lol. Ha ha ha. I only said that because I know that he'll resist. But I only said that just to let him know that I know who he is and what he's doing. Please proceed.
I that's pretty much it. He doesn't wear the wig anymore. He hasn't been lately. My girlfriend is a fan of him, unfortunately. No, I mean he's funny. He's entertaining sometimes. Perez Hilton? You mean Paris Hilton? Or is there really a Perez Hilton? I don't know if I've ever heard anything from them. Perez. Biggest gay, okay. Don't tell my girlfriend about it. Oh, she heard me. There's a gay guy like Chris Crocker named Perez Hilton. He's got YouTube channel or what? Oh, BB UK show. He's all yeah, but does he have a YouTube or a Facebook? Because I think that's where she gets the or you get the Chris Crocker stuff from Facebook, don't you? Yeah, there's another guy like Chris Crocker named Perez Hilton, I guess. I'm just thinking now that you know of him, you're going to be sticking all his videos in my face. Like you do with Chris Crocker. Okay, so Perez is like worse than Chris. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, or better, or not as worse. Like I don't know. I guess it depends how you look at it. What? He's for saying the wrong shit to him. Oh, that's funny. I always, I always get a feeling that some of that stuff is staged, though. Drama between the celebrities. It's almost like they plan the next drama. What do you mean? No, it wasn't. How do you know that? That's what. Like, don't you know what reality TV is? That doesn't matter. That could be done for, like, fucking. You got millionaires. Somebody sues someone else and they get like 20,000. It's like pocket change. It's just a. That's like saying. That's like saying, oh, they punished the banks for mishandling the bailouts. They fined the banks like millions of dollars, but they got away with trillions. I mean, how the fuck is that a punishment? So it's. I mean, saying he pressed charge did the other guy get jail time? Is that supposedly the argument? Did he? So he went to some like fancy hotel, which they call jail. Still probably had like drugs and women and. Who's legit? Yeah, I don't know. You can't tell the difference. That's all I'm saying. From what's real and what's the show, they want you to think the show's real. That's the illusion. That's exactly what we're buying. That's what we're going to them to buy from them. I only watch real shows. How the fuck can you tell shows aren't real? That's the whole point. If it's a show, it's not fucking real. The real shows are like some fucking guy from a university standing up giving a talk. It's like boring and technical. Like that's probably closer to reality than anything. I mean, even like Cops is staged. Have you ever been on a reality show? Have you ever been on a national TV show? Yeah, I have actually. Yeah. I'm actually embarrassed to admit it. I did it for the money. I went on the Maury show because I am the father. But they coach you before you go on, so that you perform the way they expect you to. And I got paid. Wasn't worth the money though. Fuck. I thought it was gonna be more money. They can't like. There's like a legal way they propose it. They're not really just paying you to go on there, but whatever. However they word it, I still got a fucking check and a free hotel and whatever. You can. I'll try to get you the episode. Not the whole. I'll get you just the part that we're on. I really don't like the Maury show. Like I figured there would be a larger amount of money in it by the end, but that was the main reason I went on there, was for the money. I remember talking to the producer when we were there, and I was like, "Yeah, I really don't like this show," and he was all surprised. He's like, "Really?" He probably doesn't run into that a lot. Yeah, they even separated us, and they like put me in a green room and had these strangers come in, these girls, and they're like, I didn't think about it at the time, but I bet you that was the room where like they try to catch you hitting on somebody. It's weird for me when I watch the video, because it's like I said, they like coach you so you act a certain way. It's like it's so unnatural. It's not honest. Like at the end of it, I like jumped up out of my chair, but that's one thing they're adamant about. They're like, you have to get out of your chair. So like normally in that situation, I wouldn't jump out of my chair, but yeah.
You said a minute ago that cops is it fake? That's the police thing where they arrest people, right?
I mean, it's probably. Hold on one second. It's probably like the people probably know they're gonna get caught, or
it's all paid. It's all fake, man. All those shows.
Like,
tell me how do you fake that? Like I've seen that program where they're chasing cars up the road, right? And the car smashes into another, 3 or 4 cars. The cops run out with fucking guns out, yada yada yada. How do you fake that day in and day out? And on top of that,
I mean, maybe particular scene isn't fake, and you can also have like, if the cameraman gets to a guy and says some things to him, and they just cut that little part out. You're not gonna like it. They influence it as much as they can.
Well, just tell me something. Do you reckon the cameraman runs up to the guy and says, "Get up, man! Run fast! I need some more footage."
Oh yeah, I bet you they do. I would not be surprised at all. I mean, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? Like, this is your fucking job, man. You need to get the fucking dramatic shit.
John,
Are you
listen.
gonna fucking do that?
And I'll plug you the video, right? Fucking in Sydney, man, there were these two levos going to court, this son and the dad, right? And the cameraman was for Channel 7, and they weren't reacting. They were acting civil and courteous and that. So the fucking, one of the cameramen goes, under the breath, he goes, "You fucking terrorist," like that, to get a reaction. And fucking the young kid went off, you know what I mean? He was like, "Oh, my dad came to this country and worked his ass off, you know? And you fucking call him a terrorist, you dogs like this?" He went off his head, man, to get a reaction.
Oh yeah, okay. Look, listen. Okay, I want to because I'm not. I've seen it on TV. I just need to ask Outbound here. You know that you've obviously we don't get it over here anymore. We used to get Jerry Springer, right?
Yeah,
now a lot of people say that's all fake.
It is.
How do you fake all of these people, all of these actors, to come on a show and make a fucking toss pot of yourself?
Because
how do you do that?
First of all, they'll like you don't have to do anything. People will make up shit on their own just to get on TV.
Yeah, they're method actors
and be on Maury and say like I've
talked
to people. I talked to people who were friends with each other that made up shit just to go on there, and on top of that, like I said, when you get there, they're coaching you. They're telling you what they want you to do. They're telling you they want you to be like, they don't say the words that I'm saying, but they want you to be over dramatic. They want you to be over the top. They want you to get the crowd involved. They want you to do the shit that makes those shows famous. And of course they're going to encourage you to do that, because if they can spend less, and then they're going to have to waste more time creating more footage to get the parts that they need that will actually make it onto the show. So,
where are they getting
how much footage they need?
Where are they getting the people from? Are they
fucking
adding the paper and saying disgruntled fucking couples needed?
What sells? This is what sells on TV. This is what sells on TV. Every time you see the Maury show, that's them getting more people. The people fucking watch the show, and my girlfriend just calls in. She loved Maury, so she called Maury. I want to go on there. They want to be on.
I don't know that show, so it's probably best you don't talk to me about that one because I don't know about it. I do know about Jerry Springer. Just if you can concentrate on that one because I know a little bit about it.
It's the same thing though. It's the same fucking thing.
All right, where do they get the actors or the people? How do they do it? How do they go about finding these people?
I just told you they don't find them. The people call them.
What do they say? Oh, look, I've got a fucking disgruntled fucking girlfriend. She's caught me out screwing around. I want to come on your show and I want to fucking blabber it to everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? That's the last thing I want in my life, to fucking go on national TV to tell everyone, oh, guess what, I'm having a fucking divorce.
You've never seen that shit on Facebook?
No.
People want to make that public. Well, you must have a very good set of a circle on Facebook, because there's a bunch of shit smut on there.
I don't.
There's a bunch of smut on there. You're missing for that.
There probably is, but I'm not. I haven't got Facebook. Period. Anyway, but in saying that, you know, like I can watch it on YouTube if I wanted to, if that's the case. If you know, like put me a link into the Maury show in the side chat, so maybe I can see like 4 or 5 or 6 shows. And see if are they you reckon they're similar to Jerry Springer, right?
It's like toned down Jerry Springer. It's like Jerry Springer without the violence and less cursing.
That's no fucking fun. I want the violence. I like to see it. I like to see fucking.
Yeah, I mean, Jerry Springer was basically taking like stuff like the Maury show, and then and I don't think Maury even started it. Like this stuff goes back before Maury, but he's been doing it for a long fucking time, and he's like prime time, like the free television channels in America, prime time, middle of the day television. He's been there for a long fucking time. I think he still is. People are just eat that up in this country. Jerry Springer's like the same thing, but it's like late night, and he's ruling the airwaves then. But there's more people watching during the day, I think.
I put it
Here's
this
a
way.
video.
I like it when it's, Jerry Springer says, like, it's something like, how I went out with a fucking transvestite for 2 years and no one, and I only found out yesterday and I'm really fucking pissed off. This sort of fucking bullshit. How the fuck couldn't you know it was a fucking transvestite? Are you stupid? Then they get on and then they fucking start blabbering, yeah, I didn't want to tell you that I was a transvestite. Sorry about that. It was, if it wasn't for you fucking putting your hands up my fucking skirt, you still wouldn't know, and all this sort of shit. It's just,
I hate bringing.
I want my engagement ring back. It's like, what the fuck?
I have to say that out of all of them, Jerry Springer definitely had more appeal to me because it's like if you're gonna do it, like it's not really entertaining to me unless it is something extreme like that.
Everything was extreme. Everything.
The Maury Show is not like I feel so white trash being having to let I went through that, but I guess it is what it is. It's what I can't stand about myself.
Let me tell you something. Let's say I went on a fucking dating spree, and I met a fucking girl, and she turned out to be a fucking transvestite, and that is the last thing in the world I would want to tell the fucking world, how I went out with a fucking transvestite for fucking 6 weeks, and I bought a fucking.
Some people they don't have. Yeah, like I mean, I didn't have enough respect for myself, I guess, at the time. But my main focus was I needed the money. I wanted the fucking money. I wanted the free hotel and the free trip to New York. But it was like.
Oh, okay. So tell me, Jerry. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but let's say I had a story to fucking tell Jerry Springer how I went out with a transvestite. How much would he pay me to come on the show?
I don't know. I think that may be why I was disappointed is because I'm like, if you watch my bit, like I'm pretty calm-headed, and they don't. That's not what they want. I think if you're like if you can get into a fist fight with that transvestite and rip his wig off, and like they'll probably give you more.
Oh, okay. So what do? They give you a base payment of fucking $100, but if you get on stage and start fighting, they'll double it. Is that the case?
I think I got about. Well, let me see. There was they give you like $25 for food each night that you're not home.
Right.
And then they give you I think it was like $200, but you get like 100 in a check and 100 on a prepaid Visa.
Right.
Something like that.
And that's
for like that was for it's probably this it's probably a little more on Jerry Springer because you're doing something like if you're gonna do something more wild. But that's probably the minimum, that's because I was calm-headed. If you do something crazy, you might get more. Another thing is too is like the crazy ones. Those are the ones they want to come back in for an update. So then you get a check again.
All right.
Every time you do
when you were on the Maury Show, is it been uploaded on YouTube where I can see it?
It's the links in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, is that the one where you were on? Is it? It says Maury Lawson.
The girl's not an actor. It's just. I mean, that's my girlfriend, but she like I'm just saying, like I said, they took her back and they like just were really mean to her and got her. That's why she's all sad and crying because they fucking made her cry and then stuck her out on stage. I mean, yeah, they come to you and they do they fucking psychologically analyze you. I mean, there's not like I can't prove this. There's no like official process, but these people come in, they look at you, they're paying attention, and they try to figure out what your fucking game is. And once they figure out your game, they play it and play it to their end. They want peak drama. And like the cuts of the stories that they took from me, like they even like if you I don't know if you know what B-roll is, but That's what they called it. That's the first time I had ever heard that. But the like, you notice how when you watch the Maury show, like they have this like opening where they'll show you maybe a little bit of clips from the show, and then when they go into the show, it's like a backstage interview with the people separately, and then they have them people on the stage, and then they'll be talking to them on the stage, and then they'll play maybe a few more or maybe they'll repeat some of the clips from backstage, and then later on they'll reveal more of them, and then the on stage one comes to a climax, and then anything else after that is probably just a repeat of some of the same clips. But the backstage portion of it, which is what they called the B-roll, they sat me down in front of this camera and asked me all these questions, and like I would answer the question, but then they'd be like, okay, repeat it, but just say this part of your answer.
Oh,
they wouldn't say. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
So like
say the end bit. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah, say the part that's really dramatic, but cut out that other fucking nice, makes you look calm. You know.
Yeah. So,
and then they edit it. And then, like even after they're holding your hand through all that shit, then they go back and they edit it, and they don't even use everything out of that. So like there's shit that they cut out that I said, and I'm sure they did the same thing. And I don't even know I don't know what she said that they cut out either.
So is it done in front of a live audience?
Yeah, but they're telling them what to fucking do. They tell them when to cheer.
So
they tell
boo and all this sort of shit.
There's a fucking lady that's standing there screaming at them, and you don't hear that shit you don't even hear it when you're watching the show. And and even though there's a live audience, like I couldn't fucking see. Not just can't see the audience, I couldn't see. The lights are so goddamn bright. Like I couldn't fucking see anything. That's you wonder why. You want to know why these people on Jerry Springer fight all the time and they miss so much, because they can't fucking see who they're hitting. Can't see a goddamn. So they're all got blindfolds on.
I like because every time I hear it, it's like Jerry. And it's like, what the fuck's going on here? Is this the same audience day in and day out doing the same shit? They all do it.
They coach them.
How much does it cost to be an audience member? Do you have to pay to get in, or is it for free?
I don't know about that part, because I have no interest in that part.
Don't you want to get up in the stage and go, Jerry?
I wanted, I doubt they pay for your hotel and all. Even if it's probably not free. You probably got to pay to be in the audience. I don't know. Even if it is free, even if I doubt they pay all those people. Like they're not gonna pay the audience.
No. Of course not. No, the audience. I reckon the audience have to actually pay to get in, whether it's like $5 or whatever it is. But what is it? A 1 hour show or a 2 hour show? What's the story?
I bet you they groom every audience member too.
Oh right, so they probably say like when fucking someone holds up a fucking sheet or whatever, you got to start screaming out Jerry.
Yeah. It's probably not long, because they would take less coaching, I'd think, but.
Oh, of course, because they've been watching on TV for that fucking long. They probably go, I don't need to see that. I know what to do.
Yeah, that's why I came here. I came here to yell Jerry.
Yeah. What's the name of that fucking bodyguard?
I told you the producer was surprised when I told him I don't like the reason he's surprised is because everybody who comes there loves, like, they want to be there. They're like, oh my god, I'm so happy I'm gonna get to meet Maury. He's like, aren't you excited to meet Maury? I'm like, no. Like,
edit that out. Say yes. Say yes, or we're gonna take $25 out of your fucking paycheck.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. That's why I only got the little one.
Yeah, and if you really, really like him, we'll give you a $10 bonus.
Yeah, if you give him a blowjob, we'll give you an extra 20.
Yeah. I just what amazes me is where the fuck do they get? You know, like I can't believe people would want to ring up and say, "Listen, I want to spill my guts about my life story, how I got fucking my ass busted open, and I want to tell the whole fucking world what it felt like to have a fucking big rubber cock up my ass." Why would you want to tell people that? You know?
My thing was like number one, I got a free DNA test. They paid for that.
Oh wow!
I got the free plane ticket. I got the free plane ticket. I got a free hotel. I got free food. I got a $200 check. That was my main motivation. But yeah, but other people, like they're like, I mean, that's what they're on there for, is what you just said, like to tell the world the worst fun. Like that's they don't give a shit. They probably would have done it for free. You know, they probably would have paid $20. They could have called up there. Maury could be like, well, it costs $20. They'd be like, all right, where do I send it?
Oh, fucking hell.
But they probably would pay.
Because I started watching it, right? And then they had the Jerry Springer, I think it's called the R-rated version.
My girlfriend said she asked him about it, and it was the audience gets him free.
Oh, okay.
But they probably don't get a plane ticket.
No, of course not. But then again, they'd have that many fucking locals there. They probably got nothing else better to do. It's like, come on, let's go to the fucking Maury show because we'll go to the Maury show straight after lunch. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll see you there. Of course you're going to go if it's for fucking free. They're probably knocking back fucking people left, right, and centre because they can't fit them all in.
Man, you know what else? You know what else they do? You know how like you ever notice how the people like they run off stage back in the hallway?
Yeah.
And they're like checking the doors. They do this thing where like right before the show you're like in this green room, and then they take you out, and it's kind of open, like you can leave the green room and go to the bathroom. And there's people coming in and out. They bring food in and shit. And then you once you're on the show and it starts, they like go in the back and lock the doors. So that's why they're always breaking down in the hallway, because like you don't always see them at first because they run back there and then the cameras are chasing, and at first the cameras are still in the studio. And a lot of times you probably don't see the part where they're like pulling on the door, but then they get around the corner and they find the girl and she's like collapsed in the hallway. That's why they do that, because they can't. They're like, shit, I'm fucking locked in here. They lock those. It's like almost a form of torture. Like, let's get them at their peak anxiety and then lock them in and stick a camera over them. Like they're fucking monsters, man. It's crazy. They're like poking a dog in the cage and like,
yeah, don't feed it for a fucking few days, no water, no food, and see it go fucking crazy.
Jab it with a stick. Look at this, Tommy. Look how pissed off he is.
Look at him growling and drooling at you. Look, keep poking him with a stick.
Here, you poke him.
Yeah, start teasing your fucking dog.
Go get some food, and we'll hang it right in front of the cage, and then we'll poke him some more. Yeah, that's what they're doing, though. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Because I just find it amazing how they, like you say, people can't wait to tell the fucking story. It's like, why would you want to tell your fucking story? It's like, it's one of the worst. It's a bit like saying, well, how I had sex for the first time in my life and I caught fucking AIDS. It's not something you want to go spouting out to the fucking whole world about it. But these people can't help themselves. They need to tell someone about it. It's stupid.
They gotta tell the whole world.
Yeah, but not on the Jerry Springer show, for fuck's sake.
For them, that's like the primo place to do it. I mean, everybody's got their version. There's like the Jerry Springer, then there's like the Maury show, which is like a more kind of toned down version. But then there's also a toned down version from that. There's what's that? Dr. Phil.
Oh yeah, he's he bores me shitless, that guy.
And if you're real controlling, you could get into this personality. What's the other guy's name? There's one guy that's like, he looks like a big bodybuilder. He's bald and he's like, I'm an ex-cop, and he like, these guys, these pieces of shit that come on the show that do bad stuff to their girlfriends or whatever. He'll like get in their face and be like, "You're a little bitch now, huh?" And he's like mean to the mean people. So it's kind of extreme, like Jerry Springer, except in a different way because the host is more aggressive.
Oh man! But these punch-ups up on stage. I've actually watched the R-rated version of the Jerry Springer show, right? And you can actually see in some cases where there's contact. Like with a punch to the face, and it's like girls pulling other girls' fucking hair out. I've even seen them where they're ripping each other's fucking bras off and fucking all sorts of shit. And it's full on.
Well.
And I'm going.
This is another way you can see it's fake. No, this is another way you can see it's fake, because if you watch the Maury show, they're like on the violence thing, really on it. Like if you tried to pull something like that on that show, they would have the bodyguards up there much quicker, and you'd be pulled further apart. Like they're a lot more successful at making sure that doesn't happen, and they also like coach you beforehand, telling you no violence. But I would imagine the Jerry Springer show's coaching is different because it's a different audience. So it's like that if you watch their bodyguards, like they take longer to respond. They don't pull them as far apart. Sometimes they don't pull them apart as all. They just kind of stand between them and then take the hits themselves at times. It's like it's you can obviously see that like they're allowing more of it than Maury does.
Yeah, but their reaction time to it is like like it's almost like, oh, I don't know if they're going to hit. It looks like it, but they're not going to. Hang on, no, I don't want to get up on stage yet until it's getting no. And it's almost like they wait for the first hit, and then they come
on the Maury show. It's on the Maury show. If they get a hint like that, they're already up there. That's what I'm saying. And plus, the people have been coached beforehand not to do it. Whereas I doubt they're saying that on Jerry Springer.
Yeah, but do you think I don't believe? Put it this way: when they do fight on Jerry Springer on the R-rated version, it's like, I think the way I see it is like the bodyguards are like being caught off guard, if you know what I mean. Like, because they might have done 10 shows this week and this is the first fucking fight they've seen for a while, so they got caught off guard a little bit. That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know. Maury, if you like you said, you haven't seen the Maury show, so I don't know if you've had the contrast to see the difference in security. I mean, the Maury show, they're not going to have two guys up there standing between them getting hit. Like they are a lot more aggressive in stopping the violence on the Maury show.
So you know what I'm going to search for?
On all the other ones. I mean, think about Dr. Phil. Like, you're never going to see that shit on there.
Oh, no. He's just like a fucking fucking breakup, and, like it's all... No, he's just cool, calm, and collective, and it's like, how she broke my heart, and, or how violence is going to be stopped, I'm not... Okay, that's just for fucking mums and dads at home going through a fucking rough time. But,
I mean, he's still all about the drama. Yeah, but it's just different. It's just a different level of the same thing. It's still drama. Like Dr. Phil, that's all his show's about. It's just like a even more professional version of the Maury show.
Yeah, I see all of that.
Adultery and but that's what I'm saying is it's like you can tell they like they're producing a specific type of content, and they're going to do everything they can to make that kind of content fill up most of their recording time. They don't want to be recording shit that's not that type of content, or they're wasting their time and they're going to have to film fucking more, or they don't have a show. You know what I mean? Like, people think reality television, like if you ever been... Have you ever watched, like, let's say Pawn Wars is one of them.
No.
if you turn that on, like people bring in like really cool shit to pawn it, and you get like a history lesson. It's pretty cool shit. But then like the other 50% of the show is like this employee's bitching at this employee about something, and to me it's like it's so obviously fabricated. I bet it's not obvious to everyone, but like they have to have the drama in there no matter what it is, what type of reality show it is. They've always got to stick some sort of drama in there. And I guarantee you, if they've got a group of people who are pretty calm-headed and aren't dramatic people, they either don't have a show or they're making shit up. They're like, you know what I mean? They're encouraging them, like getting in their ear, like, hey, that motherfucker said that about you. How do you feel about that? You know what I mean?
Okay,
like, didn't you ever think about that shit he said?
Yeah,
they've got to have something, or they don't have a fucking show.
Oh, I agree. There's no doubt about it. Have you ever? I think you've got the same show. We've got a show over here called Neighbours at War. Have you got that?
I don't think I've ever heard of that.
All right. It's about like for instance, I'm living next door to my neighbour, and my neighbour might have this fucking big tree in his backyard, and it's growing over my fence. I go up there, I cut the fucking tree, he gets pissed off, he starts throwing fucking branches over my fucking backyard, I start throwing bricks over his backyard, and it's fucking like, it goes on like that, right? That's a program that we've got over here, like their Neighbours at War. It might be fucking like he's playing the drums at 12 o'clock midnight. When he starts playing his drums, I get my garden hose out and start squirting his fucking garage. All this sort of shit goes on, right? Now, that's no setup. Yeah. And there's that many fucking complaints. Like, oh, he parked his fucking car on my fucking, out the front of my house, and fucking, the list of fucking...
You think there's no setup. You think there's no setup, but the part you're not aware of is that, like, that guy actually never really did anything about the loud music in the garage until the producer of the show showed up on the scene when because they wanted to hear what the dude was calling the show and bitching about, and he's like, oh, he's fucking playing loud music at night. Why are you taking that? What are you gonna do about that? You know what I mean? Let's get the cameras rolling. You're gonna do that? Oh, okay. Let's get that on. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you think that it's not fabricated, and in a way it's not, but it's coached. Is my point. That's why I say it's fake, because it's so coached. And I guarantee you, if they come up with an idea that would be a good skit and nobody's called in with it, they'll probably get some actors. Like, if they think of something that's going to get ratings, you know what I mean? Like, let's just get some actors and do this one. Like, some of them could be coached, some of them could be actors, and how the fuck are you going to tell the difference?
Well, okay, here's one. I saw one, it was a while ago, and these two neighbours were fighting each other, right? I don't know what they were fighting about, but one of the neighbours, he went to the extent of getting some sort of a fucking... He had probably a $20,000 fucking surveillance fucking system. His cameras were pointed in his backyard. He had cameras at his front yard. He had cameras pointing at the other guy's front door. He had fucking surveillance cameras. Put it this way, better than the fucking police force have fucking surveillance cameras. And I was going, oh my God, this guy's got this guy monitored 24 hours a day. Now, I don't believe that the fucking show went out and fucking bought him fucking, 10 TVs and fucking 20 fucking video cassette recorders just to fucking put that on. He actually pulled out. I reckon that's what he
did. I mean, like I said, some of it's probably just coached, and some of it's acting. And how could you tell the difference between the two? I mean, I'm not saying that it's all acting, but how could you put it past them?
Oh, I agree. I totally agree with you with the coaching side of it. Like, you never want to spoil a good story with the facts, right? But in saying that, sometimes I don't think any coaching required. It's already fucking gone.
That's why they...
Like, this guy who had all these cameras set up on this other guy's backyard, it was like, my God, he's got a better surveillance camera system than a fucking jail fucking has. Like, fucking hell, this can't even drive out of his driveway without being caught on camera. And it was all just to fucking catch him on camera fucking throwing something over the backyard, or fucking, driving over his front lawn, or fucking anything like that. It's like, I'm going to catch you You know what I'm saying? And then he pulls up. See, look, there he is. He's walking past. He stole it. See, I told you he stole my fucking paper. I knew it all along. I got him on fucking camera this time. You know, this sort of nonsense. So I'm going, fuck, $20,000 fucking dollars, right? Catching some cunt pinching a fucking $1 paper off your front lawn.
Yeah, but how do you know, like, okay, how do you know they don't show up, interview this guy with all these cameras, and then go to the neighbor and tell him about it, and the neighbor's like, I never did any of that. And they're like, well, how about we give you 500 and you go steal his paper tomorrow.
Oh yeah, here's 500. Go and pinch this fucking paper on the front lawn. Yeah.
Benny,
that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you know?
You don't. But you got to draw the line somewhere. Like, you don't know. I agree with you 100%. But
with TV shows like that, like, it's just fucking like you can't take any of it seriously. There's no point in even trying to differentiate.
You guys are ridiculous. I can't talk to either one of them. So I don't know why I'm here.
You're a fan of the Maury Show?
No, I hate television.
Oh, okay.
I think it's programming to keep people indoctrinated into stupidity. That's why they call it programming. Get it? Programming. They're programming.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Well, I mean, you watch shit like the Kardashians and you think it's relevant to news. So it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Actually, most of the news stations on their live broadcast cover stuff like the Kardashians. It's a non-news story, not news.
We were talking about reality shows.
Still, that's not. Oh my God! You guys watch this fake built crap that's supposed to mean something? Come on.
No. We're talking about how fake it is.
Like Jersey Shore? Yeah. Bunch of bullcrap. Why pay for cable? I don't understand. It's there to indoctrinate you into nothingness. It's making sure that you are so preoccupied with bullshit instead of understanding what the real shit's going on. The more time you spend watching that shit, the less time you spend watching the real shit.
I think they're more worried about making money than programming people. I mean, they want to program you to buy their shit. That's about it.
Make you a shithead. Shit for brains.
Well, yeah, making you a shithead makes them more money.
Yep, that's what evolution does. It's all a lie, man. Everything's out there to just disprove Jesus Christ. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of money in that.
No, there's no money in that.
But a lot of people are doing it anyway.
That's why all the money's fake anyway. It's printed up every day with nothing. Our dollar is losing money every day with different countries. Our dollar is about to collapse pretty soon.
Every dollar's losing money and about to collapse pretty much.
So what are we going to do? Turn to one world currency?
They'll just print more like they have for 100 years.
That can't keep going on forever.
Why not?
You gotta catch up to them.
I don't understand why they can't.
Print no more money. You're not even gonna have the money. You're not even gonna have the money to print money.
I mean, when we say print money, what we're talking about is like type digits into a computer, and I don't see why they can't always do that.
Until people realize that the numbers that they're typing into the computer are falsified and wrong, the same way that Stalin used to work that way.
I don't know. I mean, some people already are aware that the shit's just a big fake thing we've made up, but they still respect it. So I don't think that is going to collapse it. We're all pretty dependent on the system.
I mean, it's already happened a couple of times. During the Great Depression, it's already done. It's already happened. So I mean, it's going to happen again.
Yeah, and they brought us out by printing more money.
Mm-hmm.
And they created welfare systems, printed a bunch of fake money, and then they've been feeding that fucking welfare system with fake printed money since then. And in the future, they'll print more fake money and feed the welfare system some more.
Well,
I
here's
don't
the
see
thing
why they
about
have to
fake
stop.
money. When you print fake money, you're actually the rest of the world holds bonds on and stuff on that fake money. So you're promising other countries.
If they sell the bonds, they don't even have to. They can.
Not just bonds.
I mean,
I'm
they really
talking
don't
about
even have to sell them.
fake money has consequences because then the rest of the world is going to see how weak you are because you're printing fake money. The same way Hitler was printing fake money in a way.
No, it's not.
Everything.
The rest of the world is printing fake money at the same time. They're all printing. We got a fractional reserve system in just about every
Not China.
major country. So
Not China. China actually has
yeah,
some
China.
money.
They have gold reserves that they say they will back all their dollars with, but America said they had gold to back their shit. Did we? And then they abolished the gold standard as soon as somebody called them on it. So just stating that doesn't really give you any. And I don't even know why gold is such a great thing to fall back on, anyways.
Right.
I mean, all of the systems are fractional reserve. They're all fake and made up. Even if you represent it with gold, it's still like gold only has the intrinsic value that gold has. It doesn't change by the value, arbitrary value. Like it's still a fake imaginary system. It doesn't matter.
And you're going to disagree with this statement right here, but I believe the most powerful resource on the planet is people, because without people you can't do anything. There's no, So I mean, it's all about making the people.
I don't know.
Because without people you can't get gold and that kind of stuff. You have to get everybody.
It depends on the people. I would say that like somebody who has a lot of high demand skills would probably be valuable, but somebody who's a paraplegic is kind of worthless unless we stick some fake arms and legs on them. I don't know that that's really true. I mean, most people are pretty fucking dumb. They like you give them a IQ or EQ test, they don't rate high. They don't have any technical skills.
The paraplegic could be Stephen Hawking, though.
Huh?
The paraplegic could be Stephen Hawking.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, okay. What if he's mentally deficient? Then is he really valuable? If he's incapable of doing basic calculations, is he really going to be that valuable to us?
I said Stephen Hawking, of course he would have a purpose. Yeah.
I think that people probably were a lot more valuable before we had so much robotics and we needed a lot of dumb manual labor. But now that we really don't have a need for that, people are definitely become less valuable. A lot of the masses are becoming less valuable.
Are you saying Albert Einstein was less valuable?
Albert Einstein is not a low IQ person that you would stick in a manual labor job.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So not everybody's made for manual labor. Of course, there will be.
Yeah, but most people aren't Einstein. Most people are made for like manual labor. That's pretty much the highest they're going to achieve.
I don't agree with that. I believe everybody can turn. I mean, some of the worst people that grew up in the most horrific situations as manual labor workers ended up as some of the smartest geniuses. A good example would be Tesla.
Yeah, some of them. I wouldn't say most of them did that. Most of them are fucking idiots that aren't going to go anywhere.
Well, I wouldn't. I don't like the way you put that, because I wouldn't say everybody is. Everybody has potential.
I said most people. I didn't say everybody. I said most. The majority of people.
How do you tell? I mean, over time, is it through genetics or something that people are going to be dumbasses automatically because they come from a certain line of people that are dumbasses?
I mean, it's really kind of impossible to know for sure, but just based on, like I said, IQ tests and EQ tests, we can make an estimate. That's probably the best method we have so far that I'm aware of anyway. And you can also, people are generally pretty aware of their own skill sets. You can just ask how many, when you run into people, are you an engineer? Are you a rocket scientist? Are you a physicist? Are you familiar with?
You know what I'm saying? You can have really stupid parents, but be a genius. An idiot savant.
Yeah, you can, but most people aren't.
Yeah, but I would deny. I wouldn't deny anybody that chance just based on genetics and whatever you're saying, and through all this other testing.
I don't know how we don't deny them I don't know how I would give somebody a chance. I don't know how I would even do that. I don't know how I'm denying them a chance. I'm just saying that, like, some people don't have a chance because of the environment they're in. It has nothing to do with anything I decide. I mean, that's just.
I would doubt that too. Some people that are born in Somalia turn out to be doctors.
You don't fucking know me, dude.
Just saying, like a lot of people. I mean, I think it's so random. It's hard to actually base a system on. We might make some estimates or something like that, but the variables are so random that it's so
just because somebody smart comes from Somalia doesn't mean most people.
I didn't say most people, but I mean it's still hard to judge that. You can't say that this anomaly just breaks the whole thing just because something random happens.
And being smart doesn't make you valuable either, unless you have used that intelligence to acquire skills that are useful and applicable in the real world. So
course,
it's not just about. Most people are not ever going to be capable of acquiring skills like that.
Most people aren't going to be capable of doing mathematic equations, but I'll tell you what, they can't go out there and throw a spear at exactly the mathematic angle at a lion to kill it, like an African, what do you call it? You know what I'm saying? That has nothing to do with anything, but they've been doing
That's
it.
not a valuable skill anymore. That's not a valuable skill anymore.
Well, not anymore to you, but to them it is.
Yeah.
If a lion or some kind of animal is coming and attacking your family, and the only thing you have is a wooden spear, of course you better know how to use that thing mathematically. How much power you got to have behind it? What kind of wind there is? They know all this stuff. They're very smart people when it comes to this stuff. So they may be intelligent in an area that is irrelevant to you, but they're still intelligent.
I don't think throwing a spear is something that's. I guess that's a type of intelligence, but it's not one that's really applicable in most areas, and even somebody in that area, like,
it takes intelligence to survive all the crap that they went through.
I would think if you live in an area where there's tigers and you don't have a gun, you should probably get out of there. Why?
To still be alive today through lions and Western civilizations and all this other stuff, that takes a lot of power. Did you know the British were defeated by the freaking African warriors?
How often do you see lions in your neighborhood?
See, no, that's a not to quitter argument. I'm telling you that these people survived with basic weapons, basic understanding of things, because they understand things that they are more intelligent about than we are. Go out there and what if you live in Canada or somewhere like that and a black bear attacks you, what the hell are you going to do? I'll tell you what, a warrior from freaking Africa, like I forgot what the name of it starts with a Z, but man, they will kill that thing in 3 seconds. They already know how to do it. They're not going to like back down. They've already been trained how to kill an animal like that.
Mm-hmm. And some people, I would say most people, are probably unable to learn that skill.
Why can't they hear what Benny? Oh, anyway, go ahead.
Like, I would say most people, like, even if you put them through a training course and then pit them against a bear, they'd get eaten.
Not these guys, man. Not a bear, but I'm saying like the stuff on the African plains.
People.
If you put somebody, a fat American that has never done any kind of combat or anything like that, just somebody that's a couch potato, plop them in the middle of Africa with a spear and a shield, they would die within like less than a day.
Right. So most people don't have those skills.
They don't have those skills. So the people that do have those skills that have lived in Africa actually are more intelligent than we are because they have those skills.
Even worse than they don't have those skills, that if you tried to put them through the same course, they would not acquire those skills and they would still get eaten. Like most people are going to fail.
It's not about genetics, it's because of teaching. It has to do with the way that they've been taught all their lives.
That's why I'm saying most people aren't valuable, and that's why I'm saying that TV's just making money and they're not making stupid shit to make you stupid. They're making stupid shit because there's fucking stupid people out there that are buying it.
that think that they could do something like that. Some fat American that's going to get ripped open by the biggest lion you've ever seen in Africa, like a 600-pound liger or something. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They're meat by then. They're just meat. It's like a futuristic game show like Blade Runner. You know what I'm saying? Where you put people in ridiculous situations and you think that they're going to live and it's not controlled.
Well, I was talking about just all the smut. Like, that's where our conversation started. We were talking about TV going to stupid people. You were saying that TV's trying to make you stupid.
Would you agree that WWE is stupid?
Yeah,
See what I'm saying?
I would. But Luke Dog likes it. Or no, wait, I don't know.
You know
said
what
there
I mean?
was one. He said he doesn't watch the gay one with the.
I like Undertaker. Undertaker as a real dude in real life is a nice guy. I've met him. One of the Undertakers back in the 90s, you know what I'm saying? Because there's multiple of them. But I met the original one, the big dude. You know, he's huge, man, in real life, believe it or not. The Rock in real life is huge. You wouldn't believe how big these people are. And that's why I respect them. I don't respect them because they were on a TV show. Man, if they could rip you in half, literally. That's how big they are. They could probably rip your spine apart if they had that much power and anger and steroids behind them. Undertaker, one-handed picking up people, that takes a lot of power. I know it's just a show, but one-handed choke grabbing people up in the air like that, oh my God. You have to, you got to understand, that power is insane.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my, now that's why I respect him, not because it's a show, because if you could one-handed pick up like a 200-plus pound man, oh my God.
It just always seemed homoerotic to me.
Yeah. It definitely was.
I don't understand why guys don't see it. Like, it's crazy how this like manly man mentality is wrapped around it, and they're all like growling and grunting, and it's like I don't know. Luke Dog was in here, and I was bringing that stuff up, and he was telling me I'm gay, and because I'm bringing it up, but he had his shit blaring in the background, and he starts telling me that I grew up on this version. I don't even know what he called it. Like he obviously he's familiar with it, but he was trying to say I was the one that grew up on it, and he said that's the one with the mostly naked men. I watched the one with the girls. But then he kept hollering about. I mean, they sounded like men's names, and he was rooting about somebody who won, and it was like, well, isn't that the fucking mostly almost undressed men right there? He said his version doesn't have that, but then it sounded like it did. I don't know how having women in it makes it not homoerotic. I don't think that's a bad thing, but I do think Luke does. And that's what I don't get is how guys who would be opposed to homosexuals would be involved in something that's so homo. I mean, I bet gay guys love that shit.
Nah, I don't think so. They think it's I don't think gay guys get into kind of that male bravado stuff. Like, they get more into, I mean, there might be some gay guys that love WWE, but I don't really see too many of them. They think that's like a chauvinistic pig kind of thing or something. I don't know.
No, I'm saying like the ones that don't care about that part of it. Even those ones probably think it's so fucking hot, like to look at. Like if you're a gay guy, you're gonna love looking at that shit.
I don't know. Most gay guys I know think that's like, especially the girly ones. Because, I mean, like, my wife cuts hair, so unfortunately I have to deal with these people. But, and my cousin's gay.
I mean, so just because you know a few gay people that don't like it doesn't mean that when those images come on, they're not turned on.
I don't know. Maybe. I have no idea. But I'm not going to explain that. I just can't believe that these people think that having a sexual relationship with somebody of the same sex is called love. Love is a highly misunderstood word.
Oh, no, I don't want to demean the gays. I mean, nothing against gay people. I could, like I said, I know Luke is probably very sure he's not gay, but he's sitting there praising men who get like mostly undressed and get rough with each other in a ring. It's like
you could equate that to football too.
No, because in football they're clothed.
Yeah, but I mean it's pretty gay when the one dude hikes the ball underneath his ass to the other.
Yeah,
dude.
I don't know. You're right. Actually, you're right. Most like a lot of those sports are pretty gay. Like it's all kind of gay. It's all like
the kicker looks like a fairy. He's like
it's like big strong man praising.
Right.
That's what women are supposed to do.
Sweaty dudes tackling each other.
He slammed him. That's so awesome. He's my fucking idol now because he was the bigger man in the ring. So you like the bigger man. I mean,
you don't remember when they used to teabag each other almost?
I didn't. I've never watched shit like that, so I can't. I can't say I remember it.
They would go over their head and be like, "Yeah, beyond."
I know what a teabag is, but
I mean, like they would shake their genitals at him and be like, "Yeah, I got you, man."
I know what teabagging is, but I've never really, like I said, the wrestling thing has never really been my thing. Even real wrestling, like just sports in general.
Well, I mean, fake wrestling is bad enough, but real wrestling, like high school wrestling, oh my god, that's 10 times worse. The dude's balls are hanging out. Like you could see the impression on the skin-tight uniforms that they use. It's like, come on, man.
I could see more justification in the guys that do it because they're trying to be the man. They're trying to be the better man. Like I'm stronger. Like it's about self-improvement kind of. But the fan who sits there and goes, "Oh yeah, Stone Cold Steve Austin," like that guy, the one who's just the outsider, he's just man praising.
What about the UFC though?
You're just worshiping another dude.
What about the UFC?
The UFC? That's football?
No, Ultimate Fighting Championship. It's MMA.
The same thing. I mean, I have more respect for that because they do martial arts and it's like a lot more. There's a lot more to martial arts, but they really don't go into that end of it on the show though. So it's still like it's not far from.
I seen Anderson Silva high fly knee somebody in the face really hard one time. I was like,
yeah, oh yeah, he's so awesome because he needs someone. Let's praise him. Let's worship his manliness.
Well, I'm not gonna worship his manliness, but
what else is it? I don't know. Like to me, that's what it is. Huh?
Are you a feminist?
Am I a feminist? I think that I'm more of a fan of the woman figure, but there's nothing wrong with loving man praising. But I'm just saying.
You ever heard about Ronda Rousey?
There's nothing wrong with the man praising. I'm just saying, be honest with what most men aren't honest with themselves. That's what that is. I don't involve myself in.
Ronda Rousey is a MMA fighter in the UFC, woman.
Yeah.
So what do you think about her?
I don't think anything. I don't even know who she is.
She's the top of the UFC female fighting MMA skills master.
Yeah, I mean, she's probably awesome. We can women praise her.
Oh, you think it's sexist?
No, I don't think it's sexist. I'm just saying what it is. It's just like if you're saying, "Oh, like this dude's fucking awesome because he need a guy in the face," that you're praising his manliness. That's what it is.
I don't think it's that way. I'm praising his fighting skill.
Yeah, I mean, right. You're praising his fighting skill. He's so awesome. Let's praise his fighting skill.
Well, I mean, you could equate that to Jackie Chan, Jet Li, Bruce Lee. Do you like their fighting skills? Or?
I like, yeah, I mean, but I don't sit and like I don't praise those guys either. I'm not like a huge fan, or I like Jackie Chan movies because they're full of comedy, but I don't. I mean, that would be like a form of man. That would be a form of man praising, I guess, if I'm into Jackie Chan.
It's not
But,
really into like Jackie Chan could
for his
whoop your
comedy
ass.
because he's a man.
Could Jackie Chan whoop your ass in real life?
Of course he could. I'm not a martial artist, but comedy is not something that's seen as like a ritual for what do they call that? Like there's this social measure of your manhood by how much you can kick the other man's ass.
No. I mean, that's just one aspect of it. I mean, intellect is another. I got you. We can all be like Stephen Hawking, right? Like I was saying, Stephen Hawking. You know, he can't whip anybody's ass, but he's smarter than most people are.
Yeah, but intellect is, I mean, that's not, it's like that one's easier to respect. It's not like
somebody has to be smart to know how to whip your ass.
I mean, you can be a man praiser with somebody who's got intellect too, but I prefer to praise good ideas rather than the man who came up with them. Whereas fighting, like fighting isn't something being able to knee kick someone in the face isn't something that I would praise.
Well, I think it's not just the physical art of fighting, but the mental thing, like the art of war. When Musashi mentally outwitted all of his opponents by doing certain things. Like one time, he sat in the woods and pissed the guy off that he challenged to fight by not showing up for the fight, and the guy actually went.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't.
So that takes intellect.
That's not has no use. That has no use in UFC.
Well, it does because you can taunt your opponent until they get tired. See what I'm saying? Actually, a lot of UFC fighters know about the art of war.
That's not really the same thing. Yeah, I know. I'm sure they do, but
it's all about tiring your opponent mentally and physically. You're trying to taunt them to where they're going to do radical, irrational things until they get tired, and then that's when you attack.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually screw with their mind like a Jedi mind trick almost.
Mm-hmm. A Jedi mind trick.
Fighting's more about a mental strategy than it is a physical strategy. In some cases, in most cases, actually.
Mm-hmm. I still would say that I still would say that I have less. I would still say I have less respect for that form of intellect.
It
probably was extremely valuable.
Yeah, I mean it's a trickster way of doing things, but that's how you win. You outwit your opponent, whether it be intellectual debate or physical confrontation or whatever. Outwitting your opponent is more is better.
I'm not a fan of intellectual debates. I much prefer like what would be called an intellectual discussion rather than a debate. I hate how it's always got to be a battle and someone has to win and someone has to lose.
I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about like William Lane Craig versus Hitchens or something, or Dawkins.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm not really a fan of that stuff either.
I kind of am because it taught me a lot of lessons. It taught me that two people can have two totally separate sides, but also agree on certain points. Like when John Lennox got Dawkins to agree that Jesus actually existed.
Like boxers agree not to kick, but we punch each other in the face.
You know, yeah, by accident. Sometimes they do bite. Sometimes boxers bite each other's ears off.
Like when you're talking about fighting, if it's not praising the man and it's praising his fighting intellect, that's still something. The fighting intellect is something that I would have much less respect for than a man who has a technical intellect.
You could just be way smarter and win the fight because you're smarter. It doesn't matter how much brawn or
Yeah,
anything else.
but I don't think that's anything that deserves respect.
I think intellect deserves respect.
And most people aren't like, most people don't praise the form either. They don't say, "Oh wow, the execution of that thing was really they say the guy's name. Oh, he's fucking awesome. He fucking did this. They don't. That's why I call it man praising, because it's
I praise the intellect behind the man. It doesn't matter what man it is. It depends on where he got his intellect from. As we know, there's hardly any original thoughts left on the planet. So, I mean, we all may have something similar to an original thought, but it's very much becoming very rare to find original thoughts over and over and over.
I've never heard you praise wrestling. I thought you said you didn't like it. You said you
I
don't
don't
like
like.
it.
No. I'm not talking about wrestling. I'm talking about UFC. UFC is different than wrestling.
Well, all of it. I'm talking about all of it, I guess, even football.
Well, yeah, anything on cable television. Yeah, basically, it's all a distraction to lead you away from the real things that are going on. Like how they're passing bills underneath your nose in Senate without nobody ever even questioning or knowing about it, because nobody turns to C-SPAN or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't have cable.
But, you can watch all this stuff on the news. That's also fad media. But the internet and TV are very similar. It doesn't matter. It's just, all this stuff is junk. Now they feed you junk after junk after junk.
The internet is a bit different because you can choose the content. That like, I shouldn't say you can choose. There's a much broader diversity of content to choose from, because like on television there's a lot of channels, but it's still like there's there's a set number of channels, and there's on the internet that like every website is a channel, every YouTube video is a different channel, every like there's millions and like it's the same thing but exponential as far as your choices. So there's shit on the internet that you're never going to get on TV.
Yeah. TV, internet, yes. There's at least you can look up the sources for what some bullcrap Wikipedia page says. You can actually scroll down and look at the sources that they're using for Wikipedia. So it's like, that's Wikipedia is not allowed at any college that I know of. Anytime you use Wikipedia in any kind of source, they discredit your entire assignment in every single college that I've ever heard of. So Wikipedia, it's funny because you can look at the source for Wikipedia in that kind of analogy and understand where the stuff was written from and get your own interpretation instead of what some biased Wikipedia writer wrote. They would actually much prefer the sources that Wikipedia used instead of...
The internet has a better feedback loop too. You can't comment on a TV show. So
Yeah,
like
true.
so there's a disconnect between the producers and the audience. They don't have as clear a picture of what the audience wants to see or how they feel about what they're watching. Whereas the internet, people can respond, so there's a lot clearer.
Finally, me and you agreed on something. My son is screaming in the back room. I'll be back tomorrow later. Man, I'm sorry I had to cut it short. I do have stuff to do, and I love talking to everybody here. And I'm going to tell you the truth, I love everybody, and a lot of people hate when I say that, but I really do, man. I love us as individuals because you and me have a different mind. If me and you had the same mind, I think I would, disagree with you. But anyway, have a good night, man.
Have a good one.
Where'd everyone go?
to watch wrestling. Yeah, you still got that blue car on there. You haven't learned your ways.
Fucking, hang on.
You haven't
Say
learned
again?
to change your. You haven't. I said you still got that blue car on there. You haven't learned to change your ways.
That guy hates me, man. He fucking hates me. It's like the nicer you are, the more they hate you. I fucking love it.
I can't stand that fucking wrestling. The type that he was watching. UFC I have never really criticized. Talking to Neo, he kind of made me think of criticisms for that shit that I never really applied to them before. But fucking wrestling, it's just so. It's the drama thing.
Man, it's pre-scripted. Fucking hell.
It's just so over the top dramatic. It's like it's for preschoolers.
It is, man. Do you know when I snapped out of that in primary school, like when I was about 10, because I knew it was fake, and I was like, this is fucking boring.
I never got into it. I never was into it. I had friends that were into it, and I would just like, I don't know. I never really like it was. I remember it being on, but I never really picked up on much of it. I don't know much about very much of it because it was just so droll to me.
Yes, bunch of wank. You gotta be fucking redneck and shit to be into that. You know what I mean? Monster trucks and wrestling and all that shit.
Yeah.
Hands and fucking those tied up tops. You know what I mean? All that shit, bro. It's just fucking.
My toddler is too. He loves monster trucks.
Yeah, it's good for that.
Yeah, I know. It's like for him, it's like I can
Yeah.
see the appeal.
Once you hit adult, you gotta kind of like.
It's kind of funny when you think that some fucking grown up person is on the same level.
That's funny, man. When I was his age, I was doing shit. I was working, fucking doing on cars, fucking going out, doing shit, man. I'm not doing this shit. You know, that's why I don't get it. Oh, fucking hell, Benny, stop it. But yeah, I don't really get into that shit, man. It's not for me.
I did get into like football, but I had a family and like actually I had like my circle of influence was mostly into football, and I think that's where it mostly came from. Once I graduated high school, I started really tailoring away from that even. Like I kind of like now I just feel like all sports are just kind of just a waste of fucking time. I don't know. It's the same thing every year.
Yeah, it's a load of shit, bro. Yeah, it's a load of shit. It's alright.
And I often wonder how like people like the big thing with that WWE or whatever, like I don't know what the fuck it's called with the
And you'll find
that over the top wrestling. What's that?
I was going to say, you'll find that people aren't watching sport, but actually getting fitter nowadays by training, and they're just fucking not worrying about it. That's why.
Say that again.
People are training more these days, right? Than they are, and a lot less people are watching sport. So they're going out and doing stuff now. A lot of people. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, they're not just sitting around, you know. Well, they are where I'm from.
They put so much money into subsidies for that shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, sport's a bit fucking. I don't know, man. I know when that guy comes in, that Luke, he starts talking about himself as Luke Dog. I think it's funny, man. But I just want to know why he does that.
It was like you know. At first it was funny, and then it kind of got old. But then he'll do something again that's funny. I don't know. The Luke Dog thing gets old fast, but then he'll say other shit that's funny.
What did I do, Luke? What did I do? What the fuck is he angry about?
I mean, it's crazy though. Like when somebody told him he's funny, he's thinking like he's a comedian and he's telling good jokes. But it's like, no, we're laughing at how dumb you are.
Yeah, he's pretty funny. Oh,
That's
he's
why
not.
you're entertaining. It's like a fucking dog running into the wall.
That's true, man. It's fucking too easy, man.
I mean, sometimes he's pretty witty. Actually, he says some stuff, but it's never anything serious. He's got witty insults. That's about it.
Yeah, it's funny.
I always wondered. Like, I got to a point where I wondered how fixed things were. Like, if that fucking over the top wrestling is fixed, like, who's to say fucking baseball, football, like that shit's probably all hugely manipulated too.
Of course it is.
Why the fuck not? NASCAR. I would I mean, if like, I can't say that I know for sure it is, but if I had to cast my chips somewhere, I would bet that it probably is. Even if it's just a slight amount of influence in just small areas, at a minimum.
Of course it's fake, man. Not all of it, but quite a large chunk of it.
They have I imagine they have an influence, but it probably doesn't always go their way. And there's probably multiple influences trying to make it go their way.
Oh, yeah. But wrestling's the funniest, right? It's not fixed, it's scripted. So
it's like more than fixed.
Fixed is having a go, right? But then losing at the end, right? Or something.
Right.
Totally scripted, man. Fucking hell. It's funny.
Like ballet.
I don't really get it, why they do that. It must be people like it, I don't know. I never really liked it, man. When I was a little kid, and that was it.
I never even liked it then. I remember going to my friend's house and he's like, "Oh, this guy," like, he had the action figures.
Say something.
Like, what's that?
No, nothing.
So like he'd have the video. He'd always be trying to get me to play with like his fucking toys and his fucking video games, and sometimes I would do it, but it was like
it's Neo.
I was just going through the motions.
What's that, Benny?
Hello, Russ.
Ooh, that look, Doug?
Nope, it's Neo.
It's Neo. How you doing, Neo?
What's up?
Nothing much. What are you doing?
Who is this?
It's Google speaking, actually.
Me and Benny hacked the world.
You and Benny what?
Yeah, we're talking for each other right now.
Cool.
What's up, Russ?
What are you talking about?
Where's Russ at?
Who's that? Where Rob's at?
Oh, who's in there? Who's in the room?
Me. I am outbound. Scaff. Luke Dog. Wait.
Oh, it's the room I left.
Yeah.
It's Brett Keene's old room.
Is that Brett's old room?
Whose room is it?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought this was Benny's room.
Benny's room.
I cannot confirm.
Oh, is this Rob? Am I talking to Rob?
Hey, mate. What's up?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, yep. Have you heard of the two wolves, Neo?
Yeah, I can't hear who's talking.
Can you hear me?
No, not the two wolves.
Well, your challenge, mate, in life is to prove it wrong.
No, it's not gonna work. You'll see after. Like, there's no way I can prove it to you. You're just gonna have to spend your time telling people it and seeing that it goes nowhere. It's just it's a vague, it's a vague nicety that's not really gonna lead to anything.
No, but here's the thing, mate. I promise you, because it's a reality, you'll never be able to prove it wrong, ever. As long as your ass points to the ground, you'll never prove it wrong. So you can make all your generalizations, but they mean nothing.
That's a bit of that cognitive dissonance, huh?
No, it's not. It's a fact. I just take the fact. Well, the fact will always remain. Like I said, as long as you live, right, you will never be able to prove it to be wrong. I promise you that.
It has no, even if you're right, like, it has no consequence in the real world. Like, it doesn't have a pragmatic application.
Hang on, Vladimir, go get out. Vladimir, get out. Benny, kick him, please. He'll come back in as Vladimir. Once you kick knife, so it's not banning him for the room. He's got all these bloody accounts. But just kick that one. Benny, it's okay. Come on, Benny. Kick cognitive dissonance. Wait, oh, okay, all right. My apologies. Sorry for being impatient.
Just let him stay in here and tell Neo about the two wolves.
Who the hell's Neo?
That's who you were talking to when you first came in. You asked him if he heard about the two wolves. He was talking through Benny's account. I don't know if he's still there or not.
You're exactly where you need to be. I know exactly who you're tapping into. I know exactly what you're doing, and you're on the right track. And I was like, okay, cool. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And they thought it was going to be a big debate. It was going to be so funny and hilarious and blah, blah, blah. But really, it was just went the way, I was like, look, you believe in Jesus? He goes, yeah. I go, okay, so do I. I don't really care if you think Daniel was a fake chapter in the Bible, or if you think John was a fake chapter in the Bible. It doesn't matter. You believe in Jesus. That's our strong point. Let's just go there. That's all that matters. Everything else.
You believe that? You believe that about John or anything? Or?
No, I don't have to. You believe whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me. I still believe in Jesus, and so do you. Okay, great. Let's just get home. Let's just get home.
Good on you, Rose. Rose is a good lady. Benny.
It's Neo.
Hey?
I mean, it's like what you said. We don't always have to agree on everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're going to disagree 99% of the time, but it's that 1% that sets us apart as unique human beings.
Right.
Bullshit. Can they hear me? I'm hearing fibs.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, well, I'm hearing fibs from you folks. There's no such thing as the idea that we're unique human beings.
No?
No, that's it. That's the truth. That's the reality.
What is?
That we're not unique human beings. Now, hang on. I have to qualify that. Physically?
No, I said we are unique human beings.
Yeah, well, I disagree with you, right? Now, what I'm saying is this. I'm saying physically, yes, I accept what you're saying. Physically, thumbprints, all that sort of stuff, all unique. But there are aspects of the human that aren't unique. Things like lungs, hearts, legs, arms. These things are held in common across the population. But there are two very important characteristics that also are a cross population, and that is the survival instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is what it is. It'll never change no matter what you believe in. That is the truth of the human condition. Hey, Rose.
All right. Hey, Benny, can you mute him? You guys be in that room. This is going to be something totally different.
Hey, Rose. I just want to say hello, Rose. Hello, Rose. Are you gone? She went home. Oh, okay. Oh, well, there you go. Such a shame. Such a good person to talk to. Much better than you. I am. Benny, you are awesome. Yeah. Hey, Benny, you're getting quite a following. A lot of people are falling for the Benster. What's that? No, I don't. Don't what? I don't have a... Benny, you have a bunch of people that hold you in high regard. Well, maybe to some degree. Have you had a change event in your life? I'm not so sure, Benny. I saw the good in you ages back, so I don't think it's me. You're a funny man, I tell you. Anyway, boys, what are we doing? Benny, can't you get a? Can you get? Are you able to get a Christian in the room, or a Muslim, or get rid of fake me? You know, interesting to have a debate. A lot of people actually, a lot of people, Benny, have this idea that we're all unique specimens, and they like to think that they're unique because of what they think in their head. What they don't understand is what you think in your head hasn't got anything to do with anything. It's just, you can imagine anything in your head. It's not part of reality. Benny, I tell you, we're a thick species. Hey?
You can imagine anything, just like you can imagine the two wolves.
Hey, I am. You've got a task. You've got to prove it wrong.
I think that, like I said, it will happen over time.
What?
You'll continually fail. And
No.
eventually you'll realize it.
No, but the only way I fail is if someone points out a better explanation.
And I don't have to prove you wrong. You're like, you come in making these claims of knowledge. You have to prove they're right.
No, I just say what they are, and the rest is up to you people.
Yeah, but I'm not going to believe you just because you give me a rundown, which is not even a very good one. Like that, I can't just come in here and tell you what to believe.
Granted, that's true. You've got to find your own way in the world.
I didn't come in here making any claims of knowledge. I just was questioning your claims.
Yeah, and you got your answers.
Not really. I mean, we got references to a set of texts, and I questioned those, and then you kind of just said, "Well, I just know."
That's right.
So
I do.
I would say that text is not any type of definitive proof that a single individual existed thousands of years ago. I would say that that's pretty weak evidence to rely on as far as proving the existence of a man.
Does Einstein exist?
Designs?
Did Einstein exist?
I would have to say that I'm pretty confident he did.
Yeah.
And we have video of Einstein.
Exactly. So we've got multiple witness accounts of the man existing, don't we?
Not just multiple witness accounts. I mean, like I said, he's on. We have video of him.
Yeah. Okay. Granted, that's a special case. But if
if I only had a few writings that he existed, it would still be more credible than saying Jesus existed, because there's not a huge time span between right now and when Einstein was on this planet, and right now and when Jesus was supposedly on this planet. If you're trying to propose that somebody existed an extreme amount of time further back than Einstein, then you're going to need stronger evidence than to prove that person existed than than you would need to prove Einstein's existence, because it's harder to know something the further back you go.
Right. Well, do you think Cyrus the Great existed?
Said I'm not one exist. I said I even admitted that you might be right, that Jesus did exist. I even admitted that. I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm not. So that's why I don't have to prove you wrong, because I don't even know that you're wrong. I'm just saying that if you're gonna tell me you know absolutely 100% for sure that he did exist, yeah. I'm gonna have questions about what brought you to that belief, because that's an extreme claim. And the evidence that you have presented, the collections of texts that you talked about, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospels in the Bible, and the texts that were written by the Romans, I think that's not strong evidence. I think that
why
conspiracies happen, and
hang on.
For the same reason that you think, for the same reason that you think that most of those texts, and that only one of them is really truly correct. Same reason that
hang on,
you're breaking conspiracy.
You're breaking up. But what I wanted to say to you, you heard of multiple attestation. You've heard of that, haven't you?
I don't see how that is strong evidence.
Well, it's what it's what historians use to validate the existence of someone historically.
It's what they use to guess, to make a best guess about what happened. It's not what they use to validate existence.
Well, why is it? Hang on. Why is it that most of the people that study the Jesus story or the historicity of Jesus, why is it that most of the experts hold the view that he existed?
I don't even know that most of the experts hold that view.
Well, I'm going to demonstrate.
And even if they
hang on, I'm going to demonstrate to you that what I said is a fact. Wait there.
Even if it is, that doesn't necessarily make it true. That's an appeal to authority.
I understand that excuse. I understand that excuse.
It's not an excuse. It's just because a group of men say something's true. You know, there was a man who existed long ago who came out publicly and said that he had researched data from hospitals that suggested to him that people who were handling dead bodies and then treating patients or delivering babies would have, like, the babies would die or people would get sick. And he said that when the doctors would wash their hands between those two things, that the deaths were lower and the illnesses would drop. So he was advocating that doctors wash their hands. And when he wrote papers and books about it, and the scientific community at that time, the medical community at that time, the foremost leaders in that field ridiculed him and called him an idiot, and he ended up being put into a loony bin, and he died in a fucking loony bin. And but then years later comes along the germ theory of disease, and now we all fucking wash our hands. I mean, just because somebody in an authority position has an opinion doesn't make it true either. And I would even question too. I'd like to let's interview every one of those authority figures, sit them down, and ask them how sure they are. Are they 100% sure? I mean, we had one guy in here who I think he said he was an anthropologist, and he said that he thinks Jesus existed. But I asked him how sure he was. He said he was 70% sure. Now, to me, that's a lot more reasonable of a position to take, that I'm 70% sure Jesus existed, because that shows that he's given us a 30% chance that he didn't exist. He's showing that it's not a conclusive absolute decision because the evidence isn't strong enough for that. So, but you're not coming from that position. You're coming from this position of I know, I'm 100% sure that Jesus walked this earth, and you're relying on what seemed like less information than that. Like that guy seemed to be familiar with the Gospels. He didn't know about the Gospel of Thomas, but he still agreed with you that Jesus probably existed, and he was also relying on stuff. I'm pretty sure he said some things that were he was mentioning like physical things that archaeology may have discovered. I don't know if any of that was attributed to Jesus or not, but like even though his background seemed to include more data than you, he still was at 70%. He still wasn't at 100%.
Yeah, but I've got more than him, so I've got multiple.
Didn't seem that way.
Hang on, wait a minute. I've got the multiple attestation. I can appeal to authority. The majority hold the position that he existed. I can also then turn to the gospel.
Yeah, but do they hold that position at 100%? Like I said, if they don't, then they're
hang
just
on.
like
I can turn to.
If they're 70%.
Hang on, wait a minute.
70%.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. So there's multiple attestation of the guy existing. Now, I don't dismiss it as lightly as you do. The reasons are this: I can't see why people close to the era that the guy actually or supposedly lived in, right? Just to humour you, would write and use that person as a fictitious person.
You already told me that you
wait
had
a minute,
theory.
wait a minute. Hang on.
No, because you're contradicting yourself. Let me address what you just said.
Wait.
You said yourself that the Romans mythicized Jesus. You said yourself that the Romans mythicized Jesus. You came up with your own story as to why there's a conspiracy about why people would push the Jesus story, the fake version.
But
so
it's not only mine. It's not only mine. There's a guy called Joe Atwell, right, that wrote Caesar's Messiah. He holds the same view that I did, is that what happened with the Romans, they took the original wisdoms of Jesus, and I can prove that 100% that they actually did that, right? Now,
that doesn't mean that the original wisdoms of Jesus came from that doesn't mean that the original wisdoms of Jesus prove he existed. Just because the Romans made up a separate version doesn't prove that the first version is correct. A second plagiarized plagiarized version doesn't prove that the first version is correct.
Yeah, well, hang on. We can if we actually examine it, but what I'm saying to you is this.
You can't plagiarize a book and then say that your plagiarism makes the book correct.
Let's deal with one thing first. Let's deal with multiple attestation, right?
You can't copy a book and alter it a little bit and have that prove that the book exists.
We've got firstly the Gospel of Thomas, which says that a man called Jesus said these 414 sayings. That exists. That's valid. Now, a group of scholars rate that at 40 AD. Not all scholars do, but a group do, and I agree with that group. Then we've got a guy called Paul, right, who belongs to the Jewish community. He was a Pharisee.
How do we know that group is correct? How do we know what that group wrote is correct?
The 7 genuine letters from Paul?
No, you said you agree with that group.
No, on the dating.
Yeah, how do we know they're correct?
Well, that's another argument, but I've got a position on that. But I want to just finish the multiple attestation. Stop playing fix. Now, so we've got, hang on. So we've got a follower of Jesus, right? We've got a Pharisee who writes 50 AD to 57 AD about a guy called Jesus. Now, wait a minute. He writes 7 letters.
How do you know that?
Well, scholars accept that these are genuine letters.
Okay, but that's an appeal to authority. Why should I believe them?
Oh, look, mate, you're going to go through life and not believe anything. But just hear me out, right? So
why should I? Why should I believe everything I'm told?
Well, of course, you can keep going and whatever. I mean, I don't think that you'd be convinced unless it was shown to you in front of your face. But unfortunately, reality doesn't work that way. Some things you're going to have to say, what makes the most sense?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say it doesn't make sense. I even told you that your version makes more sense than most Christians, but that doesn't mean
I'm not a Christian.
I know, but most Christians, their version is that he's a fucking god, and your version sounds a lot more plausible to me than theirs. I've already admitted that, but that's admitting that it's.
Hang on.
Admitting that it's a possibility doesn't mean I'm going to jump to the conclusion that I'm 100% sure that it existed.
Right, but what I want you to try and grasp, right? So we've got 2. The third one was a group of people wrote the New Testament Gospels. Whoever, let's not debate that. But
ancient. Yeah, how do you?
Hang on. No. Wait a minute. They are dated about 70 AD. So we've got.
How do you know that?
Well, go look it up yourself. That's what the literature says.
I'm not doing your homework for you. If you don't know how you know that, you should just say I don't know how I know that.
Oh, I know. It's bloody. I'll get you. All right. I'll get it for you.
I'm not going to read it. You give me the summary. You tell me how you know that.
Oh, geez, you've got to be spoon-fed as well.
You're the one who's making this claim that it's true, and you don't even have a fucking quick answer as to why you believe it. I mean, it seems to me like you just read a couple guys' opinions and you're just running with it.
No,
you have some authority. You have some authority who fed it to you, and you're just out rehashing it with other people, the same story. You didn't really look into it. I mean, there's a lot of shit I didn't look into, but I'm not running around making claims of knowledge about them.
I looked into it. I always look into it.
And what? So why do you think that those dates are correct?
Because that's the scholar's position.
So like I said, it's an appeal to authority. You got some scholar's position, and you're just repeating it. You heard it, and you're repeating it. You don't really know why that it's true. I'm not saying it's not true, but you obviously don't know why it's true. If it is.
Scholars have done the research, and that's their conclusion. I'll get it for you. Hang on. Ooh.
Okay. I mean, if the scholars have made that conclusion, that would probably increase my confidence in it, but it doesn't take me to 100%. I know it's true. I could say I have more confidence in it because these scholars have researched it and they say it's true. I could say that, but I'm not going to jump into I wholeheartedly believe it's true 100%. I know it.
Hang on.
Because some expert said it.
Hang on. Estimates for the dates when the canonical gospel accounts were written vary significantly, and the evidence of any of the dates is scanty. because the earliest surviving complete copies of the Gospels date to the 4th.
Evidence of the date is scanty.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's fine. Hang on. 4th century, and because only fragments and quotations exist before that, scholars use higher criticism to propose likely, which I'm sure you'll jump on, ranges of dates for the original Gospels autographs. Scholars various
Keywords there. Keywords there. Highly likely, which means
hang
we
on.
place more confidence.
Wait. Let me finish. Scholars.
You're saying what I'm saying though.
Hang on. You haven't
Sounds
heard
like the scholars agree.
Hang on. You're jumping to conclusions. Scholars variously assess the majority through, though not the consensus, views as follows. Mark is dated 68 to 73, 65 to 70. Matthew 70 to 100. C 80 to 85. Luke is 80 to 100, with most arguing for some. Hang on. With most arguing.
You're missing the umbrella.
No, wait. With most arguing for something somewhere around 85, 80 to 85. John 90 to 100. Traditional Christian scholars.
You're missing the crucial point that I made though, which you just confirmed. I said that it allows us to increase our confidence in it. It doesn't. I said that we shouldn't jump to 100% surety, and then you read the position of the experts, and their position as you're reading it says that the dates are scanty and that this is what we think is highly likely. Even the experts themselves, when they say that, are admitting that they don't have 100% surety for it.
Yeah, but that's okay. I'm not making a 100% surety claim based on.
You did though.
No. You keep forgetting about the Gospel of Thomas and its spiritual accuracy, right? So I'm putting that into the mix. But what I'm saying thus far is that you've got these documents written close to the time of the guy.
I don't.
Right now, you didn't let me finish about Paul, right? I just want to.
I kind of want to stop and go back and just show you where you said that you know those dates are accurate. You were 100% sure about it.
My surety. No, why I'm 100% sure is the whole package. Scholarship position is what it is.
How can you build a sure package on a bunch of things you're unsure about?
It ranges from 63 through to 100.
It's likely. Right? These ranges are likely to be true, not guaranteed.
Yeah, but that's okay. Listen, pay attention. You keep jumping in. The letters from Paul, right? Seven of them have been said to be authentic.
How do you know that? They've said to be authentic. So just because someone said they're authentic, I should believe that.
Well, you'll believe nothing in life. Well, I don't recommend it.
Why should I? Why should I believe anything at all?
Yeah, that's true.
Should I say question everything. I say that's what critical thinking is that when a claim is presented, you are critical of it. And if you try to poke holes, you try to find any holes that are poked in it to see if there's anything that might make it false. And if you can't find anything that makes it false, then you put confidence. You don't accept it as true. You can put confidence in it, and you can make decisions that lean towards that direction, maybe. But that doesn't. But if later on, even if you put confidence in it, if later on, you're critical of it and you find a hole that makes it not work anymore, then you chuck it out, and you don't believe it anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good thinking. Now, here we are. These are the Pauline dates. Where are you? Hang on a minute.
I don't want to know the dates because they're we've already established they're up for debate.
No, hang on. We're on the Pauline stuff now.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not. It's not the same thing. Let me read it to you.
Any of those ancient documents, they're never exactly sure about the timeline of that stuff.
In all of authenticity,
They just make their best guess.
In all of these epistles, Paul does claim to be the author and writer. However, contested letters may have been forgeries, as that seems to have been a problem among the early church as a whole. 7 letters with consensus dates considered genuine by most scholars. First, the Thessalonians, 50 AD.
Considered genuine by most scholars.
Yeah, well, that's good enough. Galatians, 53 AD.
That might be good enough for you.
First Corinthians, 53 to 54 AD. Philippians, 55 AD. Philemon, 55 AD. 2 Corinthians, 55 to 56 AD. And Romans, 57 AD. The other letters from Paul are not given as much, by these scholars, weighting of authenticity. Now, here's the thing, right? Look at those bloody dates, right? And he's writing to 7 churches, so he's writing to 7 communities. That's the job he's doing. He sits down, writes a little letter, and in the letter, he basically cans some foreign teaching and says he's got the true teaching of a guy called Jesus. That's what he's doing. He's talking to a group of people, and he's doing it to 7 churches. Why? Explain to me why it would make any sense whatsoever, right, that they would make up fake Jesus at that point. They just make up a fake person, and then they go and talk to this audience of people, trying to swing them back to a different theology.
You already told me why.
Why? No, but explain to me why a person would do that.
You already told me why.
No, but I want you to explain why that's... See, what...
Conspiracy.
What?
It's a conspiracy.
And who's behind the conspiracy? Do you
Romans.
have a clue on that? Hey?
I don't believe what I'm saying. I'm just like, it's just one hypothesis.
Yeah, no, but I'm trying to get you to step out of your... well, I appreciate your inquiry, but what I'm trying to get you to think about logically, what's the rational reason? Because your premise is based on, this is fake Jesus. They made up the guy. He never...
It's not my premise.
Existed. Okay.
That was the premise that you told me. That's why you said that's why the Gospels are fake and St. Thomas is real, because one's part of a conspiracy and the other one's not. But my thing is why is it not possible they could all have been part of the same conspiracy?
Yeah, but think about what's happening here, right? They're given to 7 different communities of the day, and the topic of discussion is the things that you've been told about Jesus are bullshit. He's gone to heaven, he's had a resurrection, right? And he came back and he magically gave Paul an insight into the true story, and now Paul's writing these letters to these 7 churches, 7 communities, about this Jesus guy. Why would he, how much credibility would he have, right? How much credibility would he have to those communities if he was talking about a bogeyman or a fairy tale man? It makes no sense to me. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. It makes no sense to me that he would write those letters to those 7 churches and use a fake persona. His credibility would be shot.
You're the one who came up with that conspiracy. You said that the Romans did it.
Now wait a minute.
It's easy for you to...
You're jumping around. What I'm saying to you is that later on in time, so this is beyond the Pauline letter, right? Later on in time, the Romans get involved and they take over Christianity, right? And it's at that point
How do you know they didn't inseminate it in the first place? How do you know they weren't in cahoots with Paul and got Paul to do it ahead of time so that it looked like they came in later? How do you know that didn't happen?
Well, all right. I'll tell you a bit about the territory, and you can check all this out if you wish, or I'll get it for you. But Claudius, hang on.
No,
You heard
I
of
mean,
a?
no, because
Hang on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You ask a
no, I
question.
don't.
You got to wait
No,
for the answer. Hang on. Stop it.
No, you
Gotta
just
wait
answered
for the
me.
answer.
You just told me that you have to know other stuff about the territory, but like that's what we're trying to do in the first place. Knowing that Jesus existed back then is part of knowing the territory back then. And the reason that this seems provable to me is because you're relying on these ancient texts, which to me are weak evidence. And
Well,
and it sounds like it sounds like you're gonna just go into you're about to tell more of a history lesson about what it is that these texts say happened back then.
No, hang on. What I'm going to tell you about is the structure of the Roman Empire at that particular time.
And how would we know what that structure is without those ancient texts?
Well, you can.
How does that structure
you can go and check this. Have you heard of a guy? Have you heard of a guy called Caligula?
How does Rome's structure mean? How does any structure they have stop them from having a spy go out and hire a guy in another community?
Right. Now, have you heard of a guy called Caligula?
What do you mean, right? Do you get what I just said about the spy?
I did. I'm going to explain it to you. Have you heard of a guy called Caligula?
No. What does that have to do with what I just said, though? Like
Caligula was a Roman emperor. Now, Caligula was in opposition to the.
How do you know that?
Well, it's part of the history. I mean, go and bloody look at the history, but I guarantee you it's true. Anyway, this guy called Caligula
I don't know.
killed. He's killed, right? And the guy that comes to power is a man called Claudius. Claudius became the Roman emperor. Claudius had a strong relationship with the Pharisees, which Caligula did not have. Caligula actually jailed some of these Pharisees, and these Pharisees were freed from jail and given rewards on the return of Claudius to power. Claudius was in power when these letters were written by Paul, and he didn't give too much of a hoot about the Christian religion. It was left to the Pharisees to manage their own affairs, because in those days this thing called Christianity was a Jewish religion, had nothing to do with Rome. And later on down the track there's a thing called the Pisonian Inquiry, and that was under a guy called Nero, Emperor Nero. And at that point in time there was a guy called Agrippa II, who's the son of Agrippa I, and you know, it goes on and on and on. But basically Rome then took an interest in the Jewish affairs. So up until
how do you know they didn't secretly take an interest?
Up to 65 AD.
How do you know they didn't secretly take an unrecorded interest previous to that date? How do you know?
You can make up all sorts of things, but it's illogical that happened.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like the whole of that like science of deciding what happened in history is one that we just like kind of cast bets on. We just guess the most likely thing that happened, and even if your story that you're giving me is what historians say is most likely, it doesn't automatically make it 100% a surety that we know it happened that way.
You still have to.
It's just our best guess. And proving somebody like Caesar exists is easier because there's like somebody like Caesar, since he's famous, has a much larger amount of texts that he's involved in. He's got like statues built. There's.
Well, so did Caligula. Hang on. Hang on. So did Caligula. So did Caligula. Hey.
Okay, but that's Caligula, but we don't have.
Caligula.
We don't have that for Jesus, though. Right,
They
but we
all
don't.
had statues.
But we don't have that for Jesus. All we have is stories from about these men you're talking about in context.
You still
So
haven't answered me. You still haven't answered my question. In your theory, hang on. In your theory, right, or the position you're trying to put, you know, that Jesus is a made-up character. You still
I'm not
haven't.
putting that position.
You haven't. You still.
I'm not putting that position.
Huh?
I'm not putting that position. I'm not saying that that's my claim that he didn't exist.
Well, what
I
is
don't.
your explanation for the Pauline letters?
The only reason that I'm giving you explanations is because I'm just trying to think of another thing that could be possible. And it's not something that I think truly happened. There's no way that I could tell you an alternative story about what really happened, because I'm of the opinion that we can't figure out for sure 100% either way. We
Benny,
don't. We just don't. We just can't know.
Benny, kick him. Benny, he'll come back in.
Just let him be.
No, bullshit, mate. He's got multiple accounts. He's actually running a picture of me and doing deliberately.
Yeah, Benny drew a picture of me, and I told him to, like, he put a tornado on the back of it because I have a wind.
This one's not up for debate. Now
I have a windy mic. I don't like. Put a picture of me on there, man. Who cares?
Don't be a hero. Hey, listen. I'm still not satisfied that you've got an alternative explanation.
I don't have to have one. I could come up with
thousands
of.
Then you have to accept mine. That's correct.
No, I don't have to accept yours. I can accept the fact that
why it's incorrect.
I can accept the fact. I don't know that it's incorrect.
Well, then accept it. Move on.
I don't have to accept it. I can say that I don't know if Jesus existed or not, and I can stay there. I can say that we don't have enough evidence to definitively 100% prove that he did exist, and we don't have enough evidence to 100 definitively prove that he didn't. I can say that my confidence level is probably about 50-50, where he could have existed, he might not have. I don't fucking know, and I don't have to pick either one. I don't have to believe you because you think he did.
No.
I think your evidence supports your theory, but I don't think it makes it definitive. I don't think it proves it 100%.
Right. So you haven't got a good argument back against my position on Paul.
You are relying on a number of texts which are questionable. There aren't statues of Jesus. He didn't rule nations. There isn't a plentiful amount of literature to collaborate, or anthropological or archaeological finds to collaborate the story. The amount that we do have suggests a stronger possibility that he existed than suggesting he didn't, but it doesn't make it definitive.
Well, I promise you, like I promised you a couple of things, but I promise you he did exist, and I'm 100% sure about it.
Yeah, you keep saying that over and over again, but what the reason that you believe that conclusion is these texts that are not necessarily reliable. There are plenty of myths that were written about men who didn't exist back in those days.
Understand, but multiple attestation close to the period of the time makes no sense that they
There's also a lot of plagiarization. There's also a lot of plagiarization, and there's a possibility that maybe the story of Jesus is actually a combination of multiple stories from multiple sources and multiple men.
Well, that's actually a true statement when we look at the creation of mythical Jesus.
I mean, it could apply to both. Even the Gospel of Thomas, his collection that he attributes to sayings by Jesus, maybe he just put one name on a bunch of, maybe those were just sayings he collected throughout his life from multiple men, and maybe he just stuck one name on it.
Yeah, but what about, and this is a fact, and I'm quite happy to prove it to you, what about the fact that 61 of the sayings actually appear in the Gospels later on down the track.
Yeah, I mean, just because somebody plagiarized the first book doesn't make the first book a reality. If I copy somebody's lie, that doesn't make it true.
Well, that's where I have a definitive answer. The first book is not a lie at all, and it's verifiably philosophical.
You were just trying to prove that that's true by saying people plagiarized it. That's not. I mean, how do you know that that first one is true? How do you know the first one isn't a combination of sayings from multiple men? How do you know?
Well,
how do you know?
well, wait a minute. There's an answer to that one. If they were said from other people in history, we would have evidence of those sayings somewhere in the historical record. There isn't any prior to this period that match these sayings.
There is, though.
Well, tell me one.
There's stuff that's in the Egyptian writings that seem to be plagiarized in Jesus' sayings.
No, I'm talking about the Gospel of Thomas sayings.
There's stuff that's plagiarized in the Christian. Yeah, I mean, I'm not completely familiar with it, but I would bet that some of it's in there. And even if I can't,
well, I'll bet.
Even if I can't, hold on. Even if I can't come up with a source that it was plagiarized from, doesn't mean that it wasn't plagiarized. What if it was plagiarized from some poor man who wrote a thing down and it was never really recorded or popular or famous? If you steal something from a poor person and then you get famous from it, that somebody might never find out you plagiarized in the first place. Just because we don't have proof they plagiarized it doesn't mean that we have proved that they didn't plagiarize it. And I'm not saying that it was plagiarized. I'm just saying we don't know what it is. We have no way to tell. We can't tell that it was Jesus. We can't tell that it was multiple men. We have no way to check whether or not that document and everything in it is true because we weren't there.
Yes, but this goes back to Einstein. Einstein had a formula, E equals mc squared, which we can replicate today. We can prove.
Einstein's formula doesn't prove that Einstein existed. Now, video of the man Einstein, that would prove he existed. But
well, no, wait a minute.
Nobody's disputing whether Einstein exists. I can say that Bob exists and he wrote a formula and the formula could work. That doesn't mean Bob. How the philosophy applies to your life doesn't prove that. If the philosophy works in your life, that doesn't prove who came up with the philosophy first. That doesn't prove that. That doesn't prove
this goes back. Hang on, wait a minute.
If it works in your life, that doesn't prove that one man came up with it.
Yeah, but hang on. Go back a step, right? Now with the Einstein scenario, don't jump in either. Slow down. With the Einstein scenario, you will not find that formula anywhere in prehistory beyond Einstein's time. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. Maybe Einstein stole it from someone. How the fuck do I know?
Well, I think you're being a little bit. No, I think you're being a little bit. I think you're being a little bit. I imagine that if we probably didn't steal it.
He probably didn't steal it.
That's right.
He probably didn't.
Yeah,
but that doesn't.
Einstein.
No, I'm not bad mouthing him. I'm saying I wasn't fucking there. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're being ridiculous now. I mean,
you shut up, you dickhead.
Please don't do that.
Hey. Sorry, I didn't hear that. But anyway, now what I'm saying to you is, if you look at time or history records, science records before Einstein, you will not find E equals mc squared. That's his discovery. And there'd be plenty of scenarios we could apply that to, you know. There'd be plenty of inventions by famous people through history that didn't exist before that person. You know, I think that's a reasonably logical position to take. And this goes back to what I was saying to you before. I would be extremely surprised if you were ever able to find these sayings anywhere earlier than Jesus. Anywhere. And the second part of the proof is that they're philosophically 100% accurate. They can be explained, which means
okay. First of all, no. First of all, like we're going in circles. You've already brought up the applying the philosophy to your life thing, and I keep saying that even if the philosophy is I don't like that's a totally separate debate whether or not it's successful. Your claim, like, that's another claim at knowledge. It's not something that supports the old claim. It's a new claim that we would have to debate in and of itself. So it's not something that you could use as proof that Jesus existed. And even if it's true that the philosophy is good and applies to your life, having a good philosophy that applies to your life doesn't prove to you who came up with it. It doesn't prove to you that that's correct, that Jesus came up with that philosophy. Anybody could have came up with that philosophy, and if they'd have wrote it the same way, it could be successful. Somebody could have stole it. It could have been a combination of multiple men's philosophies. Just because it's successful doesn't mean that you know who wrote that philosophy or who said it aloud. Just because it's successful, just because Einstein's theory, like I could write down Einstein's theory of relativity in a book and write in that, I could write down in that book that I came up with it. Just because I say that I came up with it doesn't mean I came up with it. It doesn't, and just because we all believe Einstein came up with it doesn't mean he did either. He probably did. If I had to bet, I would probably pick that he did come up with it, but I'm not going to pretend that I'm 100% sure. I'm probably more 90% sure on that one, or maybe 98% sure. Probably a lot more so than the idea that Jesus came up with his theory, because Einstein didn't exist thousands of years. Like, this isn't something that's old. Einstein was alive in the time of video. He was an extremely public figure very recently, whereas Jesus is not recent, and he wasn't even so public during his lifetime. Supposedly, he was like public in a small area, and then he didn't really get globally famous until way after his death, supposedly. So this is not like the Einstein thing in the philosophy of application. None of that it has anything to do with proving Jesus existed or that he said these things. It has nothing to do with proving that. The only thing that you really have to stand on is these multiple accounts, the Gospels and the Gospel of Thomas and the Roman letters, and even those, that's probably the strongest evidence that you've presented. Even those aren't enough to can make you jump to the conclusion that 100% for sure that they weren't some sort of made up story. And you even admit that part of it. You even admit that part of it is made up, but you're still adamant that the other side isn't. And I don't even know how you could know for sure either way. I don't know how you could know for sure which side was made up and which side wasn't. It seems to me like that's something that's impossible to know 100% for sure.
All right. Well, you
keep going back.
Whoa, slow down.
You keep going back to these same two things.
Slow down. We've got to take it in turns. Now,
you keep going back to these same things over and over again.
Well, no, wait a minute. You haven't heard what I was going to say. If you actually
have,
well, maybe not. Let's see. If you look at the 7 letters.
Haven't we talked about those?
Yeah, but just hang on.
See, you're falling back on the same texts.
Stop it. Right,
I just said that you're going to fall back on those two things.
No, it's a different thing. Hang on, listen.
It's not. It's the texts. It's still the texts.
It's a different thing, right? Now, just hang on.
Not a different thing.
It is a different thing. It's about miracles, right? And the birth of miracles. Right, so it's not a fucking different thing. So settle down.
The birth of
How do you know
about this
I
story?
get to talk, and then
How
you
do
get
you
to
know?
rebut.
Before
I
you
get
tell
to
the
talk-
story,
I
tell me
get to
how you
talk-
know it's true.
I get to talk, and then you rebut and ask questions.
How do
right?
you know this story's true?
I'm not changing tack. Just let me have my say, and then you can ask your question.
How do you know that this story's true?
Well, it's because you go and read the document, you'll find that what I'm about to say.
Exactly the same thing. We're back on those ancient
No,
writings.
it's not the same thing.
You just said it's. I said, how do you know that this story you're about to tell is true? And you say
Because
these writings.
I read the text, right? And what the text.
These ancient texts. So that we're back to that.
Wait a minute. Jeez, you're frustrating. Hey, do you frustrate your wife?
Yourself.
Hey,
you're repeating yourself.
Do you frustrate your wife?
I frustrate everybody. I try to.
I got no doubt about that. We should have a talk about that, you and I, just privately, and see if we can't help you out on that one, because
I don't. I think that's a natural consequence of being a critical thinker. People don't want someone to.
You're not a critical thinker.
Yes, I am. I'm critical of your claim. I'm being critical of it. Yes, I am.
But you're not a critical thinker.
I am a critical thinker. I'm thinking critically of your claim. That doesn't make friends. That doesn't make friends with anybody. It doesn't make anyone happy when they claim that they know something and you start questioning it. It doesn't really make friends. So it's not something.
That's actually a good thing. But
yeah, it's not something I want to change.
Wait a minute. You're not doing it correctly. I promise you. Anyway, let's get back to the point. Right. So the point. Hang on.
I'm not doing it correctly, huh?
You got to let people speak. That's part of something you need to think about.
Well, no, you keep repeating the same shit over and over and over again.
Well, you haven't heard it yet.
Yes, I have. You always say that. You always say that I haven't heard it right before you tell me something that I've already heard from you.
Well, you can tell me if I've made a mistake, but
I just told you. I've already heard it.
So what I've got to say to you is this: the miracles do not appear in the letters of Paul. There's no miracles in there. Don't you find that to be a strange admission?
I find the whole narrative strange.
No, forget that shit. I asked you a specific question. In the letters of Paul, which appeared around 50 AD, there is no mention of Jesus walking on water, any of those types of miracles. Don't you find that strange? If he's a person,
I mean, it contradicts. Yeah. I mean, if the man actually did do those things, if he really existed and really did those things, then it would be strange. But if he really existed and he didn't do those things, then I wouldn't find it strange. I mean, I don't know if I find it strange.
Well, when we look at the Gospels that are written, I say they're written by Rome.
Yeah, but.
We see. Hang on, wait a minute. See.
I've already no. See, this is the thing. You're back into look. This is why I keep interrupting you because you're always trying
to do miracles.
You're always trying to shove these ancient texts down my throat, and I keep telling you they're unreliable evidence. Like ancient texts, these ancient texts, this collection of ancient texts that we keep on going back to and rehashing what they say. I don't find telling me what they say over and over again. And bringing up a different thing that they say.
The only thing that'll satisfy you, is a snapshot of Jesus.
I wouldn't even say that would satisfy me.
Well, there you go. So it's
cameras didn't exist back then. So how exactly? That's my point. Is it's a waste of time to try to prove ancient texts like this is reliable.
No, well, it's actually.
I mean, you can use them. You can use them to place your confidence in a narrative that likely happened, but I don't see how we can jump to such conclusions that we know absolutely 100% for sure what happened back then.
Yeah.
So a long fucking time ago.
So, do you quite often win? Well, in your mind, do you quite often win your debates?
I try not to have debates. See, a debate comes from two people making opposite claims.
Okay. Hang on. Sorry, I asked it wrongly. Let me rephrase. Do you find that in your mind you quite often are successful in pointing out flaws in people's positions? That you're actually good at it in your mind.
I'm not sure that.
No, be honest. Be honest.
I don't think that there's any. I don't think there's good at it. I think you could always be better. I think good is in relation, like it has to be related to something else.
No,
because I could be really good at it, and then somebody else who's way better could be up against me, and then that would make me look worse. And then
wait a minute.
If somebody even better than them came around, it would be.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm very specific in my question. Do you think that you're good at critical analysis?
Sure.
Yeah, I thought so. That's a problem. And you'll do a better job if you.
Where did you learn about critical thinking?
Hey?
Where did you learn about critical thinking and the process that's involved with thinking critically?
Here with you. Are
But
you not an example?
So you never heard of critical thinking until you talked to me?
I've probably heard it going around, but it's not something that I would have worried too much about.
So you don't worry too much about it, and but you know whether or not someone's doing it or not.
Well, you just told me that you were good at it.
I mean, I said a little more than that too. I said good at it is kind of
No, I understand that crappy
it's a relative thing.
But the thing is, you think in your mind, you think that you're good at critical thinking.
I try to be good at it.
That's right. No,
sometimes it probably depends on like how tired and hungry I am too. You know, there's and how like if I'm going through stress, I'm probably worse at it too. It probably depends on the day.
Yeah.
I don't know that I could definitively.
So, because of that, I've had a fair dose of what you gauge as critical thinking analysis and challenging and probing. Right. So that's a fair comment, isn't it? We've just experienced that. And you're good at it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying back to you is that your technique needs some work because, and it's a problem I have too. I have the same problem. I get afraid that I'll miss a point. I have to capture it at that moment. Right? I pick up something and I want it explored and addressed. So I jump in the conversation and it really ruins the fabric of the conversation. And what can happen in that thing is that you can drown out the arguments that's being presented from the other side. So my tip for you to improve your
at first I didn't do that. I do that because you repeat yourself.
No. You're as guilty as what I'm as guilty of. So no excuse. You really do jump in. I've seen you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying I don't. I'm saying at first, like the very beginning of our experience with each other. If you go back and look at the videos, I let you talk at great length, and you've come to repeat the same information over and over and over again. So now I'm bored of it. I want to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob, hold up. What's this debate about? Because I've been hearing it for the last couple of minutes or so.
Oh, okay. I mean, well, look, mate, we're probably done if you want to talk about something, if that's your...
No, we can still stay on this topic. I just want to know where both parties come from. Like, for example, I happen to be an atheist, so I just want to know what's you guys' point of view, basically, when it comes to
it might open
beliefs.
a can of worms, the angry.
Are you Gnostic?
I'm sure that we sort of want to have a rest from it, don't we? I am.
No, I'm an atheist. I thought you
Would you
didn't
consider
know.
yourself a Gnostic atheist? atheist.
Who,
No.
me, Rob, or the angry?
Yeah.
The angry.
Oh,
No. I'm an atheist. Fully don't believe in God.
Do you see a difference between agnostic and Gnostic atheism?
I believe agnostic atheism is where like there's a hope or something like that, but like atheism is where like you fully don't believe in a higher power.
Well, this is from the way I understand it, but I mean everybody defines it differently. An agnostic atheist would say, I don't believe in God. I don't know if there's a God. I don't know if there's not a God. But a Gnostic atheist would say, I believe 100% for sure. I know there is no God at all.
But isn't that what atheism is? Not really agnostic atheism.
The academic definition that I'm aware of atheism is agnostic atheism. It's not believing in something. Whereas if you were to say 100% for sure there is no God, that's a belief. I believe that's a claim at knowledge. I believe 100% for sure that there is no God. And that's what the difference between Gnostic and agnostic is. Gnostic is I know, agnostic is I don't know. So
Okay, then yeah, I would consider myself just an atheist then. Not an agnostic.
Well, I mean, like I said, the academic definition of the word atheist would be an agnostic atheist.
No, Gnostic, isn't it? I know.
Gnostic atheist is not generally applied to the term atheism in academic circles, but among the common folk, like this is a semantic thing, so you can define it any way you want to. But I know a lot of people see atheism as I believe 100% there is no God, but that's not the academic definition of it. The academic definition, an agnostic is an atheist, because they both would say they don't believe, they don't know.
Well, first off, I haven't got your name yet. So what's your name there?
Call me Outbound.
Allbound?
That's good enough.
All right. Well, anyway, I do believe that Allbound is winning this debate. I mean, it does seem like Rob's going in circles, and he's panicking, trying to find out, what to bring up next in the debate. But as for me, yes, I'm willing to say I know that there's no God because there is no evidence. I've even seen videos and stuff not on YouTube.
Yeah, but
I don't
how
watch
can the
anything
lack of
on
evidence? How do you know there's no God?
I agree.
Because don't you think they would have found?
I would say that my confidence probably leans more towards your direction, Angry. But I still think that without, I think a lack of evidence doesn't allow us to say for sure 100% we know. That doesn't mean evidence later might not come up. Even as unlikely as that is, it's still a possibility.
Okay, let me ask you this, because believe it or not, there is a religion that's based on SpongeBob. Does that mean SpongeBob's real just because other people, worship him, just like God believers do?
I'm not saying that God does exist. There's a difference between making a dichotomous claim and questioning an original claim. So, if you say, 100% God doesn't exist. I may I don't have to believe God does exist to question your claim. I can say I don't know if he exists. I don't know if he doesn't exist, and still say, how do you know? I'm not saying God does exist. I'm not trying to back up that he does, and I don't have to. So I don't have to prove that he does to prove you wrong. But I can still examine what it is that brought you to this belief. What evidence brought you to this belief that this claim God for sure 100% doesn't exist. I can still question that without believing he does. You know what I mean? I don't have position on it either way.
Yeah. Could I just say hello to Frank? Frank, is there anything that you wanted to say at all?
No, I heard SpongeBob. I actually not wrote a book, but read a book on SpongeBob. It's the philosophy of SpongeBob. It's actually a very serious book. Definitely recommend it. It's a great read.
Cool, cool.
Hey, how's that seed growing, Green?
I busted a whole nut.
Hey, Frank, it'll grow on you, I promise you.
Oh, no, it's growing on you already.
No. You'll never get...
I unload on your shit, man. Unless you get your period a little bit earlier.
Oh, dear, Frankie. Hey, Frankie, I must say, there's a thing that, it's a question, right, I've got, and it's to do with your comment that the Quran is deep and meaningful, and you've got to, sort of spend time to work it all out. Oh yeah, Frank, by the way, couldn't move. We are actually live. Yeah, so my apologies for not mentioning it before, but it's that, that deeper meaning, and then we look back at the Quran and we talk about stars in the sky and something that's very obviously not spiritual. What troubles me somewhat is how you reconcile that, or don't seem to reconcile it. I don't understand.
Hold on for 1 second, I'm sorry.
That's all right, mate. The sun will still come up tomorrow.
Yeah, can you repeat that question?
Okay, what I'll do is I'll actually get a Quran verse. Ooh, pardon me.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm sorry, somebody was talking. Man.
Yeah. Right, here's one, right? Now the Quran verse goes like this. It says, and verily we have beautified the world's heaven with stars and lamps, and we made them missiles for the devils, and for them we have prepared the doom of flame. 67:5. Now, to my eye, that's talking about 7th century folk, 7th century folk that are witnessing, comets moving through the sky, and they use that as the inspiration for this particular text. And it's to show the power of Allah. I think verily we have made, so he's made these events that they would have witnessed back then. But we know now today that stars aren't comets or missiles. They couldn't possibly be. So to me, I take it that text is about impressing on the reader.
You already explained this to him more than once.
Allah, hang on.
Book he says.
Be patient.
Am I guessing your answer right, Green? That's probably what you're thinking already.
Hang on.
I had this conversation so many times once before. And
I know I've witnessed it multiple times. I probably haven't seen it every time, but no, you're just repeating yourself, man.
What I didn't. What I wanted to understand from Frank is how. See, Frank's answer to me like last time was that has a deep spiritual meaning. I don't accept that. I don't accept that that's actually true.
Yeah, but he does.
No, but how do you explain it, Frank? Don't explain it. No?
The Quran has what they call an ayat. An ayat is a sign. It's the sign not within the book that you're reading, but the outside world. A sign in order for you to inquire and to reflect and to comprehend. It leads you towards something.
Okay, is there a sign in that verse that...
It is really contingent upon the reader. The Quran is not something within itself. It's the person that's actually reading the text.
I kind of know a bit about spirituality, and I think I'm right.
Okay, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, what I say, Frank, is that it was written by a 7th century person, and they were trying to impress upon them that God was pulling the strings of the universe. There's no spiritual connotation at all in that. And
how many times are you going to tell him that?
Well, till he sees it, till he sees the truth.
So you just try to beat it over his head with it.
Yeah, just beat it on me, man.
Shove it down his throat every time you see him.
Yeah, but it's not a malicious. It's not a malicious thing. It's like you. I am. You know, you're, or at least what you say to me. The thing that I think inspires you is about, getting to the truth of the matter. Yes.
I'm about questioning claims. Mostly because you come in and you like aggressively approach people and make these claims of knowledge. So like anytime somebody does that, that's going to be my response.
Frank, was I aggressive then?
Well, you say you were right.
Yeah, but is that aggression?
You already claimed that you're right.
Yeah, but is that a question?
What question?
Hey? Frank, you don't help out. All right, sorry, I am.
I don't mean aggression like cussing and like violent intentions. I just mean like repeatedly. It's like a constant pursuit for you. And every time someone new comes in the room, you got to go toward, like, especially believers of Islam or Christianity, you're trying to single them out and tell them they're wrong, and you have an alternative view that is right. And it's the same story every time they come in the room.
It can't change.
You do it over and over and over and over and over again, and it's just
boring.
It's fruitless. Yeah, it's boring. And it's fruitless. It's not going to work. It's not like you say you plant a seed and they're going to change, but I have a really strong feeling that if we wait, we could wait years. I don't think we're going to see much progress with that tactic.
Yeah, and that's interesting because you're possibly right, and I'll learn that lesson from the experience. But what I'm doing is I'm taking a bit of a punt on just, well, there is the cognitive dissonance element, but I'm taking a bit of a punt on that there may be, I can't help feeling that people will react to the truth if you can just find a way. The way is, a way to cause that to happen, but but I don't know. You probably never believe me, but I think it's healthy, right, to live a life that's akin to the truth.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Would you be interested in what is this? This is 40 minutes. I don't know if anybody wants to sit through this, but you don't want to see this at all.
I don't.
I unless you can, I could probably learn something. There's probably no doubt. But
what if we just watch a little bit of it and see where it goes?
All right.
We don't have to if everybody objects.
Yeah, I don't. I'd rather just sit here and conversate.
Yeah, me too. personally. We could do it some other hangout if you like, mate. You know, when others aren't in the room, perhaps.
Have you seen that before, Angry?
The what?
That video?
No.
Hey, Frank, tell me something. What are you doing? Are you up and about for a reason, or?
Well, I have some time now because my contract's up with my other job, so I'm just waiting to start my other contract soon.
Ah, good, good. Well, so you're sorted, like, there's no, it's just between jobs sort of thing.
Correct.
Correct. How's things going on the home front? All well?
Copacetic, man. Went to a powwow. It's awesome.
Yeah, good to hear, mate. You're a good man.
Smoked a peace pipe.
Who with?
The tribe.
The tribe?
Yeah, I live next to a tribe.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Frank. Who?
I live near a tribe.
Nah.
Ramapo. Yeah, Ramapo. It's a Ramapo tribe.
No, I'm not with you. Is that like a real tribe, or
It's
are
a
you talking
real
about
tribe.
I'm sorry, mate. Getting old. Hearing's going.
Did a powwow.
So you did a powwow.
Correct.
With who? So what's the community you did the powwow with? Is it a real tribe or just a group of people?
No, it's a real tribe. I live next to a reservation.
Ah, that'd be cool.
It is cool.
Yeah. Now, did they hear the story of the two wolves? I'm terrible, aren't I?
Well, if I tell them about the two wolves, I think they'll start holding their nuts out.
What did you say? Holding up?
They'll start holding their nuts out and say they'll give you my two wolves.
I'm not sure what you said. Oh dear.
Two wolves. I don't talk about no damn two wolves, man. We don't have wolves. We have turtles and bears.
We have what? Turtles and bears.
Yeah, we have some bears and fucking turtles.
No, we don't, Frank. Frank.
You trying to tell me that we don't have turtles here?
Oh, what did you say? Turtles?
Yeah, we got turtles.
Who? Humans? What's that analogy? What's that an analogy for?
What? No, motherfucking turtles, man. The fucking turtles.
The real ones?
Yeah, the real turtles.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So what you're saying
You thought I was being, like, metaphoric? No, motherfucker. I'm talking about turtles.
Okay. All right, mate. I got you now. So where you live, right, you've got turtles in your property or nearby?
No, I got turtles in my property.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. And did you say bears?
Yeah, we got bears.
Jesus. I wouldn't like living near a bear.
No, they're fucking awesome.
Do they give you much trouble? Pinch your garbage, that sort of thing?
Nah, they don't give much trouble. You just gotta be careful, but other than that, they're good.
Hey, Frank, it sounds like you really live in a really neat place, like next to a reservation.
Mm-hmm.
Got wildlife around you.
Mm-hmm.
So are you in a large community, or are you sort of a little bit, out?
It's a small community, but I live like 40 minutes away from New York City.
That sounds cool. And so the contracts that you've got, oh, hang on, remember we're on live too, so the contracts that you've got, the work, is that in that community?
Nah.
No, you have to travel then.
Yeah, I travel a bit.
The price of economics. You got to travel. Yeah, because I was the next question I would ask you, do you have people with behavioural issues? You know, you wouldn't have a lot of people with behavioural issues, would you, in a small community?
Everybody has behavioral issues.
Yeah, but yeah, true. But you would, in a small community though, you wouldn't have a lot to do, would you? Really?
Well, it depends who needs it, but you know, I'm always around the radius. There's a lot of people around here. There's always work.
Well, I agree with the. See, this is something I was thinking about. One of the difficulties I'm having in this little exercise is that
Exercise.
Yeah, dealing with belief, just trying to work out how belief functions.
Good luck with that shit.
Hey?
Good luck with that.
Yeah. So what's your view, Frank, is that you can't change beliefs?
I don't give a shit about beliefs.
Ah, explain that.
Those are private events. You can't go in people's heads.
Ah, okay. Now, Frank, that reaction has no impact on me because...
It's not supposed to have an impact on you. That was
I know, but just in case, just so you know, the reason I say that...
Could you read minds?
Hey?
Could you read minds?
No, that's impossible. Do you think that's...
Really?
It is impossible.
Oh, okay.
Who said that?
I don't know, you want to change beliefs.
Yeah, so, yeah, but like you with your behaviour stuff, right? I work with the behaviours on the outside.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Oh, okay,
No,
sorry. Okay, go ahead, correct me.
You know what a behavior is?
Oh, okay, I see where you're coming from, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, let me just make sure I get this right.
Make sure you construct it, okay? I'll wait.
Thank you, Frank.
Sorry for hopping on the mic.
Yeah, well, see, what I'm observing, right, and this is the cognitive dissonance, or this is my term on cognitive dissonance, all right? It might not be your agreed thing.
Yeah, I didn't go to school. Go ahead. No, I didn't go to school for that, so don't worry about it. You know, 8 years of school, then, you know.
Hey, we
wasted
all
my time.
But no, Frank.
I don't know what cognitive dissonance is.
Yeah, all right, okay. But, well, I'm sure you do. But I
not in your world.
Hey? What's that?
Not in your world.
What's that?
That has a different meaning for you.
Yeah, we might disagree. But I'm only interested in it from the point of view that I see behaviour changes in people. And
really?
Yeah, hang on. All right, I know you're the expert, but I honestly see...
I'm not the expert.
All right. Well, no, I have respect for your profession. But what I'm saying... Yes, I do. Now, well, if you teach me something, all right, I'll listen.
I teach you something? You've been teaching me something.
Have I?
Yeah, I'm the student. You're the teacher.
Oh, okay, all right. So what happens, you know, it's that conflicting idea in the mind, and I watch those behaviours. When they occur, I know that the person is conflicted, or their belief is conflicted. I just know it. That's the way it is. And the behaviour... No, I'm observing their behaviours.
What behaviour are you observing?
We're back. So I'm okay. These are the ones I witnessed. Their mood changes.
What does a mood look like?
Well, I'll try and explain. So you have a calm, rational person performing normally, and then all of a sudden, and it's very instantaneous, right? They then change to a person that then starts doing personal attacks. What else do? They avoid the information that's been perceived as the threat. You get a lot of interruptions going on. That goes on. So there's a bit of a fight between the two parties. And then they'll exit the room if they can't get anywhere. And the other thing they'll do is they'll seek to restore face before going out. They might try and do that. Something like that. There's probably more to it than that, but they're the rough indicators. And it happens, it's very obvious when it happens. Oh, and the other thing, they will completely block out certain information as if it didn't exist. And I'm not sure whether that's a subconscious thing or not, because it seems that, I might be presenting information and it's as if they just don't even see it, So I wonder if that's a subconscious sort of behavior or a subconscious thing going on. But I don't care too much about that. Well, I think that that's a useful tool to at least gauge where the person's at. But why I do it and why I don't feel empathy, well, sorry, I do actually feel empathy for certain people. So if I come across someone that's already enlightened in the journey, I'm not going to harass them too much. I don't see the point. But if a person like Luke, right, there's a guy called Luke who's a Christian, he drinks and swears like a trooper, right? So it's very obvious to me that his religion isn't serving him. That guy I'd like to spend a bit of time and just understand what the hell causes it, and just give him some things to think about. Anyway, yeah, I can see where it'd get boring. I'm only going to continue for a little while, I might have to accept that you're right, that it's impossible to change people's beliefs. But I think it's an important thing to explore. What's the WTF for? I gave a poor explanation, but anyway, I know what I'm doing. Yes, thank you, Frank.
And I just got to say, it's nice to be on a show with where people are open-minded. It's refreshing. So every hangout, it seems like I go to, especially with Rose Patton, they're like closed-minded and they just yell at you, you're wrong. So yeah, it's very refreshing to be on here with a lot of open minds.
All right, Angry, do you want to, is there something you'd like to talk about?
I don't think we have the same interest.
Yeah, possibly not.
Yeah. Well, are you a sports fan, Rob?
No.
Wrestling fan?
No. Well, the reason I laugh is that there's a guy called Luke. Have you ever come across Luke at all?
Yeah, we're actually friends.
All right. This is Luke that drinks heavily and is a Christian or a religious person.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's actually. Hey?
He believes in God, but I don't know if I would go as far as say he's religious and all that. He does believe in the Illuminati too.
Oh, golly, gosh.
Yeah.
Good old Illuminati, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I think that there's some merit in in that story, but I don't really entertain it too much because I think that there's a better way to deal with problems.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, Luke's interesting, and does he do wrestling?
Yeah. Luke's a big wrestling fan, just like I am, except he only watches a company by the name of TNA.
Hmm. Oh, so he's not
Yeah.
a wrestler himself.
No, not that I know of.
I called him out. He talks about being saved because he had asthma as a 7-year-old. That's the story goes. And he said someone laid hands on him and he was cured.
Yeah, and then I told him, because I asked him the question, I said, "Well, did you see any doctors?" He's like, "Yeah, I had an inhaler that a doctor gave me." He's like, I'm like, "But nothing." Point is, you can't 100% prove your story because you went to the doctor.
Yeah, I just said you're a liar, liar, because I just know, get into trouble for saying that, but I just know that there's no such thing as a godhead or a god figure. You know, and that's from research, looking at Yahweh and when it emerged, and the whole idea behind Allah in Islam. You can see why they're not real things, and that just confirms what we don't experience those things, so they just can't be real. So
And I do got to say, Luke is a crazy guy, but if once you get past the drinking and the craziness, he's a really good guy.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, I started to see that in talking to him. It comes out that he is a good guy, but can can you not see how the religion sends him crazy? Well,
Yeah.
momentarily. He's an interesting dude, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So, Angry, what do you come on the internet for? What's the main attraction for you?
Well, I first started coming onto YouTube when I started watching this YouTube channel by the name of All Time Top Tens, and then after that I got into this community called the IWC Internet Wrestling Community, also known as YouTube Wrestling Community, where I started making YouTube videos based on wrestling, and ever since then I've been on other people's podcasts, whether it comes to religion, Illuminati, or even just wrestling. So yeah, and I've enjoyed it very much actually.
No, it's good to hear, mate.
Yeah.
What's your position on? Then we're live, so if you feel uncomfortable or you don't want to speak about it, just say so. What's your theory on the Illuminati, or what's your thinking on it?
Oh, I believe they're fake. It's just a bunch of bullshit. I think it's something that somebody made up in order to scare people. And yeah, I mean, people say that TV's mind control, but yet they still want to watch like other stuff and listen to other stuff. Basically, here's the deal: all the people that believe in the Illuminati, they always say that what I like and all that is real. It's the truth. It's what you should follow. Almost like a Christian forcing you to believe in what they believe in. The only difference is they're trying to force you to like be scared of the world, basically. But everything you like in the world and everything you enjoy, that's wrong. The Illuminati's trying to control you there. Ooh, yeah. And that's where I call them out on their bullshit. And it's like, but they refuse to, give me a direct answer except for, my way in life is the safe way and the good way, while your way in life is just, it's controlled by the Illuminati and you're mind controlled, which makes no sense.
Yeah, well, one of my conclusions from my little study in religions was that belief is a problem for humanity. In other words, everything should be about knowledge or what can be known, and anything that has to be based on a belief you should just dismiss until it can be proven.
I believe there's a bigger problem than that, and that's accepting others for the way they are.
Okay, that's an interesting comment. So you're saying that the big problem for humanity is people's acceptance for who they are, right? Does that mean that if someone believes something, just accept it as who they are? Don't try and
Yes, because everyone has a different path in life. Where you may have learned in life, that may have led you to believe in Christ, but what I led in life, it led me to be an atheist. Everyone on earth takes a different path. Basically judging another person because of their religion or their beliefs is freaking retarded. I can understand a debate, but like when it gets heated and all that, it's just stupid. It's like, and that's the main problem with the world today, is that we are not able to accept others because of either our beliefs or just because, we think that way, which is dumb. I feel like everyone in this world should be happy. I mean, we only get one life, for Christ's sakes. You would think that everyone would be like, you know what, yeah, I don't see like this person does, but you know what, I care for their happiness, so I'm not going to judge them.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, and the motive is good. But I promise you that belief is the barrier to the type of utopia that you're talking about. Where you hold a notional idea, and that's that belief, right? Or we could use the term ego identity. What we think of who we are. So a Christian person identifies with the Christian philosophy, or there you go, Frank. The Christian person identifies with, the idea that God's real, and the Muslim person identifies with the notional idea that God's real. An atheist person would say that no, they don't exist, they're not real. So there's an inconsistency. If you were to rid the world of belief, so in other words, people lived with respect to reality, and they had no respect for any beliefs whatsoever until they were proven to be a valid belief, then you would achieve the goal that you're talking about.
Not necessarily. It's not just religion that has to do with it. It's people in general. Yeah, religion's one of the main ones, but it's not, the main one, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, it's in there, but it's just not. It's just not the main course.
Yeah, I understand, and I accept 100% exactly what you're saying. But if you think about it for a moment, the people that you're thinking of, right, that are an issue, you'll find that they'll have an ideology that will be flawed, or a belief or a thinking that's flawed and doesn't relate to reality accurately.
But like, why should that, like, again, it's just, why is it so hard to accept somebody? I don't understand that.
Okay. Me personally, right, I will never, ever, ever accept a lie.
Okay, but I'm not talking about lies. I'm talking about people in general.
No, but this is the underpinning thing. If someone's saying something that's a lie, right? So, all right, let's say you've got a racist person, right?
Okay.
And that racist person believes that they're superior to the person that they're attacking or being rude to or whatever. That position is only an idea in their head, and it's not actually accurate, right? The reality is there is no real difference of any substantive difference other than the colour of the skin between the two people. There's not. That's the truth. So the racist person is living a lie. So I would have an issue with that.
Right,
And
right.
I would suggest that the racist person has a problem that needs to be fixed. They have to re-examine their worldview, their beliefs, and the correction needs to occur there.
Well, we're talking.
Occurs, we've got peace again.
Well, we're talking about a bad person, which there's a simple answer for that, which is they go to jail if they ever did something like that.
Yeah, yeah, but you know, a better result that doesn't necessarily cure their beliefs, right? A better result is if they actually own up to reality and admit that they're wrong, and then that fixes the problem permanently.
Yeah, you know, let me go ahead and correct myself when I said basically what I was trying to say is I only wish people that were nice but yet didn't really have an open mind to other people would be. Does that make better sense? Because
try it again.
Okay, I think what basically you're trying to point out is should we accept bad people, which the simple answer is no. So I guess I should rephrase what I was saying there at the beginning is I think nice people should not allow their beliefs should interfere with them, you know, wanting other people to be happy, if that makes better sense.
So a nice person shouldn't interfere with another person's beliefs. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because that person's beliefs in everything like that is really none of their business. If they're going to go to hell, then fine.
Hang on. No. If the belief is a lie, it's a problem.
But why does it matter?
Okay.
Why does it bother you that somebody believes in something that you don't? I'm not saying you specifically, but you know.
No, it's okay. No, you can say it straight to my face, mate. I don't mind. Right. I know, and again, don't jump in, that religions are created by empires. Now, that might sound like a conspiracy theory, but I promise you it is absolutely true. And if you look at the historical record, a lot of the wars that were fought through time were based on religious and empire reasons. And a lot of people died for those reasons. I also know that religions aren't real. You know, the God in the sky and all of that, that's just rubbish. It's all made up rubbish. And it's used specifically to serve empires. That's all it's ever done. So it's a massive problem for humanity if we leave these things unaddressed. You can't let them go by unaddressed. You've got to actually challenge them. And if you can do that, then the world is a much better place. And the other thing is, and I promise you this, I mean, if you've been around some of the Christian chats, you'll know that Christians, their religion doesn't always serve them well. They can actually behave quite badly. And I go onto Facebook and I see the Muslim community and the Christians fair dinkum, they would kill each other if they were in the same room.
Yeah.
Now, well,
that
it's
would not
true.
be
Hey?
right.
Yeah, but it's true, mate. I mean, you just look at them; they just go right feral. Now, that tells me something. That tells me that the belief system doesn't work. You know, if it worked, you wouldn't see those behaviours emerge. They'd be able to keep control of themselves, and they'd be more like, you know, what we'd expect a Jesus person to be like. You know, full control, fully relaxed, fully nice to the other person. But that's not the reality of religions. If you actually have a look at, you know, getting Muslims and Christians in a room together. So I know that that it's not a benign institution. So something has to be done about it. So, and basically that's why I'm on the internet. I want to be a person that actually does something about it and challenges Christians and Muslims to actually reconsider their belief. Because if you can do that and show them a different Jesus that's really based on reality, not magic and fairy tales, you got a chance of improving the world somewhat, one person at a time.
Okay, there's two things I want to ask you. Okay. One of the things was, hey, this group of people doesn't like this piece of people because they just simply don't. They can't get along. Well, why can't those people just ignore each other? Like, hey, just be like ignore each other. And also, your second one is that's one of the problems I'm talking about is like forcing belief upon someone.
Yeah. Okay, so first question, just repeat that again. Forcing belief I've got.
Forcing belief on somebody.
Yeah, but what's the first question?
Well, the first question really wasn't a question. It was just why can't this group of people that hate this group of people actually just ignore each other?
Okay, gotcha.
And then
yeah, okay. Here's the reason that they won't ignore each other. It'd be nice if they did, but the reality is it's the religious doctrine that causes the behaviours if we're talking about two warring groups of Christians and Muslims. There's nothing you can do about it, right? You won't change that outcome. The only thing that'll change that outcome and those behavioural outcomes is if the people themselves have a different belief. So ignoring won't work because they'll eventually run into each other somewhere down the track. Oh, and if you have a look at global movement, you'll notice that the Muslims are moving into a lot of places around the world in larger populations. So they're moving into England en masse, across Europe, America. So it's unavoidable that the Christians and Muslims will come into contact with each other. And there's growing anxiety between the two groups around the world. So they don't ignore each other. That's just the reality. The second question was, again, mate.
the second question was why do you and others think that the world will be fixed by forcing them to believe in believe in your beliefs?
Okay.
Oh, my Jesus is correct. So if you follow him, all of a sudden you'll turn into a good person.
Yeah. Well, you probably won't accept my answer, but I'll just give you the straight answer. I read these are not the texts that you'll see in the Gospels, or you'll see them, but they're changed a little, and I know why they changed. But if you read them, they're philosophically accurate, right? So they define the human condition. You've got to remember that God isn't a real thing. I mean that sincerely. There is no such thing as a God. Never was, never will be. There's no angels, there's no devils, There's no hell, there's no heaven, there's no paradise. All those things are fiction. That should make perfect sense to an atheist. But if that's the case, then the doctrine that these people are being taught has errors in it. You know, on a spiritual level. What's one of the best spiritual teachings around? Well, it's, you know, Buddhism. Authentic Buddhism.
I would say it's nothing. I mean, religion is part of the reason why we can't really accept each other. But I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying to stop, you know, believing in religion, because then that would kind of contradict what I'm saying here. But you get the idea.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I do. But there's a simple story, right? All through history, there've been, you know, wise men and, you know, wanting to pass on wisdom to the next generation, all that sort of stuff. I hold that the Jesus that I know was just a man, no miracle powers, but he was philosophically sound. And I hold that his teachings actually do lead a person to know themselves, take responsibility for themselves, and basically eliminate bad ideas in the process. It's not much more complicated than that. It ends up with the enlightenment experience. But and I think he's accurate, right? And I think that if a Christian and a Muslim both followed that text, then there wouldn't be any grievance between them. And they wouldn't have any angst at all. So, you know, yeah. Hard one to get your head around.
How do you accomplish that, though? How are you going to apply that in the real world?
Hang on, I am just the angry.
Okay, I was going to say is that it seems like, you know, we're talking about the same goal here, except the only difference is, like, I don't want to force anybody to believe in anything. I just want peace. But from your point of view, it's like, oh, if you believe in my God, then the world would be fixed.
No, actually, you just said something really interesting then, mate. The thing that's really significantly different about the Jesus I'm talking about and the one that you see in the Bible is that he talks about knowing, or gnosis. You could use the term gnosis. It's about truth and reality more than anything else. That's a significant.
But isn't that what every God believer thinks? You know, their religion and God is. You know, hey, it's the truth, it's the right way, but it's actually not.
What they say, they use the term, and it's locked into their brain. They use the word belief. This Jesus says knowledge or knowing. Now, knowledge and knowing starts to line up with science, and science. You get a Jesus that's actually aligned now to science and philosophy and all of that, as opposed to a Jesus that works miracles and he's aligned to belief in things that don't exist. That's a big difference. That's a big paradigm shift.
Yeah, but why would your God exist but not these others?
He doesn't believe in God.
Yeah,
he just thinks Jesus was a regular man.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Ian. Yeah, so what I am said is I don't hold the view that gods are real. I just think Jesus was a regular man that a mythical story was developed around, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I actually see Rob's version more plausible than most Christian, like most of the general Christian beliefs. But the main reason I was so main reason I question him so hard all the time is because he's like absolutely sure that Jesus existed 100%.
Yeah, it's just a man.
Like to me, it's a big jump from saying that it's plausible that a man could have walked this planet to I know he did. It's like to me that's a big jump.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, well, I understand. It's the challenge of the thing, but don't forget we haven't gone through the wisdom teachings and made an assessment on those.
Yeah, I don't think that like proving the philosophy successful proves that Jesus existed.
Yeah, but it's another step in the same direction, and you've got to remember too that those 61 of those sayings were actually taken, well, I'm saying by the Romans, and put into the Gospels. So there's a connection.
Plagiarization is not proof.
Yeah, but there's a reason that they see. Have I mentioned the term cult of personality?
Oh.
I think so.
Yeah.
Have I mentioned the term cult of personality?
You have to me, not in this hangout.
Have you heard it, Angry?
I've heard the song by In Living Color, but not.
Well, essentially, it's a scenario where leaders, create godheads, and then they call themselves God, and then they use that to rule over their people. It's a common practice through history.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, you're saying that the newer, like, some of the texts are conspiracy, and that's what, and like that's why I don't understand is why you're so sure he existed, because maybe, like, why not accept the possibility that it could have all been a conspiracy, or it could have all been manufactured, or could maybe even the original one that's more accurate was a combination of stories from many men just given one name. Like, there's so many explanations that we could give it that are possible, and that we can't prove didn't happen. There's so many explanations for what happened that are unproven, as far as that they did happen or that they didn't. That they all still remain a possibility, and we don't really know for sure. Like, we can cast our chips and say we're more confident this happened than that. Like, I mean, I've already admitted to you that I'm probably closer to 50-50 as to whether or not that man existed. I could put 50%. Now, like, let's say the fundamental Christian view that Jesus was a god and all this stuff, I have, like, no chips invested in that one. So, you like, you've already gained more of my confidence than their story, but I still, like, it's still just 50. It's not 100.
That's okay. I mean, you got a life to live, and other information might come your way. But I tell you, as you quite rightly pointed out, it's very scarce on the ground. When I approach a problem, right, if I want to work something out, I'm rather tenacious in terms of the effort that I'll put into the inquiry. But what I do, I tend to open it up as wide as I can, and I look at the big picture, right? And I'm looking for patterns. So, for example, right, one pattern I observed early in the piece was that the leaders that were around when these religious documents got written, the leaders of the particular communities when they were being written, more often than not called themselves that great. So you had Cyrus the Great, you had a guy called Agrippa the Great, you had Constantine the Great, and I thought, well, that's interesting, because when I thought about that, and I'm thinking about the king or emperor, I'm thinking about the baboon story that I saw, and alpha baboons being greedy and accumulating all the wealth for themselves. And I'm thinking, feeding the bad wolf. So I'm connecting all the time these stories and I'm seeing them repeat themselves, and it gives me increasing confidence that yes, these are human behaviours that I would expect to see in someone that was, an emperor. These are human behaviours I'd expect to see from someone that was more of a what is it? Altruistic person. You know, so I'm looking at it from many different ways and checking in on my understanding of, you know, what I see as patterns of human behavior through history. So, and then I'm trying to piece together, you know, things like prophecy, right? Prophecy, I knew prophecy was bullshit, but I had to find an explanation that seemed to match the period and the history and everything that would make a logical explanation for prophecy. It turns out that what they were doing, they would write the prophecy after the event. And as soon as I realised that, and there's scholarly evidence for that, as soon as I realised that, I said, well, that makes sense. That's how you can make up prophecy. You just wait till after the event, and then you say that the book was written, you know, back before the events occurred. So, you know, it's just sort of keeping in mind what makes sense. Is it, and if I ever saw a miracle, I knew, shit, there's a problem here with this story. And invariably, you know, I was right. You know, they make up stories, like the death of Mark the apostle. There was a miracle story that happened with him in 69 AD. And then what they did is they moved in 2 other people. And what you have, when you start to look more at the record, you see that around 69 AD, there's a whole bunch of Christian figures called bishops that are bumped off. And a really interesting one was the guy that replaced Peter, the Pope from Rome. He turns out that he looks awfully much like a Clemens Flavian. And the Flavians are the ones that I say wrote, you know, anyway, it's a whole web of intrigue. But, you know, if you just look at the bigger picture, you can start to piece it all together like a puzzle, and you can start to see what makes sense. You know, it doesn't make sense, you know, we can comfortably say that people cannot prophesize. So then we go looking for an explanation for it. Oh dear. Yeah, you're hard work, I am bound. I am outbound.
I just keep caught like it's I'm
I
calling
know,
you on
I
the
know,
same
but that was totally
hole
different
every
material.
time.
That was different material.
Like you it's but it's from
Eh?
It's still from the same sources though.
What are you gonna do? You got to work with what you got.
That's exactly. You work with what you got, and what you have is just a collection of texts that you can make your best guess off of based on what's in those, but we can't be 100% sure as to the accuracy. There's multiple hypotheses that we've already presented, the one that you presented and other ones that could all fit the narrative, and we don't know which one it is. We could probably guess which one is more likely, but that doesn't mean we know that's definitely the one.
Yeah, I know. But the reality is, mate, no one can prophesize. People don't predict into the future. That we don't have that capability as humans.
I don't know. Maybe they can. Maybe we
No,
just don't
but-
understand it yet.
No,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that those people in the Bible were prophesizers, but maybe there are some that we don't know of. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
There's evidence
maybe
that
there's
we predicted the. There's evidence that we've actually predicted the future a few times as humans.
Oh, okay. What's that?
One guy, I forgot his name, but he predicted the internet, believe it or not. And voila, I mean, there's proof right here in your hand. Or in your computer, whatever.
Yeah, that same guy also predicted handheld devices and other stuff too. His name was James Burke.
Yeah,
I think that's.
Is that projecting technology, like being?
He was prophesizing in a different sense. The way that he describes it is that he sees patterns. He sees different fields of science that are developing that will cross. Like basically every new invention, every new development is usually the result of two fields of science that have not been connected previously that come together to form a new field birthed out of those two combining, and that's what he was basically witnessing was the development of particular fields of research, and he predicted that they would converge, and that's how he made his predictions. So it's not like he's got some sort of supernatural power.
Yeah.
But it's still, I mean, it's unrecognizable. Like if somebody makes a prediction about the future, it's hard, you can't really tell the difference between those two. And there may be other ways that it happens too. There may be subconscious information that we're not aware of that may allow people to make predictions like that too.
Well, yeah, possibly.
Our brain is constantly making calculations that we're not aware of.
Yeah, but I can give an explanation with some scholarly support as well for the Book of Daniel and the Book of Revelations and the Book of Isaiah, and it's very clear. We're talking about 3 different events over 3 different time frames. And hang on, wait a minute.
You're just proposing one way it could be. I mean, it's not.
No. It's what they did is they wrote after the fact.
There's other ways of explaining that stuff though too. Like they could have wrote on after the fact, and you could still be wrong about other parts.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't preclude, and the time it was wrote doesn't make the writings automatically true. And any information, any information in those writings that's plagiarized or collaborated or anything, it doesn't make them true either.
I put a link in the site. It's from Yale University where they talk about that particular Book of Daniel.
And that's what annoys me about people, is that they love to propose their way as if it's true, as if it's the one and only way, And I don't know why that is.
But that's where I am comes in, because he'll destroy them if there's they haven't got a good true story. See, we don't have a problem.
I'm not saying that your story's not true. I'm just saying we don't know.
Hey, it's cool. I'm fine, mate. I'm not a sensitive little bunny. I don't worry about things like that.
I'm not saying that you're wrong about your hypothesis. I just don't know.
Yeah, I understand.
I don't know for sure. And anytime you say I'm like, how do you know?
Yeah, I know.
And you always bring up these stories from these ancient texts, and that's not strong evidence to me. It's evidence, and it helps increase the chips, but it doesn't bring them to 100%.
Yeah. All we got to do with you, mate, is enlighten you, and then you'd be 100%. But and I know, I know when I say the word I know, that just is like flicking a switch with you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Angry, you were going to say?
I didn't really say anything, unless you didn't hear me the last time. I said, basically is that, I would like people to stop proposing to other people that, hey, my way is the truth and it's the right way, and if you don't follow it, then you don't know what the truth is and all that. I think that's dumb.
Well, that's me, mate. I will do that. I honestly will. But I think I can back it up eventually.
The problem with that is anybody can say that. I know the truth, and your way's wrong, and my way's like anybody can say that, and it doesn't mean anything. It has no context.
That's when we get into That's when we get into, and unfortunately, sometimes the debates are a little awkward on the net. But that's when we should get into a discussion. All right. Well, you say yours is true. Well, let's talk about it and tell me why it is true. But in the theological area, it can be awfully long-winded. So I try and strip it back a bit and try and get back to something.
You go into great detail about the stories long-winded stories inside these texts without like if you're going to present a text to me, like first like let's establish the credibility of the text before we just assume that you can like you can just read it and know what happened. Like if the text is not credible, then it's not a good source. It's not like there's no point in telling me the story's in it. If it's thousands of years old and we have no proof about who wrote it or when, definitive 100% proof about who wrote it and when, then there, which is an impossible thing to do. Almost 100% prove something that happened thousands of years ago. I don't know if you could even do that. If you can't, though, then there's no point in going into the stories that are in it, because no matter if it's not credible in the first place, then it doesn't matter what's in it.
Right, and to this point, Rob's view of, his version of God is just a theory to this point.
No.
I would say a hypothesis. I would say it's a hypothesis.
All right.
Not even a theory. A theory is something that is a hypothesis we've tested over and over, and we were unable to falsify it.
Well, I'll put it to you this way, mate. I think it's the best explanation going round, or at least one of the better ones. Hey, there is one thing I did want you to think about.
I can't disagree with that. What you just said.
Yeah. Well, I framed it to suit.
Yeah, I already admitted that way at the beginning, that yours sounds a lot more plausible than others. So I would probably put more chips on your story than most of them. But I still don't. It still always runs up my spine when you say I know 100%. I can't wrap my head around that.
All right. I wonder. Yeah, I understand that. I wonder. There was a community, right, back in those days called the Essenes, and the Romans actually massacred them, wiped them off the face of the earth. They were like a bunch of hippies, right, basically. So they were, but they were religious fanatics, or maybe not fanatics, but they were religious to the max. So they practiced, a very austere type of religion. And they lived out near the Dead Sea. So you've heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But anyway, so I found it very strange that this particular community got wiped off the face of the earth when they appeared, for all intents and purposes, a very benign sort of community. And the reason I mention that is I think that that's one of the problems you get with the Jesus history. He may well have been part of one of those communities or something like that got wiped out. He was dead apparently a bit earlier, and this had happened in 70 AD. It just struck me as strange that the Romans would actually take the effort of wiping out what seemed like a benign community. And the only thing I can think of is that there's something important to the Romans to hide. Just something, another strange part of the story. Well, guys, I might call it quits, unless there's something else you want to have a chat about.
Not that I can think. I can't think of anything for us to talk about.
All right, Angry, I'm going to be still annoying religious people, but I do.
No, I don't find you annoying, but you just gotta face the fact that you don't really know the truth yet. Like he said, all about, I forgot his name, but you got a great hypothesis, but it's, again, it's not fact yet because it's not proven.
Yeah, I understand your position. It's not proven to you, but to me it is. I hold that it is true. And my confidence level, I don't know whether you got the idea, I do cover a lot of territory, a lot of things to, come to my conclusions. We haven't looked at the Gospel of Thomas sayings to see how philosophically rugged they are. And I know that's a questionable thing I am. So, me personally, I'm sold, 100% convinced. And that's just the way it is. Anyway, guys, have a great one.
Before you go, I was gonna say another thing that gets me too is I wish people would leave religion, but honestly, I'd like to join you in your pursuit of convincing people to do so, but I don't see
how.
I don't see that. Just based on what I know about neuroscience and the studies that have been done as far as trying to change people's minds and how you would successfully do that, I just like your approach of singling people out in the Google chats, asking them what they believe, telling them they're wrong, and then telling them what you think is right. I think you're going to be spinning your wheels and wasting your time. I don't think you're going to be changing people's minds. I don't think that it's going to achieve your goal, basically.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I did, say to myself when I started this venture, I would only try for so long, and I'll know when that point comes. So there may be a point where I'm going to just have to accept that it's just not possible.
It's a lot more successful if you if somebody's not coming to you pushing a claim on you or coming to you questioning their own faith or questioning what your beliefs are, they're probably not going to be open. And another thing is too is that, like I said, I mentioned the neuroscience, and the reason I did is because there are things about the human brain, and there are things about certain people's environments that they live in that preclude them from being able to change their mind. Like chemically in their brain, they're not going to be able to change their mind no matter what you say to them, because they have social dependencies, and there's repercussions that will occur in their environment if they drop their belief, things that are detrimental to their survival.
Yes.
And so to go out with this aggressive pursuit of people to me is like, even if your process was good, it still would be like it's being used on the wrong people. It's better to let them come to you, because and you can sit back and let them come to you, and they will too, because religious people will definitely come to you and they will say flat, like Luke Dog, he was definitely pressing his belief that God existed, although he's kind of hard to argue with because he doesn't let you get a word in. But still, the point is that they'll let them come to you to press their beliefs on you, and then question their beliefs. Like, forget presenting your own. First, dismantle theirs. You could entertain it as a possibility. Okay, let's see if yours is correct. Let's see if we can poke holes in it. I'm not going to dismiss it, but you don't do that. You're just like, yours is not true at all.
There's a reason for that, though. Don't do anything half-assed. What I'm doing there is I'm trying to get to the cognitive dissonance point as soon as possible.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you should spend more time researching how that is actually achieved. How cognitive dissonance is. Not just what cognitive dissonance is, but like men who've studied cognitive dissonance and know how to create it in other people's minds. And that was one reason why I suggested that book, A Manual for Creating Atheists, which I hate that fucking title. doesn't really tell you what's in the book. But you should read that because, and you should also try to look at the Socratic method more, because that's the process that it has been best identified as being able to create cognitive dissonance in others.
Yeah,
And it
well,
doesn't have anything to do with post.
I'm familiar with.
It doesn't have anything to do with making claims.
Yeah, okay.
I think you should get more familiar with him. You should read that book, A Manual for Creating Atheists. Read it like 5 times.
Manual for Creating Atheists. There we are. I've got it.
That was the whole reason why I left the Rose Patton's channel, is because they would be like, "Oh, my way is the real way. It's the truth," and I'm like, "No, it's not. I mean, it's just not."
Is she still online at the moment, or?
I actually, to be honest with you, I hope not, because she is psycho.
Well, I'd love to spend some time with Rose.
Yeah.
I think this is a free version of that book, so you don't have to pay for it.
Oh, cool.
Which is it's kind of illegal, but if you want to buy it, you can. I think this should be like standard part of everybody's schooling. This kind of it's. I think the title of the book should have been what he originally wanted to make it before his marketing guy convinced him to change it, which would be Street Epistemology. And if you've ever heard of epistemology is the study of knowledge. It's the study of the way people come to know things. There's different methods for coming to know things, and this book's by Peter Boghossian, and he gives a talk I heard one time where he says, if I want to find out, like if I need to install a new door in my house and I want to find out what size of door I need to put in it, there's different processes that I could use to be able to know what the size of the door is. And there's a lot of different processes we could use to do that. One process we could try is throwing a bunch of sticks up in the air and seeing how they land and interpreting them. Or I can ask my dog what the size of the door is. These are different types of processes for coming to know things. And obviously those processes that I talked about, the dog and the sticks, are unreliable processes. And a reliable process would be measuring the door with a tape measure. That's a better form of a process of coming to know things. So that's what epistemology is about, studying the way people come to know things, like which ones are successful at developing good knowledge and which ones are unsuccessful and make you develop bad knowledge. And the idea of street epistemology is like taking your study of epistemology and applying that on the street to people you run into. And that's what this book is mostly about, I would say.
Okay, so it's exploring how you come to know things. Is that the fundamental thing?
Correct.
Right.
Well, epistemology is that study. This book is about applying epistemology in your life on the street when you're dealing with people who come to you making claims of knowledge. They claim they know things.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah.
And this allows you to disseminate what they're saying and figure out how they came to know that, and find out if it's a good process they used to come to know that, or if it's a poor process they used to come to know that.
Okay, well, I understand that. So that was basically the Socratic method, where your line of inquiry is back at the person and their mental way of, or how did they come to their conclusions. And so in that process, what you do is you need to challenge the rationale or the logic of that, blah blah blah. But here's my thing on knowledge and how do you know it. It's just purely the ultimate thing, and I know you'll probably hammer me for being simplistic, is that we know our reality by our senses. And that's it. You can build upon that, you can put other layers on top of it, but But the real truth of the matter is that we sense things, and that's how we know that they're real. And if
I've got more videos. I've got more videos on my YouTube channel on the playlist Learn More, I think. Or no, it's actually no, Self-Deceit and Critical Thinking. If you watch that list of videos, there's stuff in there that talks about how, like, there's the neuroscience behind how our brains lie to us, our memories are shitty. There's also videos in there about how they've done.
That's why I said to you. That's why I said the senses. I didn't say anything about the brains, because what gets sensed here then gets interpreted
Connected.
up here.
Right, and I've also talked about how our senses are failed because we gather such little information from the world. Like, I don't trust my own brain, and that's why I don't ever try to ascribe to anything 100%, because if it, like, I start with this position that most people would agree with: nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes.
Rob does.
And
Rob is
yeah, he's infallible. Well,
his memory's faulty. He can't remember anything the past 2 weeks. He's already proven that.
Yeah, that's the point. Like,
little laugh by Rob there. Little laugh. A little bit of a chuckle.
We're not infallible. We make mistakes. We see things wrong. We even hallucinate sometimes. We remember shit wrong. We're unreliable completely, and that's
right down to a T.
That's basic. I mean, that's every human. I'm describing myself. That's the whole point of saying. That's the whole point of saying nobody's perfect. We're not perfect. We can't. Even our memories can't be perfect every single time, and our interpretations can't be perfect every single time. So the whole idea of critical thinking is trying to identify, like, if I can't look at my own beliefs and what I put confidence in and say that there's probably some of those areas in there that are wrong, then I'm never going to find them. And I'm basically lying to myself, and I'm pretending that I am perfect.
I think that's what Rob does every single day when he gets out of bed.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I do it sometimes too,
Rob,
probably.
You've got to stop this lying with this perfect capability, and stop it with the mind reading, Rob. Stop it.
Yeah, I don't do mind reading, John.
You tried it on me today.
I've explained that to you, and
I've explained
it to
2 weeks. You proved that today. You couldn't even remember 4 people in a room 2 weeks ago. Memory's fucked.
You explained it to.
That's the product of alcohol abuse, Rob. Alcohol abuse.
Frankie. I explained it to Frankie, and I've explained it to you.
Yes.
Humans can't read minds.
And you know what, Rob? Rob Beasley can't remember 2 weeks ago.
Hang on, mate. Hang on.
He says that. When he says that you can.
Hang on. You're caught up on the North Korean blokes. You're caught up on the North Korean blokes. You're caught up on the North Koreans. You think because they read minds.
Let's not talk about mind reading now, Rob. Let's talk about your memory, right? You've got memory loss. You've got very poor RAM data. You need more memory, Rob. Go to the shop and buy some more. All right?
All right. Now, I still wanted to say to you,
Rob, when he says,
yeah, sorry, mate.
Hey, Rob. Okay. When he says that you need to stop reading minds, what he's basically saying is this body language, these images, these experiences that you had in Google Plus are not enough for you to know what's on his mind. Like, you can make a guess, but it could be a lot of different things on his mind. There's no way we're gonna, like, unless we can brain scan him and have a very extensive knowledge of neuroscience and what parts of the brains are responsible for what, we can't make a very accurate prediction about what's on his mind without that information. Even the guys that have that information can't tell you. Even the guys that
no, mate,
even
what
the expert,
hang on, John, hang on, wait, John, wait.
Even the expert scientists that have all that information.
Hang on. I want to respond to the comments, so just 1 second.
Yeah, respond by butting in, Rob. That's
slow
the way to
down,
do it,
Bulldog,
buddy.
slow down.
Respond by
Slow down. Slow down. Now notice his
Respond by
behaviour.
butting in.
Look at his behaviours at the moment, right?
A bit of cog going on there, Rob.
No. He's got a message to sell.
It's never going to get to you, Rob.
Yeah, all right, mate. All right. Hang on. We'll get to you. You'll get a turn. Just be patient.
Better off
Now,
chucking it into a fucking box.
hey. Now,
Murky Mouth coming up.
Now, notice his behaviours, right? A bit erratic at the minute. Now, they tell me something. Now, the other thing,
oh my God,
I know Bulldog what he's up to. I know what Bulldog's up to at the minute, right? What he's trying to do is he's trying to plant this seed of, that I have memory issues. Trying to.
I didn't have to plant the seed, Rob. You fucking.
Yeah, hang on. Wait.
Memory, Rob.
Every human.
Bulldog, wait.
Memory issues. Every human.
Hang on. He's doing it for a reason. Right? What happened was.
Oh God, here we go.
What happened was, and this.
Yes.
Now this goes back to things like our senses, our sight, our touch, things like that. We can rely on them. Once we learn that, it's a very powerful thing. Right now, I have a very strong confidence in my eyes. Right, my brain, that's a different story. Now I saw this guy put a picture of my wife up on the screen, and then I saw him duck out of the room. Now, of course, he'll say that's bullshit, and he'll try and invent some story and focus on, memory loss because I couldn't remember the rest of the people in the room and things like that.
Here's a video. Here's a video. It's called The Memory Factory. I just shared it. It's,
Rob,
it's
Rob,
about
listen,
how every human has a faulty memory. Every
Rob,
human.
I'm about to open up my beat, Rob. Listen, Rob. Listen. Hang on.
Bulldog.
Rob.
Wait a second. Bulldog, wait a second.
Time's up. 1 second's up. Time's up.
Wait a minute then.
Time's up.
But the point I wanted to get to you, I am now. Granted, I may well be wrong, but what I want to say to you
Rob.
is
What was that? Wait a minute. Say that again.
Say that again. What I wanted to say was.
No, before that. What did he say? Did you hear it, Bulldog? I heard it.
He forgot.
He said I may be wrong. He said I may be wrong.
Who said that?
That's you did.
Oh, okay.
What did you forget already, Rob? Fucking hell. Hey, Rob.
So you admit there's a possibility that you could be wrong. Wait a minute. I gotta before we move on. I gotta know. Is there a possibility you're wrong?
Hang on, boys. I want to pay attention. I want to make a point with you. Right now, the point is, our senses are never wrong. They're infallible. If there is an instance of infallibility, it's reportable by science. So we're still in the realm of knowledge.
I could be wrong, but we're never wrong.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
I just want you to consider that. Right now, I want you to consider that. I want you to consider that as a way of measuring reality. It actually, as a concept, if it's true, right? And you can test it, through your own experience or whatever. But if it's true, if it's true, hang on. If it's true, if that statement's true, it becomes a powerful debunking tool.
No, you become a Nobel Prize winner, Rob.
No, it becomes a powerful debunking tool.
Come over, I'll give you your fucking prize.
You can say, all right, you have an idea or a notion about reality, and it's about a God. I say to you, well, it only exists in your mind. We're unable to use our senses, which are the only true gauge of reality, to measure your God. So therefore, we must discount it. It's that simple.
Hey, Rob, have you ever thought you saw a ghost? Have you ever thought you saw a ghost?
No.
I have.
Well,
I
that's
have.
okay, John, because you can have delusions in your head. But I'm talking about the senses.
No, Rob. It wasn't in my head. I saw it with my own eyes.
Bullock.
I saw it with my eyes. It wasn't in my head. I used one of my senses, or actually two of them, because I've got two eyes. Or you could call the fucking hole in my dick the third eye, but let's not go there, Robert.
Bullock, did you touch the ghost?
I tried to, and when I walked towards it, it disappeared, and I says, fuck me drunk. And then I thought to myself, I'm not even going to fuck myself sober.
I grabbed that ghost, I fucked it in the ass, and then it disappeared. I was like, oh, shit.
My senses were playing fucking tricks on me.
No,
Rob,
mind, mate. It was all in your head.
You can hallucinate
Rob,
touch, you can hallucinate sound.
It all started with my senses, Rob. That's where I got it from, because if I closed my eyes, I wouldn't have seen the ghost. Don't you get that? What part of that don't you understand?
If your head can fuck up your senses, how the fuck are your senses infallible?
Yeah, so what you're talking about, John, is you're talking about your mind imagining, because that's where imagination occurs in the mind.
No, my eyes saw it.
Imagining that you saw it.
No. You're not getting it, Rob. My eyes saw it. I thought I saw a ghost.
No.
Right? No, my mind didn't. Listen, my eyes. If I had my eyes turning the other way, right?
You're a world-famous liar. Another lie from Johnny May.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like that, mate.
What do your ears do, Rob? Do ears fucking look at things, or do they hear things?
Listen, I gotta go.
Oh, yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Go and have a little bit of a lie down. Another wonderful fucking interview with the famous Rob Beasley, who's never been wrong, who's got a fucking memory span of a fucking goldfish.
Every fucking human does. Our memories are so horrible.
I know, and here's Beasley going, I know, but I can't remember those blokes were in the ring, but I know it. Yeah, he knows fucking everything. I don't know. Is he fucking getting to you? How many times has he been in and out of the room since I've been gone?
He's been in here for a while. I usually don't run him off. But he was about to go anyways before you got here, and I roped him back in.
Oh God! And you watch. He's gonna rope himself back. There he goes. All right. Too much. What's he fucking going on about? He's ranting on in the side chat now. I can't. See what I'm saying? Can't help himself. No one's ever won an argument with him. He's always fucking right.
He admitted in this hangout that, like, I told him, this is the first time he responded this way. Like, I told him, I rehashed his evidence that Jesus existed. I told him it was like the main reason I argue with him is because he's so 100% sure. Not that he's confident in it. Like, I would draw back if he would just at least be like, okay, I'm 90% sure Jesus existed. I would totally drop all of my.
Hey, he's in balls.
Yeah, that's really what I could so much understand 90% more than 100. And he obviously knows more about the history than me, so I could see why that maybe would convince him. I don't know about that history. I don't want to fucking know. I don't care. Did he exist or not? I don't give a fuck. So there's no point in trying to change my confidence level there. But when I hear him say he's at 100, then I'm just like, ugh. How the fuck do you know that?
I know. He goes in, I told you, he goes in balls and all, that guy. Absolutely balls and all.
The second thing I said to him was, "Look, man, like honestly, like I really wish you would draw back to that 90% because like I wish people would leave religion, but even in that sense, I have trouble joining your cause because you like people come in here, you single them out, and you're trying to push your view. You just immediately tell them they're wrong. This is what's right." And that's not a successful process in getting, like, actually from what I've read, that makes religious people believe their beliefs even more. So
it's like I heard the other day from Neo. He's
you know,
going to double down. He's doubling down on his fucking beliefs. I don't know how you do that.
Well, my problem with that situation is that he's got the same goal as me in a way, but to me, he's like hindering our ability to accomplish that goal. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, no, don't, like, that's not like, and I keep trying to get him to read Peter Boghossian and about the Socratic method and the successful way to get people to leave their beliefs, which is kind of like, you kind of got to sit back. You have to, if you're going to do it successfully, you can't go out and aggressively seek people out and be like, do you believe in God? You're wrong. You can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, and now he's telling me, like, oh, I saw it in my mind. My mind doesn't see it. My eyes get to fucking see. My mind fucking translates that information into what I thought I saw. I wouldn't have seen
your mind can transpose shit like
eyes over me, my hands over my eyes. Fucking hell.
Even if he sees those things as separate, like if your mind can subvert your perfect, like he says the senses are infallible, let's say they are, if your mind can subvert that, then it's kind of worthless to be then your fallibility just falls on a different part of the system.
Listen,
and it's still fallible.
There's a fucking a video out there which proves that your senses are fallible, right? I feel like pulling it up, but you know what? He's just going to turn around and say, "No, that's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit."
Just look at any optical illusion.
Exactly. That's what I was going to pull up. There's a list of fucking 20 fucking optical illusions, and I thought, what do you? Oh, I feel like pulling it up and saying, "What do you see in there?" He doesn't get it. That's why I don't bother pulling it up, because I just can't fucking do it. I'm tormenting myself because he's just going to go, no, you can't do that. You can't use that experiment. No, you can't use any experiment that's going to knock him down. Yeah. Don't do that. No fucking chance. Yeah, only do the experiment.
That purpose long. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do experiments.
No, that's cheating because it's a lying picture.
Like that. No, don't do it. No, because
what about hologram?
Yeah, don't fucking show him those, because it's like, no, it's not. That's not what you're looking at. No. Talk about fucking.
Oh, brother.
Talk about cognitive dissonance, eh? Fucking, he's right up on the fucking scale. If one's lowest and 10's highest, he fucking hits it. He's bending the fucking needle. He's off to 11. Off to 11.
I will give Beasley this though. At least he has the conversation. Like I've noticed, like Neo and Rose, like they'll just leave if you start getting too they won't stick around for it as much.
Bullshit. I've been in rooms with fucking Ryan one-on-one for 3-4 hours every day for a whole week, right? And
they always leave with me.
No. He actually called. He used to call me. He stopped calling me now, but he used to call me, and I was getting sick of it. I thought to myself, "What's going on here? Is he trying to convert me or what?" Because he was mentally tormenting me, absolutely mentally tormenting me.
It's your sexy voice.
Oh yeah. I fucking try to change it to make it unsexy, and he fucking gets attracted even more. He does. And then other people say,
it's like
"You're
that girl that wants you to beat her."
Yeah. Oh yeah. Girls call me a bitch.
The girl that pisses you off because she wants to be beat.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh man.
Let me ask you this though, like, because you seem pretty skeptical minded.
Yeah,
more
very.
so than a lot of people. How do you feel about like peer review though, or like scientific consensus?
It works. There's no other method. That's it. That's how it should work. You know, that's how it works, and it works perfectly. You can't if it didn't work, we wouldn't use it. It's as simple as that.
So you kind of what about like your percentage? Like if there's a scientific consensus on it, are you like 100% behind it?
About the method? Yeah, of course I am. I don't, because I can't come up with another method. If there was another method, I'd try that. You know, it's like saying someone. If someone come to me and says, you know what, we've got a magnet here and it's got north and south, but we believe it's got a fucking east and west, right? You know, the scientific method is, okay, let's do a little fucking test on this, right? Maybe there is a fucking east and west. Let's do a test. You know, everyone sits down and fucking does experiments, right? And that's the scientific method. And it's like, if they all come back and say fucking no, no means fucking no until someone proves that it has got fucking east and west. And I don't give a fuck about anybody else going, you know what, it's got east and west and I don't give a fuck about these other cunts. Well, fine, you're allowed to act stupid, right? But don't abuse it. That's what I'm saying, right? And that's what these cunts do. They abuse it. And that's why I say to myself, sorry, go on.
I think there's a little like what let me ask you again though, like you 100% stand behind that.
Not 100%, but there is no other method that I know of to go to, if you know what I mean. Like,
well, I can't
peer review.
You're not 100%. I can't pick on you.
You know, but there is no other method. If there was, I would say, well, you know what?
I respect that.
Let's go there and use that one because that's a little bit better than the peer review.
Let me get specific though. Let me ask, like, what is your feelings about GMOs?
I've got no. I have heard. I'm not 100% on it, right? I'll tell you something now. I just think that it's an improvement on nature, right? That's my gut feeling, right? For these people to turn around and say, it causes cancer and yada yada yada, I don't believe that for 1 minute, right? I believe that it's a great benefit to humanity, right? And I've seen videos on it where it has been a great fucking benefit. There's countries where they've used GMOs where it's a fucking drought-ridden, fucking poverty-stricken joint, and now they're growing fucking wheat where they could never have grown it before. Beautiful, great. You know, those guys there, if it wasn't for GMO, they'd be fucking dead and buried, and they wouldn't have got it. So it does. I can't. That's science. We're just improving on fucking nature. That's all. You know, nature created it. We're just fucking improving on it. It's like fucking the human body. We're trying to fucking repair it from day in and day out because it's not the best design in the world. You know, I get a sore back. I see people wearing glasses.
Do you admit that there's a possibility that in the future they might come out and say that maybe some specific GMOs have issues that we were not previously aware of?
Correct. Yes, because of absolutely. It's like, you know, you're tinkering with things, right? And you know, you might turn the knob too far and it snaps the fucking knob. Yep, that's a possibility. Absolutely, I agree 100%. But that's like a car engine. You know, you rev it until the fucking gasket fucking blows off, and you're going, let's stop at fucking 25,000 RPMs, go a little bit further, and it pops the fucking head off it. Yep, okay, so we've done the experiment, we've tried it, tested it, we know, don't go there again because that does fuck things up. It's exactly like when they use fucking chemicals on crops, you know? Okay, yeah, good, yeah, great. It killed the fucking bugs, but it fucking gave everyone cancer.
Have you looked at what the consensus actually says? Like what the phrasing of the consent of the, like, because they did this survey and there's like a number of statements and they can check whether they agree or disagree, and then where they show like how many scientists agreed with each statement, and the ones there's one statement that like pro GMOers latch onto. Are you familiar with that one?
I
mean,
haven't.
if I'm remembering this
statement?
correctly.
What's the statement? What they latch onto?
This is not an exact quote, but it's something to the effect of, you know, like based on the peer-reviewed articles, they found no evidence that GMOs were more harmful than conventional crops. So they say that GMOs are not harmful, and it doesn't say that they're good for you. It just says that in those articles they didn't find evidence of it. That they didn't find evidence that it was worse than conventional crops. They actually did see evidence that it was bad, but not that it was worse than conventional crops, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So they didn't really preclude this idea. Like it does. I've noticed that some pro GMOers will latch onto that, and they'll be like, "See, they're saying that they're good," and I'm like, "No, that's not really what they're saying."
Yeah, of course. I know. Yeah, I know they latch onto shit like that. I know that, right? Everyone's looking for ammunition to shoot the other cunt down. Okay, I know that, right? It's just a bit like
I've seen some additional criticisms of some of the positives that you brought up, and I don't really want to go into them because I don't know how valid they are. But like just the fact that I don't know enough about it, like you'd have to get so versed in that shit to really know. But like because I don't know, I feel like I don't want to be the guinea pig. You know what I mean? It took.
But here's
it took us like it. I mean they like cigarettes used to be doctor recommended. Say lead's okay, you know, and they put it in kids' fucking toys, and then they came back and they're like, okay, it's not okay. Let's take it out of the kids' toys. And then they came back again and they're like, okay, it's worse than we thought, so we're gonna take it out of other like paint and shit. Like, and they did this like 5 times. And same thing with like cigarettes. Like it was doctor recommended for a while, and then asbestos and the list goes on. There's like thousands and thousands of things where this has happened. So I'd rather wait till it's around for like 20, 30 years and avoid it.
Yeah, but you got to remember, like, when they were putting lead in paint and asbestos, you know, where they were mining it and all that. You know, you're talking back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, right? Science has come a fucking long way. You know, computers weren't even around in the 60s. I never had a fucking computer in the 70s, right? Now we've got fucking computers and shit like that. Science is fucking more than fucking quadrupled or fucking whatever in the last 10, 15, 20 years. As far as, you know, like science has come so fucking far, you know? It's like, you know,
I don't know that I put that much faith in it because we already have a huge amount of drugs that are released and then recalled, vaccines even too. I've heard vaccines have a higher rate of recalls than
but that's the high end of science.
Medicine does.
Yeah, I understand, but that's the real high end. That's the technical part of science where, you know, like some of these drugs that they develop, you know, like it's like it takes years to fucking develop.
I think it's just the nature, like the scientific method is about repetition of testing, and I think that when they release things to the public, like that's kind of a part of the process, and sometimes that evidence of negative reactions doesn't really surface until it's been on the market long enough.
Well, you know they tested out on animals.
It's them to test a thing.
Yeah, but they tested out on animals.
I mean, they tested on animals. They tested it out on thousands of humans too. But that's still it's still not as big, you know. And sometimes the bigger data set is where you find the errors, where you find the flaws. And I'm not saying that GMOs are bad. I'm just saying like I don't know enough about it, and I've seen criticisms that sound good to me that. I've seen criticisms that I shouldn't say they sound good. I've heard criticisms that I've never heard responses from like the mainstream or the scientific community about. And I've also never really heard any interviews from the guys who are in that consensus, and how, like, I'd like to hear them say, like, saying we didn't find evidence that it's worse than conventional crops isn't saying much. Like, it doesn't tell, and they're supposed to be, this consensus is supposed to be a comment just about the peer-reviewed articles. I mean, what about stuff that's outside the peer review that maybe some of those scientists would consider, but they still have to mark, like, even if a scientist thinks that this non-peer-reviewed journal shows evidence GMOs are bad, according to that consensus, he would still have to check that marker box that makes him sound pro-GMO because of the way that it's worded, you know?
Look, GMO, I think it's Monsanto or someone like that. They're the biggest ones who do this GMO things. Obviously, when they do their reviews, of course they're going to hire their own kind. You know, I know that.
Right.
I know that, but because I do know it, I say to myself, well, I know there's going to be a little bit of bias here, but I haven't got anything else, so it's not really peer-reviewed, so I don't have anything else to go on. So they're basically doing their own in-house research, it's a bit like policing the police. It just doesn't work, right? But
well, the peer review, like the scientific consensus comes from those peer, like, I believe it's a survey they did, and like that particular statement that they had a consensus on is a reference to peer-reviewed articles, so it wouldn't include anything outside that. But I don't know, I could even be wrong about what I'm saying. This is just the way that I
put it this way.
I gathered it. So
put yourself in this position, right? Let's say you're the CEO of Monsanto, and you've come up with this brand new apple crop. Apples grow fucking 3 times faster. They're more redder, more sweeter, right? And all this has all been verified because everybody's tasted and went, fucking you beauty. But there's only one downside. They're going to give you fucking cancer, right? And you know this. You're the CEO of that fucking company. You know damn well these apples, right? Even though they're the fucking sweetest fucking apples, they're the juiciest, and they grow they grow in summer, winter, autumn, spring. It's a fucking miracle. But the downside is they're going to give you cancer. Are you going to sell those fucking apples, and then afterwards everybody who eats them, which is probably about 10% of the fucking population, they're all going to die of cancer? Are you going to actually go out there and say, fuck it, the money we're going to make from the apple trees is going to outweigh the fucking dead people? I don't think so. They'd go broke. They'd fucking work out and say, why'd you release this shit for? You're just not going to do it. You've got to have a bit of... I don't think
so. I mean, everybody knows McDonald's will make you obese, and they're still selling. I don't think. I mean, they know cigarettes cause cancer, and they're still fucking selling them. I don't think that matters. Another thing too is, like, you could be like just think about a religious person and how they're stuck in their bias. Like what if I have a group of scientists and only a few of them came to me and said that it causes cancer? I might go, you're fucking fired. Like, I don't believe that. You're a spy in my company, and you're just a fucking quack scientist. Like, maybe I would just rationalize that my apples don't cause cancer, Like, there's a lot of different explanations, and some people, honestly, like, if you think about the mindset it takes to become a rich billionaire CEO, like think about two businesses, and like forget rich CEO. This could apply to multi-levels. Think about two small businesses. They compete with each other. They both sell fucking lamps. If I know the other guy's got a better lamp than me, is my business going to succeed by me telling you, well, yeah, this lamp's $20, but you should go buy Frank's lamps because his are really better than mine? No, I'd fucking kill my own market. I'd be better off saying, oh, I got the best fucking lamps for the best fucking price, and maybe I don't even give any information. Maybe I just make a commercial and with hot girls, and they're holding my lamps, and give you this idea that you get the hot women if you buy my lamps. If I could just attach this good feeling and mislead people, which is actually the more successful marketing technique. If that guy's competing with, like, if the guy who has the good lamp, he's like honest and tells people information and all that shit, that marketing technique is going to fail against the one that's kind of misleading. So the successful businesses the more successful ones are more likely going to be the guys who are cutthroat, don't give a fuck about you, and are just going to make money. And I'm not saying that all business owners are that way, but our system kind of rewards that mindset. And there's so much, like I mentioned the recalls in vaccines. Like one of the major reasons vaccines are recalled is because of manufacturing. Like sometimes they have glass in it, or the wrong chemical, or like they're so they're careless, and I'm not saying that they're like evil bad people and they intend to do these things. Like I gave an example earlier, how like you just rationalize things. I'm not evil. I just didn't believe that guy, or like there's a lot of different ways that they can rationalize themselves into a profit.
Oh yeah.
Into being like you can be cutthroat and not even you can be the cutthroat guy and still think you're the good guy. You don't even realize that's what you're doing.
I'll put it this way. Listen, if I was the head of fucking Monsanto, and I had that fucking apple tree, and okay, I'm gonna purposely go out and only sell those seeds to certain people, on purpose, because it's gonna be like a little bit of an experiment of mine. That's gonna be wrong. Then because I know damn well they're all gonna die of cancer, right? And the study's already been proven. Right.
What was that company, they made a drug for hemophiliacs, and America said, no, you can't sell those here because we looked at your production standards and we feel that they may be contaminated with AIDS. And these guys were like, no, they're clean, it's good, it's not, there's nothing in there. And I would bet they probably even believed that. And they instead of dumping this stuff out in order not to lose millions of dollars, they took it over to like France or somewhere and sold it. And now like a ton of hemophiliacs over there now have AIDS. It was contaminated. And I'm not saying that, I'm not even saying the guy like did that purposefully with Matt, was just turning a blind eye to giving people AIDS. I'm not saying, I mean, maybe he really believed, because like the way they were posing it is there's a risk it was contaminated and it wasn't an assurity, but then later we found out it was contaminated. So I don't know how sure, like there were people that were pretty sure it was contaminated, but the leaders of the company obviously didn't say that publicly. I don't know what they really thought in their head, but they came out and said, no, this stuff is good. And even after they fucked up and contaminated a bunch of people, they still were like, no, our safety practices are good. Like, I don't know how it happened. It's just a fluke. Like they were still like acting like they were in disbelief that, So it doesn't. They don't even have to be aware of what they're doing. They're just looking at.
Think they are aware. I'm thinking they are aware, but they just turn a blind eye to it.
I mean, some of them might be. I'm not saying that they're all unaware. I'm saying they don't have to be. Like, they don't have to be. Like, I think it's a mix. Some of them probably are doing dirty deeds and aware of it, and then other ones are just like they're part to get information, and this one's more profitable, and that one's not, and this maybe somebody's telling me that not as profitable method is the honest one, but I have, since there's this huge profit over there, I have this subconscious desire that may not allow my brain to fucking accept that as a possibility. That's when you're a fucking kook, Another thing too with like peer review and scientific consensus is like, who gets to decide who's part of the fucking census?
Well, a peer review is supposed to be an independent body, like someone who's not even associated with the company. There's no bias. That's how it's supposed to be done. That's why I trust it so much, right? I don't give it 100% because there might be. That, sorry?
I mean, how is it possible that the if even if like the third party is basically just the third party is basically giving a survey to men who are in positions. Like the third party didn't choose the men necessarily. They're choosing men who are in high positions in science. But the guy, like, so they choose men from these, they choose men from schools, professors, stuff like that. But like that school is funded by something, by somebody, by a company. That company, that the scientist works for, like they chose who worked there. You know what I mean? So like, even though the third party may not be influenced, the third party giving the survey and putting together consensus might not be influenced by anything. They might be totally independent. They're still surveying men who are in positions that were decided.
Review, right? The idea is you don't just get one person or one group of people in one university. You get it peer reviewed by multiple people, right? That's the whole idea of it. It's not like, oh, everybody's going to send me their.
Yeah, but I doubt they include.
Right?
I mean, it's not just universities. It's like there's universities, there's government organizations, there's private organizations, there's charity organizations. It's a wide range, but they don't include all of them. Like they're not going to include every single private.
Yeah, you've got to draw the look. It's a bit like, okay, let's say I find a fucking bone in the ground and I want it carbon dated, right? I'm not going to send it just to one lab, right? I want a consensus on, okay,
I agree.
I send it off to like 5 or 6 places, and I send it off to France, Germany, America, Australia, and England. And I say, all right, test this, and then they all come back, and one says 11,500, this one goes 11,250, another guy says 9,900, and I get all those fucking numbers, I divide them by 6, and I go, right, the average is 10,995. So I've got a pretty good idea that we've got it right, because no one knows, right? And they're not supposed to know. That's the whole idea of it. They're not supposed to know, what the other person's results are. So there's no foul play. That's why I rely on that sort of shit.
Well, yeah. What I'm saying though is like there may have been some bias in the fact that you chose those 6 guys. I mean, there may be 3 other guys that have a totally different view that you decided to leave out. Like said, you have to draw a line somewhere, and I agree with that. But somebody's choosing where that line's drawn.
Yeah, but the idea is,
you know what I'm saying?
But put it this way: we'll stick on the carbon dating, for instance. This company, that's probably what there might be one of those companies. That's all they do all day. They're just carbon dating shit for people. So it's like, well, they're not going to be biased because they're carbon dating shit for fucking museums. They're carbon dating shit for paleontologists. They're carbon dating shit from all over the world. So they, even paint fucking what do you call it? Canvas on paintings. They're probably carbon dating that for other people to see if it's a fake. Yada yada yada. So they don't have any bias. They just want to put a date on it, collect their money, and fuck it off, right? They've got no bias whatsoever. They couldn't give a rat's ass. And when you do send them a bit of fucking bone, they don't even know if it's a fucking human bone or a fucking dinosaur bone or a fucking elephant bone. They couldn't give a shit. All they want to do is fucking carbon date it and ship it off and say, there's our result.
Guys. Fuck.
Just shut up.
Carbon dating's one to hard. Carbon dating's a hard one to argue about because I'm probably, like, most of the time I'm probably going to agree with you, but still I get what you're saying about, you're talking about the scientist and his process, but I'm talking about like the guy who decided which scientists to hire.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful of that guy too, because he might have a fucking personal bias, of course. Absolutely.
That's the thing. That's the thing right there, though. That's it right there, though. Is that this is the thing. This is the thing. If you have, like, let's say those 6 places are arranged, like one of them's a school, one of them's a private organization, another one's a charity, another one's a government organization. Let's say they're all different. Well, regardless of what they all do, there's always a guy in every single one of those who's doing the hiring of the scientists. And if I'm a big company, let's say I'm another outside company, I'm a big company, but I have a financial attachment to what these scientists scientists end up deciding, well, I can go to the leaders of those companies and be like, look, you need to fire, get these ones in here. And that way Bulldog sends his stuff to these 6 places. You know, I've got my stuff pre-set up to all fall in the direction I want it to.
I'll tell you where I'm not going to send anything. Like, for instance, if I had a dinosaur bone, right, and I just cut off a little tiny bit, and I found out that fucking Ken Ham had a fucking laboratory for carbon dating, I know for a fact, right, before I send the bone off, he's not going to date that bone over 6,000 years. Okay, that's a God-given fucking fact, right? And here's the thing: I could run that experiment at fucking Ken Ham's
he doesn't even believe in carbon
dating fucking laboratory, and yet 100 fucking scientists will go, hang on a second, Ken Ham never even his fucking meter never goes over 6,000. There's an anomaly here. There's an anomaly. I would say, hang on a second, hang on.
It's not just carbon dating. You can do it with any other, chemical element, It's not just carbon.
You
I know there's lots of ways.
I don't believe in carbon dating at all.
I know
it's not a matter of belief, man. It's a fact. I know. But
we weren't actually. We went off the rails a little bit because we were actually talking about peer review. Like, who do you give it to peer review? Like I said, I wouldn't give anything to fucking Ray Comfort or fucking Ken Ham or any of those fucking knobheads for fucking peer review. Okay, right?
The thing is, every single time you're gonna run the test, you will get the exact same results. Okay, it doesn't matter who's gonna run it. It's always gonna be the same. Okay, unless you took the sample, in some shady way, in the wrong way.
I wouldn't give fucking Rob Beasley the keys to the fucking medicine cabinet either. Same reason.
Well, yeah, but pointing out an obvious a bad source doesn't really refute my claim that it's somebody else besides forget Ken Ham, another powerful person. The guys who do hire those respected places do hire at those respected places. You know what I mean? It would not be hard for someone who's super
claim, but listen, you have to claim that there's a huge conspiracy of tens of thousands of scientists from all over the world that do the same bullshit testing. That's what you have to claim. And
No.
I don't think you're saying that
because I'm not talking about the scientists. I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about the scientists. I'm talking about the guys who get to choose which scientists to hire.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
And they don't even have to be a scientist. They could be a CEO. They could be a manager. They don't have to even have any knowledge of science. They just know.
Biased people. No one says there are no biased people or scientists or anything. Of course, in everything in life, you're gonna find biased people.
I'll just tell you something which touches on this very same subject. What we're talking about. Did you see the news? I only saw it a few days ago. Volkswagen, right? They fudged the fucking numbers on their fucking on the emissions on their cars, right? And their fucking share price has fucking dropped by I don't know, 30-40%, whatever it is. I can't remember, right? And they fudged the numbers, and they done it on purpose, right? Because what they did is they got fucking people. Say for instance, who fucking got manipulated and said, here, these are the fucking results, and they says, fuck it, if they put those shitty results out there, our car sales will fucking go down, so let's fudge the fucking results. And a private fucking company has done the same fucking tests on their cars, and they've all come back fucking worse than what they fucking kept claiming, and they got pulled undone. Now, when you do that sort of shit, right, Volkswagen, they might go broke over this fucking scandal. That's the risk you take when you fudge the numbers. That's the problem. So they're in the shit with this fucking problem now.
When a private company, like a separate third-party company, can test the cars, but they still don't decide which scientists got hired by the companies that they're sending the questionnaires to when they put together a consensus. Like a third party performing tests on a car, like you could it's not really the same context as questioning the scientists, because they're just surveying the scientists' opinions, and they're not surveying the process at which was used to hire the scientists in the first place. Because if there's anybody.
Yeah, but then it's an infinite regress. Then it's like, well, who's going to survey those people, and who's going to survey those fucking people, and it just goes on and on and on.
That's why I'm not saying to change the peer review process. I'm just saying that's why. I mean, mainly when I'm saying that you're not like 100% behind it, and that's why I'm not like. That's why I question it. And that's why when I brought up the GMO thing, I was like, I'm kind of in the I don't know camp, because I don't want to just take what even though peer review says there's no evidence currently that it's worse than conventional crops, I still like. It seems to me like a lot of people, when they hear something like that, they jump from that immediately to, oh, GMOs are fine, shut your mouth. There's nothing wrong with them.
That might be just one time
because of peer review.
Yeah, but that might be just one crop. It might be a wheat crop, and they go, right. But that doesn't mean that every single GMO, like there's fucking thousands of crops. There's apple crops and strawberry crops and fucking, lemon crops and fucking watermelons and fucking grapefruits and fucking all sorts of shit. By saying one's okay, that doesn't mean they're all okay. I'm not saying that. But if they've given the green light to say,
they might all be bad for all I know, but when these anti-GMO people come and say, oh, I know 100% for sure they're all bad, how do you know that? Like, maybe you're right, but it doesn't seem like they usually don't. Like, I don't want to say that they're. I think like I just see both as a possibility. They could be good, they could be bad. I don't think we know yet. And honestly,
what happens is they go, oh, I got evidence. Oh, my son got the fucking chicken pox. It's like, well, hang on a second. Most people do get the fucking chicken pox. Oh, no. There's never been any fucking chicken pox in my family. It was caused by the fucking GMO crop. Oh, and my daughter's been coughing fucking really bad for the last 6 months because of the GMO. Well, what, you don't think it's got anything to do with the fucking Lumen refinery, what you're fucking living next door to? Or fucking something like that? Everybody jumps to conclusions. We've got people here, they go, I'm getting a fucking headache from fucking wind farm. How does a wind farm give you a fucking headache?
I still wish they wouldn't have released it so soon, and we would have, like, the crappy thing is it's probably not profitable to do an extreme amount of testing, and so like this like throw it out on the market and just see if people die thing is like the best. Seems like that's the best we have to still try something new and not be deterred by the cost. But
they probably have tested it to their ability. They might have rushed it out there, but the biggest loser in it is the company who released it, because let's just say millions of people in
I don't think so.
time all develop fucking skin cancer because of this fucking GMO crop, right? Don't worry, the company will go broke. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but the company like still profitable. Like cigarettes are still fucking raking it in. But even though they're like,
I know, but like, see, even though my mum died at fucking 90, and she was a pack-a-day smoker all her fucking life, right? Now, why didn't she get fucking cancer? I don't fucking know. I'm not a doctor. I just know that she didn't get cancer. She died of fucking old age. I know lots of people who've died of old age who are fucking smokers. I know. I'm a smoker. Yeah. I know.
But like the lead thing, like that was an industry that was making lots of money selling lead, and now they went bankrupt, but those guys still like they were living their life for a while. They were like it was very profitable, and I think if they could go back in time to do it, I think that the fallout at the end that makes companies go bankrupt is anything that detours them, and it doesn't even always even always make them go bankrupt. I mean, even what is it, like Chevron bought that company, merged with that company that was responsible for all that all that chemical poisoning in India, and they got sued and lost lots of shitloads of money. But if you look at like what they profited, if you look at what they profited compared to what they lost, they still made money, and they're still in business and they're still making money.
Carbon monoxide.
So it's like it doesn't.
Okay, but the problem with that is I still got to drive my fucking car to a car park, right? And I'm breathing it in, walking through the fucking car park with cars going up and down, up and down, up and down. And I know what carbon monoxide can kill you. I got no fucking choice, right? At the end of the day, if I keep breathing in or hanging around car parks, I might fucking die. Luckily, there is a little bit of fucking fresh air in those car parks to get out of, and I go, oh, fucking that's better. But no one complains about fucking cars, right? No one goes, oh, you know what? Fucking put air conditioners in car parks. You know? We breathe in shit all fucking day. We drink shit all day. There's nothing I know of that's fucking good for you. Not even fucking water. There's fucking shit in that too.
I bitch about the cars.
Do you know what I'm thinking?
I bitch about the cars. We could have hydrogen cars that have zero.
Yeah, we could also have fucking.
I bitch about the cars.
Yeah.
Some people do. I don't think we should be poisoning our air like that. I think it's fucking stupid. And that's something that's not even argued. Like that's a flat out, we're poisoning ourselves. I really think we should stop using fucking petrol. Even like gasoline engines can be converted to hydrogen engines, so we could even use the same cars. And hydrogen is easy to like. You could, there's a port. I wish I could remember the exact location, but there's a port. There's a seaport that has like they've retrofitted their building with like solar and wind, and they produce all their own power, and then they use their excess power and convert it to hydrogen, which they then use to power all their vehicles, like their forklifts and even the vehicles they drive out of the port and stuff. So like that whole company is all like producing its own power. It's all renewable, and it's the hydrogen. If you know, like H2O is hydrogen and oxygen together, and if you run this is how they produce it. If you run electricity through that, it separates the two, releases you can release the oxygen and capture the hydrogen.
I know, I've seen it all.
So that process is clean and has no pollution.
I know, but fucking.
And then when you burn it, the only exhaust from burning hydrogen.
But the problem with that process is $2 in, $1 out. It doesn't pay for itself. That's the problem. Until someone
listen, anyone can install.
Oh, it does actually.
Car. Listen, you can mod your car basically. You can install this HHO cell in your car, and then you're going to reduce your oil consumption by 40%. So you can already reduce it.
You can reduce it by even more than that if you convert the engine away from. I mean, you still need the oil for them to make the mechanical parts flow, but you don't have to use petrol fuel at all. What's that?
Hey, what's up?
The whole thing is profitable, Bulldog.
Allah Akbar, my friend. Allah Akbar.
I hope it's cheaper in the long run, but I mean, the upfront cost is the tough hurdle. But if it really like that would be ideal. If we could if we could leave petrol and do that, we would be less.
Yeah, I think there's too much money in the business, you know. So no one really has any interest to change it. To tell the truth, actually, that it's possible to use other resources. There's also LNG, you know, natural gas that you can use, which is basically pretty clean energy.
Inshallah.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. If you can hear me.
Oh.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Like, you know, have you guys ever thought about, you know, like just talking about, like, I don't know, like childhood memories and all that when you get in these hangouts, you know? Because, like, these debates, they get kind of boring every once in a while.
My childhood memory was with AK-47 in the civil war in Lebanon. You want me to relive this for you?
Yes, tell us about everything. Come on.
And what's
Sounds
up with the
interesting.
Vladimir?
Come on. Yeah,
What's
I
up with
came
the
from
Vladimir?
Lebanon. I came from a terrorist family, basically from Lebanon. I came from Lebanon.
Really?
Used to be a child